Good morning, distinguished guests, members of ICAI Overseas Chapters, members of ICAI Oman Chapter, and valued participants. I am thrilled and honored to stand before you as a Master of Ceremonies for this session. By way of introduction, I am CA Sangeeta Suresh, Secretary of Muscat ICAI Chapter. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the first ever GCC Seminar, where chapters of ICAI of Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Dubai, Doha, Kuwait have come together along with Oman chapter. Today, we gather here to explore the theme that resonates deeply with the spirits of ethics, leadership, technology, and transformation, which is on the edge. In the world that is constantly evolving, where boundaries are being pushed and redefined, we as accounting professionals find ourselves often on the edge of the new possibilities. This theme, on the edge, encapsulates the journey, especially our journey, a journey that challenges us to step out of our comfort zones, embrace the unknown, and pioneer into new frontiers. As we embark on this exciting journey together, we are going to hear from the visionary leaders who have dared to venture beyond the conventional. They are going to share their insights, their experiences, stories of navigating the edge, pushing the limits, and achieving the extraordinary, embracing the change. So it is all about recognizing that edge is not a boundary, it is a horizon. A horizon that beckons us to explore, to create, and to lead. Throughout the day, we are going to engage in thought-provoking discussions, interactive sessions, networking opportunities that will empower us to harness the power of the edge. Together, let's explore how we can shape the future that is not just on the edge, but beyond it. Thank you once again, everyone, and warm welcome to the first ever GCC seminar themed On the Edge. Before we begin, Let me request Narang from Sheraton Hotel to give few instructions on HSC.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Mahran Blushi and we're delighted to have you on our property. So first of all, we are not planning to do any fire drill. If you hear any announcement for the evacuation, please evacuate to the assembly point. And our assembly point is just nearby the parking at the near entrance. And for the prayer room, it will be located at the basement floor. And the nearest extinguisher, it will be just right outside. And all the security officers, they are first aider, and some of the staff also. And for any emergency, you can just dial 9999. If you from emergency hotel, contact number is 1234. Everything is clear? Any question? All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Narang. Before beginning the event, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Sultan of Oman, His Majesty Haytham bin Tariq Al Said, our ever supporting sponsor, College of Banking and Financial Studies, and all those who have contributed to make this event happen in the form of supporters, well-wishers, and also the members of the chapters. As we gather here today, let us take a moment to honor and celebrate the values that unite all of us as nation. I request all of you to kindly rise as we pay homage to our countries by playing the national anthem followed with ICAI motto song.
जय जय हे।
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति, य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति, कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः, तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा, तदेवामृतमुच्यते। तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता।
Thank you, everyone. Kindly be seated. Let the spirit of our national anthem resonate in our hearts as we proceed further with today's event. In most of our events, we welcome the guest with fresh bouquet of flowers. But this time, the managing committee of ICAI Oman chapter has thought a little different. We would like to encourage everyone to start the exciting journey of growth and sustainability with Grow It Yourself, in short, GIY kit. Now, this is a gardening kit which is designed to help individuals grow plants at home, especially the beginners and those who have limited space. So with this kit, you can start growing plants even in the small space as your workstation or in your offices. So they provide an easy way for the people to start gardening. So this kit typically contains everything that you need to start with, such as seeds, cocoa pit, cocoa pot, manual, instruction manual, and even fertilizers. So please join us as we embark on the journey of sustainability and Go Green initiative. I would like to, thank you. Some information before we start with the event. I would request everyone to kindly keep your mobiles on silent so as to keep the quality of the event. And this information is for the members of ICAI. We are having a two-day event today, which is followed by the India-Oman Investor Meet, which is happening tomorrow. So those who are attending both the days would be eligible for 10 hours of CPE. Also, ICAI Oman chapter would be giving away gifts to all the members, so please ensure to collect them tomorrow after attending both the day events. Also, there are exciting raffle draws, lots of prizes to be won, so ensure that you all are inside the room when your name is being called out on the raffle wheel. There are some supporters who have set up the booths outside. They are also sponsoring and giving away raffle prizes. Please make sure that you drop your visiting cards in their booth to be eligible for the raffle draws. So here we start formally. We feel privileged to have with us a leader who adds immense pleasure and value to this gathering as the chief guest. His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Al Salmi, Executive President of FSC. May I request CA Krishnan Narayanan, Chairperson of Abu Dhabi, to kindly escort His Excellency onto the dais, along with the Chairperson CA Gaurav Kapoor of ICAI Oman Chapter, and extend the warm welcome with GIV kit. Can we have the AV, please?
His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Al Salmi serves as the Executive President of the Capital Market Authority, Sultanate of Oman, a visionary leader and a pivotal figure in Oman's financial landscape. His Excellency Sheikh Al Salmi has been instrumental in shaping the country's financial and capital market framework. Under his stewardship, the CMA has implemented numerous initiatives to enhance market transparency, promote investor confidence, and align Oman's financial regulatory environment with international best practices. With a distinguished career spanning several decades, His Excellency Sheikh Al Salmi has played a transformative role in fostering innovation and growth across Oman's financial services sector, including the development of Islamic finance and corporate governance frameworks. Known for his forward-thinking approach and commitment to excellence, he continues to drive economic sustainability and resilience, earning widespread respect both within Oman and on the global stage. We welcome His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Al Salmi to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman Chapter.
I am delighted to invite our esteemed guests of honors to the dais. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Faisal Al-Rawaz, whose presence today truly elevates this occasion. May I request CA Vivek Gupta, Chairman of Bahrain, to kindly come on the dais and extend warm welcome to His Excellency with GIY kit. Can we have the AV, please?
His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Al Rawaz is a dynamic leader and the youngest chairman of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He has a proven track record in business and leadership. Starting his career with Al Rawaz Holding LLC, Sheikh Faisal has played a vital role in its growth and success. He serves on the boards of various organizations. With 20 years of experience, he is known for his sharp analytical skills and attention to detail, helping businesses enhance efficiency and maximize investments. Sheikh Faisal is also an inspiring leader with strong governance knowledge. He holds a degree in business decision management from Bedfordshire University in the UK. His achievements highlight his passion for excellence and innovation. We welcome His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Al Rawaz to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman Chapter.
We are deeply grateful to have His Excellency Amit Narang, and thank you for your time and for gracing us with your presence for this event. May I request CA Kamlesh Tibrewal, Chairman of Doha Chapter, to kindly escort His Excellency onto the dais and extend warm welcome with the GIY kit. Intro, please.
His Excellency Amit Narang assumed charge as India's ambassador to the Sultanate of Oman on October 24, 2021. A member of the Indian Foreign Service since 2001, he has extensive experience in diplomacy and international relations. He previously headed India's Indian Ocean Region Division, focusing on maritime relations, and served as Chief Vigilance Officer of the Ministry of External Affairs, managing consular and visa policies for the Indian diaspora. Ambassador Narang was India's lead negotiator for the Sustainable Development Goals and played a key role in the 2015 Paris Agreement. As counselor at India's UN mission, he contributed to the International Yoga Day resolution. As his term in Oman concludes, he has been appointed as the next Ambassador of India to the Republic of Slovenia and will take up the assignment shortly. He is passionate about photography, bird watching and cultural exploration. We welcome His Excellency Amit Narang to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
The next dignitary to honor us with your presence, representing our sponsor, College of Banking and Financial Studies, is the Dean of CBFS, Dr. Zehran Al-Salti. May I request CA Rajesh Somani, Chairman of Dubai chapter, to kindly escort His Excellency onto the dais and extend a warm welcome with GIY kit.
Dr. Zehran Al-Salti began his distinguished career at the Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation, serving in various technical and administrative roles, culminating as the Director of Postgraduate Studies at the General Directorate of Scholarships. In 2004, he transitioned to academia at Sultan Qaboos University, where he excelled as a faculty member at the College of Economics and Political Science and as Director of the Center for Community Service and Continuing Education. His dedication to teaching was recognized with the prestigious Best Teacher Award in the year 2016. Dr. Al-Salti holds a bachelor's degree from the United States and both master's and doctoral degrees from the United Kingdom. We welcome Dr. Zehran Al-Salti to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
It is a great honor for me to welcome our keynote speaker for this beautiful morning, who merely requires any introduction and has made all of us proud of his distinguished works in various numerous capacities. CA Mahaveer Singhvi, Joint Secretary in Ministry of External Affairs of India. May I request CA Aditya Dhanuka, Chairman of Kuwait Chapter, and CA Unmesh Bhome, Vice Chair of Oman Chapter, kindly escort him and extend warm welcome with GIY kit.
CA Mahaveer Singhvi is a distinguished diplomat, legal expert, and financial strategist with an outstanding career in international relations, law, and finance. As Joint Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs India, he leads the New Emerging and Strategic Technologies Division, championing innovation and diplomacy. His career spans decades, marked by significant contributions to India's engagement with Europe, Africa, and Latin America, and fostering economic relations through various platforms. An alumnus of the University of Oxford, where he earned a Master's in Diplomatic Studies, CA Mahaveer is also a company secretary and cost and management accountant. Recognized as a CA business leader in government, he is celebrated for his leadership and negotiation skills. We welcome CA Mahaveer Singhvi to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Let me take this opportunity and extend a warm welcome to Dr. Abdullah Al-Harthi, currently member of Board of Directors of Oman Chamber of Commerce. May I request CA Ajil James, Sports and Cultural Subcommittee Lead, to extend warm welcome to Dr. Abdullah with GIY kit. A momentous occasion like this deserves the presence of distinguished dignitaries who are so very dear to us as members of ICAI. CA Sunil Talati ji and CA Bhupati ji, who have served as presidents of ICAI. May I request CA Abhishek Vaishya, IT and PR and Student Affairs Subcommittee Lead, to kindly extend warm welcome to Bhupati ji, who was a past president in the year 2003 to 4. I request CA Ashish Subedar to escort Thank you, sir. May I request CA Ashish Subedar, CPE Subcommittee Lead, to extend warm welcome to Sunil ji with GIY kit. Sunil ji was a past president in years 2007 to 8. We were honored to have HE Dr. Fuad Jafar Al-Sajwani, who had served as Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Sultanate of Oman, as well as Mr. Mohsin Al-Balushi, who had served in past as an advisor to the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, but unfortunately they couldn't make it to this event due to some unforeseen contingencies. So now we are honored to have the traditional lamp lighting ceremony to mark the beginning of the first ever GCC Seminar themed On the Edge. This ritual signifies the start of new journey filled with positivity, light and blessings. I kindly request the chief guest and all the dignitaries to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Kindled today guide us on the path of prosperity, knowledge, and harmony. Now may I request CA Gaurav Kapoor, Chairperson of ICAI Oman Chapter, kindly address the audience.
Assalamu alaikum. Ahlan wa sahlan. Marhaba. Namaste. Namaskaran. Good morning to each and every one of you. Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Salmi, Executive President of Financial Services Authority, Sultanate of Oman. Our guest of honors for the day, His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Al Rawaz, Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. His Excellency Amit Narang, Ambassador of India to the Sultanate of Oman. Dr. Zahran Al-Salti, Dean of College of Banking and Financial Studies. And CA Mahaveer Singhvi, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs of India. I welcome you all on behalf of the Managing Committee of the ICAI Oman Chapter. Welcome. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you at this first special, landmark, historical, exceptional, extraordinary, an event that is going to unfold today. The inaugural GCC Seminar hosted by ICAI Oman Chapter. This is a historic event for our community, and I'm thrilled to have all of you here personally with us to experience this remarkable moment. I also welcome Dr. Abdullah Al-Harthi, board member of OCCI, who has been with us in this journey for last 2-3 years and has made sure that we are reaching as collaborative to greater and greater heights year on year. Thank you, Dr. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude and warm welcome to the chairpersons of co-hosting chapters, CA Krishnan, Chairman Abu Dhabi, CA Vivek, Chairman Bahrain Chapter, CA Kamlesh, Chairman Doha Chapter, CA Rajesh, Dubai Chapter, last but not the least, CA Aditya, Chairman Kuwait Chapter. Your support, collaboration, and unwavering determination have been key in bringing this seminar to life. Together, we are setting a new benchmark for the ICAI community across the GCC region, and I am deeply appreciative of your involvement. I would also welcome our past presidents who came here and blessed us with their support. I am pleased to welcome CA R. Bhupti, past president, who laid the foundation stone for establishing the Oman chapter during his tenure in 2003 and 4. His visionary leadership marked the beginning of a vibrant chapter that has become a brand among the diverse communities in Oman. I am also pleased to welcome CA Sunil Talati, past president who worked diligently during his tenure 2007-8, ensuring the signing of the first MOU between CBFS and ICAI. This landmark agreement has significantly enhanced the opportunities for knowledge sharing, professional growth, and academic collaboration. Sir, one thing which your son knows, maybe you don't know, my chartered accountant qualification degree is signed by CA Sunil Talati ji. This welcome would not be complete without mentioning our past chairpersons, whose dedication over the years and continuous support has been a pillar to the chapter that has enabled us today to organize this landmark event. I welcome you all. And finally, the welcome to our volunteers, esteemed members, and our representatives present here for this event. I am truly honored to announce that this event has witnessed an overwhelming response with a record-breaking registration of over 300 participants. This exceptional turnout includes not only our esteemed members from Oman, but also participants from the GCC countries, UAE, Bahrain, Doha, Kuwait, and KSA. We also have presence from other countries across the globe, Your Excellency, from Canada, Egypt, India, Luxembourg, Singapore, and UK. This remarkable international presence highlights the significance of this event and reflects the strong global community that we have built together. It is a testament to the impact and reach of our shared vision. And I am excited to see the vibrant exchange of ideas, experiences that will unfold over the course of this seminar. It fills me with immense pride to say that the Oman chapter is honored to host this prestigious event for the first time. As we stand on the edge of a rapidly evolving world, this seminar could not have been timelier. The theme on the edge captures the essence of the challenges, opportunities, and ethical considerations that accountants face today. From navigating the complexities of technology and geopolitical to manage economic volatility and shifting business landscapes, we are all on the edge of transformative change. This is a call for action, urging us not only adapt but to lead. Lead with foresight, lead with confidence, and lead with integrity. I feel proud to say that our institute is playing an important role among the various government agencies, not only in India, but now expanding its wings with global collaborations. An example of that we see in Oman is the collaboration with Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Therefore, my special thanks to OCCI for their support. The partnership has been invaluable in expanding the reach and scale of financial accounting and investment in initiatives and opportunities. In addition to the first GCC conference, we are equally excited for the investment meet taking place tomorrow, and we are grateful to His Excellency Faisal Abdullah Al Rawas for his continued guidance and encouragement. On the occasion of the investment meet, we will also be launching a student internship program, a breakthrough and first of its kind in Oman. So don't miss this opportunity to be in this hall tomorrow as well. This is for tomorrow, but coming back to today, there are also a number of exciting lineups. And let me start with mentioning of the CFO mentoring program. Sorry, that's why I said in the VIP room that I will detail it when I speak. The CFO mentoring program is organized by ICAI Oman chapter in collaboration with Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry and has been successfully conducted the program in 4 locations: Salalah, Muscat, Sohar, and most recently in Barka. The program provided valuable insights and mentorship to CFOs and senior finance professionals addressing critical aspects of financial leadership, strategic management, and emerging industry trends. The session fostered in-depth discussion and knowledge sharing, empowering participants to enhance their skills. We will continue to expand this collaboration with Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry and aim to complete this program in all the governorates of Oman in the near future. With this, may I request the AV team to show a short video showcasing what we have achieved so far.
Welcome to the journey of empowering financial leadership, the Omani CFO Mentoring Program, a proud initiative of the ICAI Oman chapter in collaboration with the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, OCCI. Here, inspiration meets expertise to shape the future of finance professionals in Oman. Launched in 2023, this transformative program nurtures the strategic leadership skills of Omani nationals, creating a platform where tomorrow's chief financial officers are shaped today. Under the patronage of His Excellency Sheikh Faisal Abdullah Al Rawas, and supported by ICAI leadership, this initiative has already made waves by mentoring over 170 aspiring professionals across Salalah, Muscat, Sohar, and Barka. With a meticulously crafted curriculum developed by over 40-plus seasoned experts, the program spans 8 comprehensive modules, from resource management to strategic business planning, offering a holistic approach to financial leadership. Module 1, Knowledge about the company and general understanding. Module 2, Existing financial and accounting system. Module 3, Resource management activity. Module 4, Operation management. Module 5, Funding and its management. Module 6, Budgets and strategic business plans and risk management. Module 7, Revival of SIC units and investment strategy. Module 8, Compliance and legal matters and leadership development. Each session builds essential competencies for navigating the complexities of today's dynamic business landscape. But more than just knowledge, this program is about fostering a mindset for innovation and leadership. At the heart of this success are our dedicated mentors. With decades of expertise, they are the guiding force behind each participant's growth, sharing invaluable industry insights and experiences. Our mission is clear: to cultivate the next generation of financial leaders who will steer Oman's economy towards a prosperous future. With each batch, we witness the transformative power of mentorship and collaboration. As we celebrate the successes of the Salalah, Muscat, Sohar, and Barka batches, we look forward to the future, continuing our journey of nurturing talent and driving excellence. The ICAI Oman chapter, an unwavering partner in Oman's journey towards financial empowerment. Together, we build leaders who not only see numbers but envision possibilities. The future of finance in Oman starts here.
Thank you. Moving to the next, Members Placement Program. We are excited to launch the Members Placement Program. This new initiative aims to connect qualified chartered accountants with top employers, providing a platform for career advancement and professional growth. Through this program, members will have the opportunity to access job opportunities, enhance their skills, and contribute to the growth of the accounting profession in Oman. We look forward to your active participation and wish you success in your career journey. With your permission, His Excellency, may I ask the AV team to launch the Members Placement Program? AV team, please.
Welcome to the Member Placement Program, an innovative platform designed to connect chartered accountant within and outside Oman to explore the job opportunities in Oman. This program is a collaborative effort to bring CAs in Oman and outside of Oman to share their open-to-work status on this innovative platform. And the paid members of the ICAI Oman chapter will be able to view the CVs posted by these CAs and recruit them for the best-suited position available in their organization. Here's how it works. If you are not the paid member of the ICAI Oman chapter, you would need to register by clicking on the member placement program and fill in your details. If you are already a paid member of ICAI Oman chapter, then just log into your page and click on member placement program. Update the profile with details, upload your CV and cover letter, and you are ready. Paid members of ICAI Oman chapter review your profiles, shortlist and schedule interviews. Once a member selection is finalized, the status needs to be updated. With this member placement program, we aim to build a bridge between potential and opportunity, paving the way for chartered accountants to explore more and better opportunities. Together, let's shape the future of the chartered accountancy profession. Welcome to the member recruitment program, where talent meets opportunity.
Souvenir. On the occasion of the first GCC seminar, we are pleased to launch our souvenir. This souvenir not only commemorates this historic event but also serves as a reminder of the collaborative spirit and shared vision that has made this seminar possible. With these pages, you will find insights, contributions, and memorable moments that highlight the dedication and hard work of all those who have contributed to this landmark seminar. As we navigate this transformative era together, may this souvenir stand as a token of our collective efforts and a symbol of future we are building for the accounting profession in the GCC. May I request the team to provide a button to His Excellency Abdullah Al-Rawas, as well as His Excellency. Both together, please. Thank you. ICAI Oman Chapter WhatsApp channel. I'm also excited to share with you the launch of the ICAI Oman WhatsApp channel, a new initiative to enhance, communicate, share knowledge and connectivity among the members. This platform will serve as a valuable tool to stay updated and engaged with the latest happenings within our community. May I again request the team to please hand over the baton to His Excellency for launching of this channel. Yeah, it's done. There's no video on this, sorry. So you can scan the barcode and you can get access to the channel. World Forum of Accountants 2025, popularly now known as WOFA. We are excited to invite you to register for WOFA 2025, which will be held in New Delhi from 31st January to 2nd February 2025. This prestigious event promises to be an invaluable opportunity for professional development, networking, and gaining insights from industry leaders. To register, please visit the official registration portal and secure your spot. Once again, can I request the AV team to play the WOFA video?
Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha, meaning economic principles, earth, and ethical considerations, dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the world, where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solution. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOPAC, proudly presents before the world World Forum of Accountants 2025. Where accountability meets innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession, where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi, a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations and unparalleled networking opportunities.
Accountability, innovation and sustainable development are going to redefine the future of finance. ICAI's World Forum of Accountants WOFA 2025 will present a distinctive opportunity for finance professionals worldwide to discuss how we can foster sustainable change while upholding the fundamental values of our profession.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org.
WOFA! 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 75 years, a journey so grand, built on trust, legacy stands. With knowledge and vision, we lead the pace. A legacy built with strength and grace. With over 1 million, we stand as one. Our mission and vision never undone. In every field, in every domain, ICAI spirit prevails. We are the leaders, strong and bright, shaping the future, guiding the light. With strength and vision, we lead the way. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, come what may. Welcome to India, welcome to WOFA, welcome to India.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to share that a special delegation from the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry will be attending WOFA 2025. Once again, I would like to extend my deepest welcome to all, and as together we will make this historic seminar and investment meet a defining moment in the future of accountancy and investment. In closing, as we all embark on the edge of this transformation of technology, sustainability, risk, leadership, and geopolitical era, I want to leave you all with a thought. Get ready to witness the history in the making. Together, we are stronger, and the journey has just begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Gauravji, for sharing all the insights and the initiatives taken by ICAI Oman chapter. Without further ado, I would like to invite HE Amit Narang ji, Ambassador of India to Oman, to kindly address the gathering.
His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Al-Salmi, Executive President of the Capital Markets Authority. His Excellency Sheikh Faisal Al-Rawaz, dear friend and Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce. Dear Chartered Accountants from Oman and the Gulf region. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar, good morning, Assalamu Alaikum. It's a great pleasure for me to see the initiative of ICAI Oman bear fruit. They have been in discussions with us for a long time, and this is something that we encouraged, that Oman should not just be a pioneer in the work of the ICAI, and everybody is aware of the long history of ICAI Oman chapter, but increasingly I think Oman should also become center stage for bringing all the accounting professionals all around GCC together on one platform. So my congratulations to CA Gaurav Kapoor and the entire ICAI team, which has worked tirelessly to get this event to success. The theme of today's event, On the Edge, reflects the exciting times we live in. And sometimes exciting can be adventurous, sometimes exciting can be worrisome. And that's why the world stands on an edge. But we believe that the world stands on an edge of a transformation. Whether that transformation will be good or bad is in our hands. For that, we must be able to collectively drive change, and we must always have the ability to stay ahead of the curve. I have no hesitation in saying that the profession of the chartered accountants are truly at the forefront of this global transformation, serving as all of you do, as advisors, strategic planners, and ethical leaders in businesses and governments worldwide. I am very proud of the Indian Chartered Accountants. The ICAI has done a wonderful job, and the fraternity of the Chartered Accountants in India has emerged as one of India's true professionals who are respected for their work worldwide. The ICAI Oman chapter has played a pivotal role in further strengthening the India-Oman relationship. Those of us who are from Oman here are no strangers to this magnificent journey of friendship. India-Oman relationship can only be called a friendship. It's far more than a bilateral relationship between countries. We are maritime neighbors, we are cultural friends, and we are partners in progress. India-Oman relationship today, which started some 5,000 years ago as a trading relationship between intrepid adventurers on both sides, today has transformed into a strategic partnership. And this partnership today is about working together so that both our nations can progress. It's a partnership about helping each other grow. And that's where the ICAI comes in. For the past several decades, ICAI Oman chapter has played a very important role, and CA Gaurav Kapoor just mentioned the mentorship programs and the training programs in fostering collaboration between professionals of India and Oman. In doing so, making a real contribution to the development of the accountancy profession and the strengthening of the financial systems in Sultanate of Oman. Today, the Sultanate of Oman is taking rapid strides of progress towards the fulfillment of His Majesty's Oman Vision 2040, a transformative document that seeks to position this beautiful country in the forefront of global leadership, of change, innovation, financial leadership as well. Oman Vision for 2040 happens to align very beautifully and very well with India's own development goals. As Prime Minister Modi talks about a Viksit Bharat in 2047, it is a perfect alignment with Oman Vision 2040, which also seeks to take Oman into that leadership of elite nations. Today, therefore, we are talking about not just renewable energy, technology, infrastructure, but increasingly about skill development, higher education, and professional skills. This alignment creates opportunities for collaboration where professions like the chartered accountants, which are already playing a role, can play an even bigger role. Chartered accountants are driving change in today's financial world. The profession is increasingly embracing artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other new technologies. These tools are, of course, essential for us to create sustainable growth and ensuring that businesses worldwide remain competitive. I once again convey my best wishes to this seminar. It will once again spotlight the important role that chartered accountants play and also on what we can do together, not just in Oman, but in the wider GCC region. I thank the Capital Markets Authority and the Oman Chamber of Commerce for their support to the ICAI Oman chapter, and my best wishes to ICAI Oman chapter and all the participants of this seminar. My all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the role which ICAI Oman chapter has played in improving the relationship between India and Oman. We would also say that it would never have been possible without the support of embassy and your leadership and support. Thank you so much for that. We are truly honored to have Dr. Sheraton Al-Salti, Dean of CBFS, with us. Let us hear from Sir now.
His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Salim Salmi, Executive President of the Financial Service Authority, the Chief. His Excellency Sheikh Faisal bin Abdullah Rawas, Chairman of Board of Directors of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. His Excellency Amit Narang, Ambassador of India to the Sultanate of Oman, members of the CA profession, other distinguished invitees, speakers and friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good morning to all of you. I'm so delighted and honored to be here with you today at this prestigious first ICAI GCC Seminar hosted by the ICAI Oman chapter. The College of Banking and Financial Studies, CBFS, has sponsored the ICAI Oman chapter, as just mentioned, since 2008. Under this sponsorship, the chapter has been playing a pivotal role in fostering knowledge sharing and professional developments in the field of accounting and auditing. It has been instrumental in promoting best practices and providing a platform for professionals in Oman to collaborate and learn from each other. The chapter has partnered with the college for joint training programs, seminars, review of curriculum, and students' events. The theme of this seminar, On the Edge, is indeed relevant, critical, and timely. Chartered accountants as key players in the business and the financial ecosystem, stand at the forefront of an era marked by extraordinary change. The path ahead, not just about navigating challenges, but leading the way through them. In recent years, we have witnessed a profound transformation across industries. Technological advancements, shifting global dynamics, and societal expectations have reshaped the landscape in a way few could predict. As the world continues to evolve, the role of chartered accountant is no longer confined of traditional financial reporting and compliance. Instead, they find themselves positioned as leaders in navigating the complexity and volatility of the modern business environment. This is a transformative moment in time, and that calls for more than just adoption. It calls for leadership. The future of the profession will depend on your ability to embrace and leverage new technologies, adapt to shifting regulatory frameworks, and navigate the ethical challenges that arise in rapidly changing world. As professionals entrusted with the stewardship of financial integrity, you are uniquely positioned to drive positive change, foster transparency, and promote sustainable growth in both the corporate world and society at large. I trust that the deliberation today will dwell and reflect on these issues and challenges. The seminars offers a valuable opportunity to engage with thought leaders, share insights, and collaborate. I wish you all success and hope that you all find this seminar both fruitful and enjoyable. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational talk. So, are you all ready for doing something exciting? Yes? You're ready to win prizes? Yes? I want a louder yes. Then we will do the first raffle draw. Are you all ready? We are going to give away Samsung Tab. So let's see who is a lucky winner. The first raffle draw for this event. Here it goes. Deepak Kumar Jain. Do we have Deepak ji here? Yes, here he comes. May I request Chairperson Gaurav ji to give away the prize along with Chief Abdullah Al Salmi. Congratulations, Deepak ji. We look forward to hear the enlightening words from our keynote speaker, CA Mahaveer Singhvi ji. On the edge, navigating the global transformation. It's about technological, geopolitical, geo-economical transformations and how is India dealing with these changes and what they mean to Indian CAs in Gulf region. So we invite you to hear eagerly waiting for your insightful thoughts on this topic.
Yeah. Chief guest, His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah Sami, Executive President of the Financial Service Authority, Dr. Jairan Al-Salti, Dean College of Banking and Financial Studies of Oman, my good friend Amit, Narang, Ambassador of India to Oman, and my colleague in the Ministry of External Affairs, now going to be Ambassador in Slovenia after having a very successful instinct here in Oman. Sri Gaurav Kapoor, Chairperson of the Muscat chapter of ICAI, Chairpersons of the other chapters of ICAI in the GCC region, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and a very good morning. It gives me an immense pleasure to address this august gathering of illustrious Indian Chartered Accountants, CEOs, CFOs, government officials, who have gathered here in this beautiful city of Muscat. And it is truly remarkable to see here the cream of Indian financial expertise that has made their mark in this region, contributing significantly to both to Oman's and to the GCC's growth story and to the India's global economic footprint. Therefore, before I dwell into the substance of my address, let me thank Sri Gaurav Kapoor, Chairperson of the Muscat chapter of ICAI, for inviting me here and providing this platform and to talk about some of the most significant transformation taking place around the world and pressing challenges and opportunities that face us in this rapidly evolving landscape. And as a professional who straddles multiple jurisdictions and handle complex international financial matters, I think you are all at the forefront of witnessing and adapting to these changes. So friends, today I intend to share thoughts on three interconnected dimensions that are reshaping our world. The technological transformation that is revolutionizing every aspect of human endeavor, the significant geopolitical realignments that are actually redrawing the global power equations, and the complex geo-economic dynamics that are redefining international trade and finance. And more importantly, how India is positioning itself in this changing landscape and the crucial role that professionals like you can play in this journey. And I want to make it very clear that the views I'm going to express here are my own personal views, and they may not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Government of India. Now let me first talk about the technological transformation that is sweeping across the world. And I think that is most relevant for all of us today. You all know that we are living through what is perhaps the most dramatic technological revolution in human history. The historians will call this era as a great digital acceleration. The industrial age, which we have witnessed in past, has given way to what is now called as intelligent age. And it is not just a period of technological advancement. It represents a fundamental reimagining of how we live and work. And the pace of technological change is not just rapid, it is exponential. In fact, when I started my journey in the Indian Foreign Service, artificial intelligence was still largely in the realm of science fiction. Today, it is not just a reality, but a force that is reshaping industries, economies, and societies. Technologies such as 5G and IoT are enhancing global connectivity, enabling real-time data transfer and collaboration across borders. The recent developments in generative AI, quantum computing, and blockchain technologies are not just incremental improvements. They represent the fundamental shifts in how we process information, make decisions, and conduct our businesses. Take, for instance, the financial sector, which is an area of your expertise. Today, the traditional accounting, finance, and auditing functions are being transformed by automation and artificial intelligence. What used to take weeks of manual verification now can be done in minutes with artificial intelligence and blockchain-based smart contracts. Real-time auditing is becoming a reality, and predictive analytics is changing how we approach risk assessment and compliance. But this technological revolution is not just about automation and efficiency. It is creating an entirely new business models and economic paradigms. Look at the rise of fintech, and all of you are aware of that. It has democratized financial services by making them accessible to millions who were previously unbanked. And now digital assets and central bank digital currencies are challenging the traditional understanding of money and monetary policy. And the platform economy, which you all know, has created new forms of value creations and capture. And the numbers tell a very compelling story. The global digital transformation spending is projected to hit US dollar 2.8 trillion by the end of 2025. And the AI is projected to add $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. And I'm proud to say that India has been at the forefront of this technological and digital revolution. Our digital public infrastructure, that is India Stack, or the Citizen Stack, as it is known, has become a model for the world. Today, the UPI system processes more digital transactions than many of the developed economies combined together. It is processing more than 10 billion transactions per month. Our CoWIN platform, as you all know, had successfully managed the world's largest vaccination drive. The Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, I'm sure you all are aware of that, that is going to democratize e-commerce. And these are not just technological achievements. They represent a new approach in solving development challenges using technology at scale, at population scale. We have also recently launched an India AI mission, India Artificial Intelligence mission, which has an outlay of more than $1.3 billion, with an aim to democratize artificial intelligence and position India as a global leader in the AI research and applications. And that brings me to a very important point, that technology is no longer merely a tool for efficiency. It is becoming a key determinant of national power and strategic autonomy. Countries that can harness these technologies effectively while ensuring data sovereignty and cyber security will have a significant advantage in the coming decade. And this is where I think professionals like you play a very crucial role in understanding and managing the financial implications of these technological revolutions, ensuring compliances across jurisdictions, and facilitating the secure flow of capital that fuels these technological innovations. Now let me transition to the second major theme, and that is the significant geopolitical realignment which we are witnessing. And as we speak, as you all know, the post-Cold War unipolar world has given way to a more complex multipolar world. We are seeing now new alignments and partnerships that don't fit into the traditional East-West or North-South paradigms. The rise of China, Russia's action in Ukraine, the growing importance of the global South, and the reorientation of the USA's strategic priorities are creating new dynamics in the international relations. The Indo-Pacific has emerged as a crucial theater of strategic competition, and the Quad partnership between India, the US, Japan, and Australia represents a new form of flexible multilateralism. The I2U2 grouping, which consists of India, Israel, UAE, and US, that demonstrates how countries can together, based on complementary strengths, can come together rather than the geographical proximity. And the expansion of BRICS shows the growing influence of emerging economies in the global governance. And these geopolitical shifts have direct implications for international businesses and finances. Supply chain resilience has become a very strategic imperative, leading to friend-shoring and near-shoring trends. The imposition of economic sanctions has led countries to explore alternative payment mechanisms. The competition for critical minerals and technologies is reshaping the international trade patterns. And the race for technological supremacy is not confined to individual nations only. It is reshaping the strategic partnerships and the formation of alliances aimed at counterbalancing the rivals and fostering collaborative innovations. So how is India responding to these geopolitical shifts? In my view, India's response to these geopolitical shifts has been characterized by strategic autonomy and multi-alignment. We maintain strategic partnerships with multiple powers while pursuing our national interest. Our presidency of G20 in 2023 demonstrated our ability to bridge divides and build consensus on critical global issues. Our voice is now increasingly influential in international forums, whether it's climate change negotiation or reforms of multilateral bodies. We have also entered into critical technology partnerships with countries such as US, the UK, and also the EU in the form of ICET, TSI, and TTC that aims to foster innovation and strengthening global supply chains. So now how these geopolitical shifts are impacting Indian professionals working in the GCC region like you. And to me, these geopolitical shifts presents both challenges and opportunities to the Indian professionals working in this region. The deepening strategic partnerships between India and the Gulf countries, and my friend Amit also spoke about the strategic partnership between India and Oman. I think that is exemplified by the framework like the other frameworks like the India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA. These kind of agreements are creating new avenues for businesses and professional services. And your understanding of both Indian and Gulf business environment makes you a natural bridge in this expanding relationship. Now let me talk about the third dimension, that is the geo-economic complexities and transformations that are reshaping the economic model. And in my view, we are witnessing fundamental changes in the structure of global economy. The pandemic and the subsequent supply chain disruptions, which you all know, have accelerated the trends towards regionalization and localization. The world is witnessing a push for energy transition, and it is creating a new economic imperative and opportunities. And at the same time, the digital economy is challenging traditional concepts of market access and regulations. In addition, I think the growing focus on ESG, which also have been spoken, environmental, social governance, this ESG factor is changing how business operates and how capital is allocated. And the global financial architecture is evolving. The dominance of US dollar is being now questioned, not necessarily in the terms of immediate replacement, but in terms of a more diversified currency system. New development finance institutions like the New Development Bank and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Banks are complementing traditional Bretton Woods multilateral institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. And the rise of sovereign wealth funds, particularly from this region, is changing the global investment patterns. So how is India responding to these geo-economic imperatives? To my mind, India's economy has shown remarkable resilience and dynamism in this complex environment. And we are now the world's 5th largest economy, and also on the track to become the 3rd largest economy by 2030. Our manufacturing sector is being transformed through initiatives like the Production-Linked Incentives, PLI scheme. Our service sector continues to be globally competitive. Our startup ecosystem is now 3rd largest in the world, with 100+ unicorns, which generates an employment of more than 1.5 million people. In addition, I would say the recent reforms undertaken, like the GST implementation and the insolvency and bankruptcy code, and from labor code reforms to corporate tax rationalizations, have created a more competitive and transparent business environment. And our focus on infrastructure development through programs like PM Gati Shakti is creating new opportunities for investment and growth. And this is where I think your roles become particularly significant, investment and growth. As a chartered accountant, I think working in this region, you are uniquely positioned to facilitate the growing economic engagement between India and the Gulf countries. The GCC region has emerged as a crucial partner for India, not only in trade, but also in investment, energy security, and infrastructure development. The sovereign wealth funds from this region are showing increasing interest in India's growth story. And it is here, I think, your expertise in international taxation, your understanding of compliance requirement across jurisdictions, and your ability to structure complex international transactions make you a very valuable facilitator for this economic partnership. And as India moves towards the goal of becoming a developed economy by 2047, Viksit Bharat, as the Prime Minister calls it, the role of professional services in facilitating international business and investment will become even more crucial. Moreover, I think your position in the GCC countries gives you a unique perspective in some of the most important trends shaping the global economy, like the energy transition and oil-producing economies, the development of new financial centers, and the emergence of new technology hubs. Your perspective on these aspects can be very valuable for the Indian businesses looking to expand in this region and for the Gulf businesses who are looking to participate in India's growth story. Now let me touch upon some of the specific areas where I believe you Indian Chartered Accountants in the GCC region can make a significant contribution. First, I think in facilitating investment flows. As you all know, India continues to attract global investment. And as the Gulf countries look to diversify their economies, your expertise in structuring investment, ensuring compliances, and managing tax efficiency will be crucial. Secondly, I think in supporting the digitization of financial service, your understanding of both traditional finances and new technologies can help businesses navigate the transition to digital platforms and ensure compliances with evolving regulations. Thirdly, I think in promoting sustainability and ESG compliances, and that's a very important aspect of every business nowadays. And as business globally adopt to these climate change imperatives and ESG requirements, I think your role in developing appropriate reporting and compliance frameworks becomes very critical. In addition, I think in supporting the internationalization of Indian businesses, your role is also very critical. Your understanding of both Indian and Gulf business environments make you natural advisors for Indian companies looking to expand in this region. And finally, I think in contributing to policy development, your role is also very critical and important. You have the practical experience in dealing with cross-border businesses issues that can provide valuable policy inputs and inputs for the policy formulation, both in India and also in your host countries. Now, having said that, let me again emphasize that we are living through a period of unprecedented changes. The technological revolution is creating new possibilities and challenges. Geopolitical shifts are redrawing the map of global power influences, and the geo-economic forces are reshaping how we do businesses and create values. And in this complex environment, India's rise as a major economic and strategic power presents both opportunities and responsibilities. And as Indian professionals in the GCC region, I think you are not just an observer of these changes, you are an active participant in shaping the future of Indo-Gulf relations and contributing to India's global rise. So I would like to conclude here, but before I conclude, I think I would say that your success in this region is a testament to the quality of Indian professionals' education, particularly of the ICAI, with all of you are either ambassadors of ICAI here. And also, I think I would say the adaptability of Indian talent. You represent the best of Indian soft power, that is our knowledge, our expertise, and your commitment to excellence. You are also the ambassadors of India's economic prowess. And as you continue to build successful careers here, you also build bridges between India and the GCC countries, between India and Oman, contributing to prosperity and development of both the regions and both the countries. So I would like to encourage all of you to continue to invest in your skills, to stay ahead of the technological changes, to understand the implications of the geopolitical shifts, and to seize the opportunities presented by the evolving global dynamics. Your role in India's growth story and also in strengthening Indo-Gulf relations will only grow in importance in the coming years to come. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to engaging with you in discussions on these important issues. Thank you once again for inviting me.
Thank you, sir, for your highly motivated and insightful talk. Now, may I request your attention as we express our heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished guests for their presence here today. I extend our sincere appreciation for their invaluable contribution for today's proceedings. May I request our Chairperson, ICAI Oman Chapter, CA Gaurav Ji, and Vice Chairperson, CA Unmesh Bhome, to kindly extend the token of appreciation to our Chief Guest, His Excellency Abdullah Al-Salmi. His Excellency Faisal Al-Rawaz, your insights and presence have added immense value to our event, and we are truly honored to have you here, sir. As a token of appreciation, please accept the memento on behalf of ICAI Oman Chapter. We would like to thank you, Amit ji, for accepting our invitation and coming over. It was great pleasure to have you among us. Dr. Zahran, your presence has been inspirational for us. Thank you for your continued support to the chapter. Now, CA Mahaveer Singhvi ji has not only graced us with his distinguished presence, but has brought along with him a wealth of experience and wisdom which he has shared with all of us. It's my great pleasure to take the moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the organizations for the unwavering support and generous contribution for today's event. I would like to call upon the representative from our supporting organizations under Platinum, Gold, Silver category to kindly come forward and be recognized for the invaluable support. We start with Platinum, Dhofar Insurance Company SAOG. Request the representative from Dhofar Insurance. May I request HE Abdullah Al Salmi to kindly felicitate our platinum support, Dhofar Insurance. Thank you. Now we go on to the gold. We start with Equitas. May I request HE Faisal Al Rawaz to kindly felicitate Equitas for their unwavering support. Plutocrat Windsor International. Plutocrat Windsor International. May I request HE Abdullah Al Salmi to felicitate Plutocrat. Next in line, Bang Muscat SAOG. Any representative from Bang Muscat? National Finance Company SAOG. National Finance. Now we go on to the silver categories. Start with Jindal Shadid Iron and Steel. Anyone from Jindal Shadid? Deloitte? Representative from Deloitte? Crow Oman? Let's give a big round of applause for the support as silver categories. Premier Brain Global. Premier Brains Global. Next we have Farmi Furniture Group. Farmi Furniture Group. Next we go into the technology support which has been given by Tally. Request the representative from Tally. We have the mobility partner Europe Car and Ajit Khimji Group. Thank you once again for all the support that has been given to ICAI Oman chapter. I request all the distinguished guests to kindly be seated as we proceed further. Sit here. Sit here. You're not finished. Just 2 minutes more. As we gather here today we come together not just to celebrate, but also to bid farewell to a truly remarkable individual, H.E. Amit Narang ji, Ambassador of Sorry, apologies for that. As we gather here today, we come together not just to celebrate, but also to bid farewell to the truly remarkable individual, H.E. Amit Narang ji, Ambassador of India to Oman. He has been appointed as the next ambassador to the Republic of Slovenia and is expected to assume his role shortly. Ambassador Narang, as you embark onto the next chapter of your journey, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude for all the efforts, leadership, and support you have extended to the ICAI Oman chapter. While it is hard to say a goodbye, we are confident that your future endeavors will be impactful and inspiring as the time that you have spent with all of us. So I would like to take this opportunity to reflect on some of the invaluable moments we have shared with Amit ji.
Your Excellency Ambassador Amit Narang, it has been a privilege to witness your exceptional leadership and dedication during your tenure in Oman. Your tireless efforts to strengthen the bond between India and Oman have been truly inspiring. Your achievements in diplomacy, sustainable development, and global collaboration speak volumes about your visionary approach and commitment. Beyond your professional accomplishments, your passion for culture, history, and building meaningful connections has left a lasting impact on everyone who has had the pleasure of interacting with you. On behalf of the ICAI Muscat chapter, we extend our heartfelt appreciation for your incredible service and wish you continued success in all your future endeavors.
On behalf of everyone here today, we wish you continued success, happiness, and fulfillment in all that lies ahead of you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I request our chairperson, Gaurav ji, to extend the heartfelt gratitude and best wishes to the ambassador. May I request the members of Managing Committee of ICAI Oman chapter to kindly come up on the dais. May I request the chairperson and vice chair of the GCC chapters to kindly come up on the dais. Now I request all the guests as well as the past chairpersons to kindly come up on the dais. I request all the guests to kindly come up on the dais. Yeah. Sunil ji and Bhupati ji, we request your presence on the dais. Session. We would be running out of time, so requesting everyone who is standing outside to kindly come in. Please be seated so we can start with the next session. We would be starting the session in 2 minutes. Can we have everyone inside? To have a raffle. So let's see who is a lucky winner for the second raffle of today. Those who are available, we can start with the raffle. So at least we can be one of those lucky winners. Can we have the wheel for the raffle draw? If your name is called and you are inside the hall, you will be eligible for the prize. So if you are not here, then we are sorry. It will go to the next lucky winner. So here we are going to spin the wheel and see who is the lucky winner for the second raffle for today. N. Sridhar. N. Sridhar, is he present inside the hall? N. Sridhar. Second call, N. Sridhar. Third call, N. Sridhar inside the hall. I think we are sorry, we'll go to the next. All registered. Now let's see who's the next winner. Santosh. Do we have Santosh here? Yes, here he comes. Anju. Badri ji. I'll request the chairperson, past chairperson Anuradha ji to kindly felicitate Santosh, who is a lucky winner for the raffle draw. Congratulations, Santoshi. So now I request the chairperson, Krishnan from Abu Dhabi chapter, to kindly take over the proceedings.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see so many faces from overseas chapter and also Muscat chapter. First of all, I would like to congratulate Muscat chapter to take the lead in organizing the first ICAI GCC annual seminar. Congratulations to Muscat chapter, and thanks to you people that the event has been a great success and it has started very well. Thank you, Gaurav, for taking the lead in organizing the first GCC ICAI event. It has been a pleasure to be over here. Myself, Krishnan, Chairman of Abu Dhabi CA chapter. It's my great honor and pleasure to be over here as an MC for the next session. Just I would like to, before announcing the speaker for the next session, I would like to announce the upcoming annual seminar event of Abu Dhabi CA chapter. Abu Dhabi CA chapter is going to host its 36th annual seminar on 22nd and 23rd of February, Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be a full day from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And 22nd, we'll have a musical event also. So we would like to extend all the overseas chapter members to come and attend the Abu Dhabi chapter annual seminar. It is going to be a 2 days event. So similar to as a reciprocal arrangement, we are offering a free of cost registration for all the overseas chapter members. We'll share across the details to my Oman team to share it across to all the members. May I request the Gaurav, chairman of Oman chapter, to come on stage to officially inaugurate the teaser for the 36th annual seminar of Abu Dhabi CA chapter.
जश्न बहारा है, इश्क ये देख के हैरान है, फूल से खुशबू खफा खफा है गुलशन, श्रीवल्ली नैना मदक बर्फी.
Thank you, thank you. So this is the first list of speakers we have announced it. The second list of speakers will be announced on 29th of this month in our next PD professional development event. The next list of speakers will be announced on 29th. So look forward, all the overseas chapter members, particularly the Muscat chapter members, to come and enjoy the 2 days event. It will be a pleasure to host you all over there for the momentous occasion of our 36th annual seminar.
Can I just make a small announcement? Those who are willing to go for Oman tour, the bus will be ready at 12:30. This is for the non-members and family of the members who are attending today's event. So those who are willing to go for the tour, please assemble at the reception. Thank you.
Now we are officially starting the technical session of the event. The first speaker of the day is Mr. Ambalawanan, CA Ambalawanan. He is going to talk about India growth story. So the success story of India, everybody is aware, but he is going to give more glimpse about the India growth story. May I request CA Priyanka, Secretary of Abu Dhabi CA chapter, to escort CA Ambalawanan to the stage.
Past chairmen of the Oman chapter, the chairmen of the other GCC chapters, other guests, and the present executive committee led by CA Gaurav Kapoor. Good morning to you all. It is immense pleasure and honor to address the distinguished audience and my fellow chartered accountants about the India's economic growth, a topic that resonates deeply with all of us. Today, I got the opportunity to present the India growth story and the role what we can play. I have to first thank respected CA Mahaveer Singhvi ji for setting the base. In the last session, he has set the base for this. From there, I am going to take it further. Before looking into the India's growth story, if we see the present situation and the economic scenario of the rest of the countries or the global economic scenario, as per the IMF report, which was published in October 24, the World Economic Outlook, they have mentioned that the global economic activity is resilient and it is expected to remain stable in the year 2024 and 25. And they are expecting a GDP growth of 3.2%, both in 2024 as well as in 25. Global inflation is also softened and expected to ease further in the coming months. However, we all know the downside of it. There is a persistent geopolitical stress and political volatility in the financial market, and climate stress also is there, and along with the disruptions related to that. Inflation could also pose a challenge, and the trade and weather also plays a part in the economic trend of the coming years, coming months. On the upside, the investment seems to be recovering, and momentum structural reforms could be support the global growth also. If we look into the economic trends, India has emerged as a resilient economy, weathering the global headwinds to maintain the robust growth. GDP for the year 24-25 is projected at 6.5%, solidifying India's position among the fastest growing major economies globally. India's GDP for the year 23-24 was 3.3 million, which is growing at 6.4%. And by 27-28, it is expected to be the third largest economy with a GDP of 5 trillion. The growth not only enhances the global stature of India, but also drives the investment, job creation, and technological innovation. If you see, as a sectoral contributions, India's economy is driven by three pillars mainly: the agriculture, industry, and services. Agriculture contributes about 18% of our GDP, and industry is also witnessing an expansion through mainly PLI schemes, production-linked incentive schemes. And now, because of that, the capacity utilization has become like 74-75%, and it is a very good indication. And service sector contributes about 55% of the GDP, mainly through the IT and IT-enabled services. And it has grew to now $194 billion, and it shows the digital powers of India. Also, we can notice that there is almost constant annual growth, except for the pandemic years in all the sectors. Current financial year, there will be a significant growth expected in the agricultural sector due to the good monsoon, and continues to grow in the other sectors also, especially service sector. However, there may be some deceleration in the industrial sector. So that is a real caution, and they are working on it. If you look at India's thing, the GDP of India was 2 trillion in the year 2014, and it was in the 10th position at that time. And now we have reached the 4th position with 3.7 trillion, and it is expected to reach the 3rd position with 5 trillion in the next 3 years. If you see this remarkable growth from 10th to 3rd position within a span of 13 years is really remarkable. It is like 2.5 times the growth. If you see India's GDP growth versus the major economies, compared to major economies, India is expected to grow at 6.5% against China of 4.5% and US 2.2%, whereas UK, Russia, and Japan all in the range of 1.5, 1.3, 1.1 only. So there is a significant difference between our growth and the growth of the other major countries. This is an important graph. The private financial consumption expenditure, that is PFCE, accounts for about 55% of the national GDP in a year, and it is quite obviously the biggest driver of economic growth. This is nothing but the consumption of the individuals, consumption of the general public. Apart from this direct influence, it is also indirectly influencing the next biggest sector, that is gross fixed capital formation, GFCF. This is a measure of the money spent by the business when they make investments, and it accounts for about 33% of all the GDP. If you see both these together, it comes to about 88% of the GDP in India. The public capital expenditure, government spending, has risen to 3.4% of the GDP, and the projects like Bharatmala and PM Gati Shakti are transforming the infrastructure facilities in India. And private investments were moderated during the last year due to the election. Now it is expected to rebound in the year 2025, and this will make a big difference in the economy itself in the coming years. If you see the key indicators, the GST collection remains at 1.82 trillion in November 24, reflecting the economic activity and tax compliances. The improved infrastructure reduces the logistical costs and enhances the business efficiency. But this, if we see the indicators, there is a slight dip in the year 25. However, there is a growth in all the indicators compared to the previous period. If you see this indicator, there is a slight contraction in the automobile sector. It is in all the fields, that is two-wheelers, four-wheeler, and other things. Contraction means the growth level is not at the same level as the previous quarter or the previous month. It is up and down, and it is a slight contraction compared to the previous period. And there is a cargo traffic also, there is a drop that we can see in the future slides, because whatever is our activities like import and export, because of that, there is a contraction. If you see the capacity utilization remains steady. As noted in the slide, trends reflect industrial robustness and effective use of resources. Because if you see, the thing is almost at the range of 70%, except in the pandemic period. It also indicates consistent industrial production and the balance between the supply and demand, which is a benchmark for the potential industrial expansion and productivity improvements. This is the, if you see the moderation of the price levels, that is also in the second consecutive month, the prices are coming down mainly because of the food prices, the index is coming down. And this is the most important thing. Once the inflation comes down, automatically it improves the market investments and other things, because people will be more interested in that. India's external sector continues to demonstrate resilience despite facing significant global winds. Factors such as fluctuation, international demand, geopolitical tensions, and currency volatility have presented the challenge to our trade prospects. However, our diversified trade base and robust economic fundamentals have cushioned the impact. This diverse trade base is very important, because of that, even if one industry is affected, we are not totally affected. The other industry compensate for that. Moving forward, efforts to strengthen the trade relationship and boost competitiveness will be vital in sustaining the resilience. If you see the import is increasing, whereas export is decreasing. As I mentioned, this is one of the main reasons for the impact in the cargo. Cargo is dipping because of this thing. However, if you compare to the previous year, it is almost the same. The service sector, goods only is going down. Services are almost at the same level. Yeah. If you see the fiscal deficit, India's fiscal discipline is on a clear consolidation path. The pandemic caused a record fiscal deficit in 2021 due to the essential relief measures what was provided by the government. However, the post-pandemic recovery efforts have ensured steady progress in reducing the deficit, and now it is getting stabilized. Notably, the government expenditure has seen a consistent increase, rising from 1.6% of the GDP in the year 2019 to the estimate of 3.4% in 2025. This demonstrates a strong commitment to building infrastructure and fostering long-term economic growth while maintaining the fiscal prudence. This is a fiscal the deficit. If you look into it, mainly it has been, that is due to the other measures. It is being consolidation, it is moving to the consolidation path. The taxes from the income tax is continuously increasing, and the GST collection is also continuously increasing, and the corporation tax also increasing, and GST collection is also stable. These we can see, this is an important indicator where we can see that the consolidation path is taking place with all this increase in all these sectors, all these areas. This is the same. Government expenditure has also steadily increased, and the percentage of GDP is rising from as I mentioned, 1.4% to 3.5% in the financial year. Yeah. The important is the sentiments among the business and consumers are showing promising signs of recovery. The RBI's Business Expansion Index reveals an optimistic outlook among the business, signaling the confidence in the economic environment. Similarly, consumer confidence has also improved, highlighting the growing optimism regarding the professional financial condition and the broader economic prospects. The dual confidence is a crucial driver for investment and consumption-led growth. As CAs, we have the opportunity to participate in India's growth in the following areas, mainly the growing opportunity in the ESG and digital audits, and assisting businesses in navigating complex regulating and optimizing the performances, and supporting sustainable growth initiatives such as green finance and renewable energy projects. The India growth story is a testament to resilience, ambition, and opportunity as we work towards becoming a third largest economy with a 5 trillion GDP. As we all know, the Indian government has kept an ambitious target of 30 trillion GDP by 2047. That is towards the end of the Amrita Kal, which is almost 8 times of the present level. We especially amongst us, mid and younger generation, have got a big opportunity, and there is a very exciting journey which is going to happen in all the fields. For example, if you look at it, now government is encouraging or doing lateral entries to the civil services also. So earlier, if you look into it, if you are above 36 years, you cannot enter the civil service. Now that has been removed, even if it is there for this writing the examinations and go. But through the lateral entry, even if you are at 50, 55, you can enter if you are a specialist for a limited period. Say 5 years assignment, 10 years assignment, like that you can get it. So all of us are having opportunity to change even the policies of the government. So this is a very important thing. This is just an example only, but there are changes, and the changes are happening in all the areas. It is not only in the civil service or the bureaucracy, but also you can see the changes in various laws, various other things which is happening. And because of that, total, there is a complete change. Even you might have seen the government has scrapped unwanted laws during the last 2 years, and this is going to continue in the coming years also, which will facilitate to reach out to the 30 trillion economy in the within next 2 to 3 years. And also one more thing is, as per Angus Madison, the Emeritus Professor of University of Groningen, Netherlands, is that India's economy was very strong before 18th century. We were having the almost 25% of the world GDP was generated from India. And over a period only it has declined. At that time, he was telling that 25% of the world GDP was produced by India and 22% by China. So both together, almost 47-48% of the world GDP was generated only by these two countries. So the target what we have set, 30 trillion, is not only a dream, but it can be achieved. And we have to also work towards it, whether we are in India or outside India. So the target set can be achieved, it is within our reach only. And together we can ensure India's growth story inspired the world. Let us contribute not only as a profession, but also as national builders. Thank you all. And I thank FICCI also for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CA Amblavanan, for sharing the India success growth story. Yes, there is a lot of potential. India, the way it is growing, will achieve the milestone of 30 trillion in 2047. May I request CA Rohit Daima, Vice Chairman of the Abu Dhabi chapter, to come to the stage to honor CA Amblavanan for his address. Thank you once again, Muscat team, for providing us an opportunity. Looking forward to see you all on 22nd and 23rd of February. May I request CA Sangeeta to take over the further proceedings.
Thank you, the chairperson of Abu Dhabi, CA Krishnan. Now, let's do one more raffle. Are you all ready to get prizes? So let's have the wheel spinning and see who is a lucky winner. Here it goes. So who would be the lucky winner? Krishnan? Let's see. Rajesh from Abu Dhabi? So is CA Rajesh here from Abu Dhabi? No, he's not here. Okay, so let's see. The next winner. Anand Gupta. Congratulations, Anand. May I request Asta ji, who is a past chairperson of ICAI Oman chapter, to kindly give the prize to Anand Gupta. Just now, Abu Dhabi chapter. So fortunate for the Abu Dhabi member to get the raffle prize. Congratulations once again, sir. So now let's have one more raffle and see which chapter member is going to win this. So the wheel spinning. And here we have the lucky person, Vivek Kumar. Again Abu Dhabi. Oh. Is Vivek Kumar here? One Gupta is missing. So we don't have Vivek. The next winner is Kavya Narula. Kavya Narula. I don't think Kavya is here. So let's do one more. Heartbeats going up. Maybe one of you can be a lucky winner. This time, yes. It goes to Srivalsan Srinivasan. Here he comes. Lucky person, Srivalsan. May I request Mubin ji, past ICAI Oman chapter, to kindly give away the prize to Srivalsan. Congratulations, Srivalsan. Thank you, everyone. Now, may I request Bahrain chapter to take over the proceedings. Chairperson, CA Vivek Gupta, onto the dais, please.
Good morning, everyone. Just to clarify, I'm not here for the raffle. And with that, a very good morning to everyone again. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow members, all the chapter chairs, past chairs, and all the dignitaries present here. It's truly an honor to stand before you in this esteemed gathering in the first GCC seminar hosted by ICAI Muscat chapter with all the GCC chapters. I am CA Vivek Gupta, chairperson of ICAI Bahrain chapter, and delighted to be the MC of this session. Now, let me start by saying this. Events like these are not just about knowledge sharing, but about building connections. And while chartered accountants are often perceived as people who only work with numbers today, this session is going to prove that we are also architects of legacies. We know how to plan, not just an event, not just financials, but rather entire succession planning with eminent tech strategies and different topics. With that thought in mind, let us shift our focus to today's topic, which is succession planning and tax mitigation through jumbo policies and innovative global H&W insurance solutions. This is not just a technical topic, it is a crucial one. It ensures that the wealth and legacies are helped, built, are preserved, optimized, and passed on seamlessly for generations. To set tone for the insightful discussion, let's begin with an AV presentation that highlights the key aspect of today's topic. And may I request the AV team to play the AV of the first speaker, Mr. David. AV.
David Wali serves as the Chief Partnership Officer at Sun Life Financial in Hong Kong, bringing extensive expertise in high net worth and ultra, high net worth planning and insurance structuring solutions tailored for clients and families across Asia. David holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree with honors in management and a thesis in innovation from Melbourne University. His illustrious career includes pivotal roles as the head of H&W for Asia at AXA and head of international business at Aviva, where he demonstrated exceptional leadership and strategic insight in the financial services industry. We welcome David Wali to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Now it is my privilege to invite CA Kapil Batra, past chairperson of ICAI Bahrain chapter, to kindly escort Mr. David Wali to the stage. We can have a huge round of applause for that. will be presenting a GIY kit, Grow It Yourself kit to Mr. David. CA couple, please. Mr. David, please come. Now with that, we have another eminent speaker in today's interesting session, who is an expert in innovative insurance strategies for wealth planning. For that, in his introduction, may I request the AV team to play the video of another speaker. AV team.
Anand Rajan is a seasoned professional with over 22 years of extensive experience in the life insurance industry, holding leadership roles across sales and operations. Currently, Anand serves as the principal officer for two prestigious initiatives, Gift City and the IRDA and Government of India-backed state insurance plan for Madhya Pradesh. Over the course of his career, he spent 9 years with SBI Life Insurance and 13 years with India First Life Insurance, where he made significant contributions to the growth and success of these organizations. Anand's expertise and dedication to the industry continue to make a significant impact on the evolving landscape of life insurance in India. We welcome Anand Rajan to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Just before I invite you, actually, you will agree with me that in succession planning, past, present, and future is important. So our past chairperson from ICAI Bahrain chapter is here, and presently on the stage. And to escort you, I invite CA Vineet Maru, who is vice chairperson of ICAI Bahrain chapter, to escort Mr. Anand Rajan to the stage. Mr. Vineet. Can I request the stage management team to present a Grow It Yourself kit to Mr. Anand Rajan. Without further ado, let's dwell ourselves into succession planning strategies. Over to you, to the eminent speakers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see everyone here today. Absolutely fantastic. My name is David Varley. I live in Hong Kong, but I am from Australia. And I see a lot of Indian people in the room today, and I wasn't sure you were going to let me in after that cricket series. But we're all friends here today. But if Jasper Bumrah bowled in that last test, maybe a different result. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am passionate about two things. I am passionate about high net worth and ultra high net worth insurance and structuring and helping your business. I'm not here just to educate you and share strategies and what the rest of the world is doing on structuring wealth within insurance. I'm here to give you ideas to build your business and build your revenue. So I'm passionate about insurance, and I'm also passionate about cricket, and we're going to talk about both of them today. And it is a great pleasure, and thank you to the Oman Chamber and the Oman government for having me, and also for the Indian accountants and chartered accountants. It's a great pleasure. Now, I've got one other secret for you. My wife is Indian. My wife is from Mangalore, down south. So any bad will about the cricket, we're all okay. Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, a few facts first. The unexpected does happen. We all think we're going to live to 80, 90, 100. All our clients think they're living to 80, 90, 100. Many of them will not. They need structures in place. They need to plan properly. We need to get things done. Many of our clients are underprepared. Most of the clients around the world are underinsured. There is an opportunity for everyone here. Global Wealth Report, UBS, $83.5 trillion is going to be passing to the next generation. What's the best way to do that? In a most efficient, tax mitigated way, without probate. Life insurance is a great vehicle to do that. Fourthly, there are many new structures, new products, new innovations happening all the time around the world. Products and solutions that are very popular in Asia are barely even known about in the Middle East. That's an opportunity. And many of you will say, I'm an accountant, but many bankers, brokers, trusts, EAMs, accountants, they are working with clients, and you guys need to know about these solutions. And hence why there's a big partnership opportunity. So, insurance. About 5 to 10 years ago, CRS came in, Common Reporting Standards, FATCA. There's no more structures that aren't legit. Insurance is a legal, robust, tax-efficient way to manage and plan your wealth. There's many new solutions. It's great for liquidity planning. So when the life assured passes away, a large lump sum of money goes straight to the beneficiaries without any probate. It's a great way to plan and structure your wealth. Great way for key man cover, employee benefits, many different solutions there. Inheritance tax planning. Some of your clients might have property in the UK. They pass away, there's a 40% inheritance tax on that. There's inheritance taxes growing around the world. Many of your clients are in countries or have assets in countries where the governments are trying to raise taxes. Insurance is a great way to mitigate that. It's very good, as we mentioned, for key man cover, employee benefits, which we're going to talk about. And one other reason, it's a great revenue driver for working with your brokers. So you're working with your clients, you're structuring and doing their accounting, but there's also opportunities to plan the wealth. Now, I've got to take you through some pain, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. In 2023, November, the unexpected happened. Australia beat India in the World Cup final, 50 overs. That game was played 10 more times. India wins that game every time. The unexpected does happen. You look back to the tsunami about 18 years ago. The unexpected does happen. We must have protection and solutions in place. So let's talk business insurance. Key man cover. All your companies that you are looking after, the key man, there is a key man or key person. And if they pass away, there's a huge impact on that company. A huge impact on that company. A key man could be a salesperson, could be the founder, could be the chairman, could be an IT person. Putting in key man protection, putting in liquidity planning solutions can help prevent the loss of profits, can stop the clients going to your competitors, can look after the credibility and the reputation while the firm can rebuild. Having key man protection in place, very, very important. And often in different countries, that can be tax effective as well, using some of the profits of the company to pay for key man cover or employee benefits. So here's a typical example. High net worth global insurer. High net worth global insurer, the company sets up the policy, the key man is the life assured, the beneficiary of the policy is the company. If the life assured passes away, the insurance company pays out without probate, often without tax, directly back to the company, and the company is protected. And then you've got employee benefits. You might have some key people in the company you want to retain. So you could set up key man cover or an insurance multi-currency tax-effective savings plan for retention. So you could say to that employee, You stay at the company for 5 years. After 5 years, we're going to transfer the policy owner from the company to the employee. So you can put structures in place to protect the company, to retain your clients in a very tax-effective, mitigated, fluent way, because again, life insurance is a legal, robust, tax-effective way to plan and structure your wealth. And don't just think about solutions that are here in Oman or in Dubai. There are many solutions from Bermuda insurers, Singapore insurers, Hong Kong insurers. There are solutions out there that are very effective for your clients. So key man cover, employee benefits, putting the right structures in place, good for your clients, and also as a new revenue source for yourself. So looking at this client, so this is Mr. Boland. He runs the company, and Eddie is his main sales guy. Eddie is the key person to that company. He put in some, if he doesn't put in key man protection and Eddie passes away, sales drop, creditor calls in loans, credit issues there, and clients may lose confidence. However, they put in some key man jumbo life insurance. It compensates, so Eddie passed away, the insurance company pays to the company, they get a big lump sum of cash, no probate, therefore they've got that cash to repay the loans, recruit new staff, the company is protected, the founder and owners are protected, and that's good business for everyone. And you're doing the right thing for your company, you're doing the right thing for your clients, and many of your clients don't have these structures in place. And we are in a global world, and you can access international insurance products, multi-currency, US dollar, Aussie dollar, sterling, Canadian dollar, renminbi, anywhere in the world. And the other thing with these products, you can change the policy owner anytime, you can change the life assured, and you can change the beneficiary. Very, very flexible insurance solutions for your clients. Winning and learnings from high net worth insurance. I come back to cricket. Cricket is a great global game played together. Now, if you go back 30 years ago, it was all about test cricket, 5-day test cricket, and that's all we played. Then it was one-dayers, and 2020. The bats changed. Now we're doing reverse shots and scoop shots and everything exciting cricket's going on around the world. The game has changed in cricket, and the game has changed in insurance. There are tax-effective, exciting, attractive savings plans, change the currency, split the policy, key man cover, employee benefits. There are many solutions that are available around the world that you need to speak to your broker about to find out what are the solutions out there now. Just like cricket, the world has changed, it's more innovation, and there's a lot more innovation in insurance as well. Here we look at Shane Warne and Sachin Tendulkar. We all love Shane Warne, we all love Sachin Tendulkar. Two international superstars. Just like insurance, international insurance. You go around the world, there are great solutions around the world to help your clients. You guys are accountants and doing audits, but you're speaking to your clients, you should be asking the question about their protection, their business planning, their key man cover, their employee benefits. Putting in structures in place is the right thing for your clients, and it's the right thing to do. And if you do the right thing, international planning, preparation and getting things right, having the knowledge, great things happen. 2020 World Cup last year, India got the reward. India got the win they deserved through doing the right thing, just like you guys can do the right thing with insurance. Now I have one more key message for you today. It's called the waterfall method. It is a way for high net worth and ultra high net worth clients to protect and plan for their wealth. So in this situation, a client buys a jumbo insurance policy. They pay their premiums, a lump sum premium or regular pay. If they pass away, they get a jumbo death benefit. But also, there's cash value growing in the policy. There's cash value growing in the policy. So as the death benefit grows over time, so maybe it started with 10 million US, over time that grows to 10, 15 plus US. the cash value in the policy grows and grows, and the client can take loans against that policy. They can actually go to their bank and say, my policy has a 80 or 85% guaranteed cash value, and the banks will lend against that policy. So, Warren and Sachin Tendulkar. We all love Shane Warne, we all love Sachin Tendulkar. Two international superstars. Just like insurance, international insurance. You go around the world, there are great solutions around the world to help your clients. You guys are accountants and doing audits, but you're speaking to your clients. You should be asking the question about their protection, their business planning, their key man cover, their employee benefits. Putting in structures in place is the right thing for your clients, and it's the right thing to do. And if you do the right thing, international planning, preparation and getting things right, having the knowledge, great things happen. 2020 World Cup last year, India got the reward. India got the win they deserved through doing the right thing. Just like you guys can do the right thing with insurance. Now I have one more key message for you today. It's called the waterfall method. It is a way for high net worth and ultra high net worth clients to protect and plan for their wealth. So in this situation, a client buys a jumbo insurance policy. They pay their premiums, a lump sum premium or regular pay. If they pass away, they get a jumbo death benefit. But also, there's cash value growing in the policy. There's cash value growing in the policy. So as the death benefit grows over time, so maybe it started with 10 million US, over time that grows to 10, 15 plus US. The cash value in the policy grows and grows, and the client can take loans against that policy. They can actually go to their bank and say, my policy has a 80 or 85% guaranteed cash value, and the banks will lend against that policy. So you can build, by buying jumbo insurance policies, which are bought all around the world, whether it's universal life or index universal life or whole of life, you can build up wealth. You can plan your estate, succession planning, but also it can be used for banking. Your clients can take loans out of this policy. And that's exactly what happened with the Rockefeller family. So they were a very wealthy American family, one of the richest in the world. They bought jumbo insurance for all their family members. And those family members took loans against that policy. And when they passed away, there was a big lump sum that went back into the family trust. So we all know generation after generation after generation, they can often lose all their wealth, generations from 1, 2 to 3. But with jumbo insurance, you're constantly seeing the family trust or the company topped up through jumbo insurance. They can still use some of that money through taking loans out of the policy, but when the life assured passes away, the beneficiary is the family trust or business, and the money goes back in. The family is replenished. Generation after generation is protected. But if you look at the Vanderbilts, they didn't do that, and they squandered that money over time. They went from one of the wealthiest families in the United States until most of the money was gone. So today, ladies and gentlemen, is giving you some ideas about what's going on around the world with bankers, brokers, external asset managers, wealth managers, and with accountants and auditors. It's a great opportunity for yourself. It's a great opportunity for your clients. And there is innovation happening in the global life insurance market all over the world. And I hope that was an interesting presentation to share some of these ideas. So, last slide. Does anyone know who this player is? Rahul Dravid. So 8 years ago, I played at Lords. So I was formerly captain of the Hong Kong Cricket Club. So played at the MCG, played at Lords, and we turned out there, and there was Rahul Dravid. And I thought, this is going to be pretty tough. What was his nickname? The Wall. What was he good at? Defence. Very good. What are we talking about when it comes to insurance? Defence. Putting the right structures in place just in case things happen. Now, we turned up, and we're from Hong Kong. We're not great cricketers. We're pretty good cricketers. And we got your Wall out for 12. I can tell you that. He didn't make 100 against us. We got him out. But the key message is,
defence is your best offence. Rahul Dravid is a superstar. Made runs all around the world against the best attacks. McGrath, Warne, Gillespie, Pollock, Donald, he was amazing. But what do we know him as? The wall. Defence is the best offence. And insurance and putting the right structures in place and accessing the global insurance market is about putting the right defence in place so you can go on the offence. So that was myself and Rahul Dravid 8 years ago when we played cricket against each other 8 years ago. So he didn't get 100, but I'm sure one more time he'll get it next time. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's my part of the presentation, and I'll be here for today and tomorrow. And I want to introduce my friend from India First Life Insurance, Anand, who's going to give you some new ideas also from the Indian local market. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, David, for this insightful presentation on the planning and everything. Actually, you started by reminding us about the pain of losing the India-Australia series, but you ended on a positive note by showing us Rahul Dravid and the soothing personality that he is, and I think India will continue to shine when we have such able leaders with us. So that's how it is. So. Respected dignitaries, guests and members of ICAI, thank you so much for this opportunity to be here in the first GCC seminar on behalf of India First Life Insurance. Thank you so much once again for inviting us and helping us give you some insights on what's happening around the insurance industry and specifically about GIFT City, which is obviously the buzzword in the today's market. So before I kind of jump into GIFT City and talk about GIFT City and this opportunity, let me just give you a brief idea about India First Life Insurance. India First is a joint venture between Bank of Baroda, Union Bank and Warburg Pincus. Warburg Pincus is a private equity firm in the US. I'm sure you all will be aware of it. And when we started our journey back in November of 2009, we basically started off, I'll try to use this mic. Is that okay? Yeah. So when we started off our journey in November of 2009, the objective was to come out with innovative solutions, innovative insurance products and path-breaking technologies which are going to change the face of Indian insurance industry back then. Over a period of years, I'm very proud to tell you that India First Life Insurance introduced a host of new products in the insurance domain, which completely changed the way in which we are selling insurance in the Indian insurance market. We came out with new technologies where we started to digitally onboard the customers, which was not happening at that point in time. Now, definitely, all the insurance companies are doing it. In this journey, in this journey of the last 15 years that we have been in the Indian insurance industry, the government has been continuously telling us that we need to come out with products and services which not only cater to the Indian market, but also look at the NRI segment and the global Indian diaspora in such a way that we offer products and services which will specifically cater to the needs of the Indian diaspora across the world. And there comes in GIFT City. GIFT City is nothing but an acronym for Gujarat International Financial Tech City. It has been established in the state of Gujarat in Gandhinagar. It was established in 2015, and the main objective of the GIFT City establishment was to promote it as a major financial and technological destination in India. GIFT City is an SEZ in India, Special Economic Zone, and we have around 300 special economic zones in India, and most of these economic SEZs are manufacturing SEZs. GIFT City is the first SEZ which is in the banking, financial services and technological services domain. Now, a special economic zone typically gives 4 or 5 major benefits, and one of the major benefits which the SEZ gives is to transact in foreign currency. GIFT City basically helps transactions in more than 12 foreign currencies other than Indian rupees. So that is the first thing. So it becomes very relevant from an NRI perspective and the global Indian community perspective, where you can transact in the in Gift City, via Gift City through US dollars or any other foreign currency. That is the main benefit that comes along with it. When Gift City was being developed, the idea was to provide simplified regulations. Those simplified regulations came in the way of unified regulators. In India, if you know, there are various regulators like Reserve Bank of India, SEBI, PFRDA, etc., etc. While in Gift City, there is a unified regulator which is called IFSCA, International Foreign Financial Service Center Authority. So the government has basically initiated a process where we have promoted ease of doing business through a centralized agency of IFSCA. Now, when we have an ecosystem which basically helps in transacting in foreign currency and gives you a unified regulators process, it becomes very conducive for insurance companies also to operate in this domain, and that is where we came in, and life insurance companies came into the Gift City arena, where we started offering dollar-denominated products to the NRI and the global Indian audience. Typically, we all know we all know that any kind of dollar transactions is a very stable transaction, considering the fact that when we deal in dollar transaction, there is no depreciation or there are no friction costs involved in the transaction. That makes any kind of life insurance product or an investment product being offered through Gift City a very attractive product when compared to any investments that are being made via India in Indian currency. So these are the benefits which are essentially accruing to the Indian community and the Indian diaspora via the Gift City option. Essentially, when we look at life insurance products through Gift City, we are able to engage in a product diversification and product portfolio diversification, because you no longer invest only in a specific market. You are able to invest in India, in Indian equity, as well as the foreign equities via ETFs and other options which are available in the Gift City. There are various tax saving benefits, there are long-term wealth creation, an opportunity to invest in global funds as well. So all in all, in my view, what has happened is that when we started off in September of 2024, in the last 6 months, we have seen a great amount of momentum, a great amount of interest that is being generated amongst the Indian diaspora for investment through Gift City. And we see a lot of opportunities which are there for the NRIs. So this is where we are. I mean, it's just a short presentation on where what we want to kind of promote through Gift City, not only as an India First life insurance, but generally as a life insurance industry in Gift City. David obviously will be here in the next couple of days. We'll be happy to hear from you, take a lot of feedback in terms of what more can we do in Gift City, and we'll be happy to hear from you. So that's about it, a short presentation from India First Life and us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I think the energy is missing. Good afternoon, everyone. That's good. Now, we would like to invite our past chairperson from ICAI Bharan chapter, CA Kapil Batra, and vice chairperson from ICAI Bharan chapter, CA Vineet Maru, to come on stage and escort Mr. David Wadley and Ann Rajan to felicitate them for the wonderful presentation. And with that, I request a huge round of applause. that, I hand over back the control to CA Sangeeta to take us through the rest of the amazing journey which we are going to see today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek ji. Now, may I request the Doha chapter chairperson, CA Kamlesh ji, to take over the next proceedings.
How are you doing, Oman? Good. Rocking? Yeah, we are late for lunch, but I request you to bear with us. We are going to have a very, very enriching session right now. A topic which is very close to my heart, startup. As the chairperson of the first overseas chapter of ICAI, which is the Doha chapter, it is a matter of immense privilege, pleasure, and honor to be a part of this historic and milestone event, the first ever GCC Seminar. I would like to congratulate each one of you who are a part of this seminar. You will obviously in years to come have something to say, yes, I was there on that day. And kudos to the team of Muscat, led by Chairperson CA Gaurav, CA Unmesh, who have done a wonderful job. From overseas chapters, we just pushed them. We knew it would materialize. So we just said to them, "Aap ek kadam to badhao, hum aapke piche hain." Ultimately what happened, we were just behind with the push. They took all the steps and they have delivered such a tremendous conference. I am sure there's lots to come move forward. Moving on with the session. I would like to request my executive team member, CA Rakesh Baheti, to, Rakesh, are you here around? Yeah, to escort panelist Amit Agarwal on stage from Star Agri. Can I also request the AV team to kindly play the AV for Amit?
Amit Agarwal is a dynamic business leader with over 17 years of experience in the agricultural sector. As the whole-time director and CEO of Star Agri, he has played a pivotal role in the company's growth and innovation. A graduate of commerce from University of Rajasthan, Amit has been at the forefront of transforming agribusiness through technology and strategic initiatives. His leadership extends to AgriWise FinServe Limited, where he has contributed significantly since 2016. Amit pioneered the development of AgriBazaar, India's largest agri-tech platform, which connects millions of farmers with streamlined markets. Amit is an alumnus of Harvard Business School's Executive Education Program and is an active member of YPO Mumbai. He also serves as a board member at the Global Pulses Confederation. We welcome Amit Agarwal to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
May I request the executive committee team member from Doha, Manish, to escort Riyad Al-Balushi on stage, please. And may I request the AV team to kindly play the AV for Riyad.
Dr. Riyad Al-Balushi is the CEO of Decree, a pioneering legal tech startup dedicated to making legal knowledge accessible to all through cutting-edge technology. Before founding Decree, Dr. Riyad served for over 16 years as a legal advisor with the government of the Sultanate of Oman, working first at the Ministry of Legal Affairs and later at the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. His expertise spans public international law, intellectual property, and information technology law. Dr. Al-Balushi holds an LLB from Cardiff University, an LLM in information technology law from the University of Southampton, and a PhD in Intellectual Property Law and Human Rights from SOAS, University of London. His vision to merge law and technology aims to empower individuals and transform the legal landscape. We welcome Dr. Riyad Al-Balushi to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Now I request Executive Member Devki Nandan to kindly escort Girish Ramkumar on stage from Bank of Muscat. And I request the AV team to kindly play the AV of Girish.
Girish Ramkumar is the head of FinTech investments at Bank Muscat, where he oversees the bank's strategic investments in regional and global FinTech companies. With extensive experience in public equities, private equity and venture capital, Girish has built a well-rounded career as an investment professional. Before joining Bank Muscat, he worked at prestigious firms such as Goldman Sachs and Infosys, honing his expertise in the financial sector. Girish is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore and Osmania University, Hyderabad, where he laid the foundation for his successful career. His leadership in fintech investments continues to shape Bank Muscat's approach to the evolving financial technology landscape, making significant contributions to the sector. We welcome Girish Ramkumar to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
And now I request our Vice Chairperson, CA Kishore Alex, to escort Anna from Zoho Health onto the dais.
Anna Vanessa is an award-winning entrepreneur, investor and thought leader with over 17 years of experience in entrepreneurship, technology and leadership. She is the founder of the New Savvy, Asia's leading financial literacy platform for women, reaching over 80,000 subscribers across 5 countries. Anna is also the CEO and founder of Zora Health, Asia's premier fertility and family health platform, providing comprehensive reproductive and lifestyle care services across 16 countries. Her career spans various industries including technology, banking, finance and retail, with a focus on digital innovation, M&A deals, and scaling businesses. Anna is also a seasoned communicator, having hosted TV documentaries and podcasts and spoken at numerous global conferences. Anna has received prestigious accolades such as the ASEAN Rice Bowl Startup Awards Founder of the Year. We welcome Anna to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Now I request our Doha members, CA Santosh and CA Krunal, to kindly escort our moderator for the day, CA Vinay Bansal, onto the stage, please.
CA Vinay Bansal, distinguished business leader with over 24 years of global experience across Fortune 50 companies, startups, and investment ventures. Known as a turnaround specialist, he has significantly contributed to value creation for portfolio companies. Vinay has served in key leadership positions, including CFO and CIO, showcasing his entrepreneurial acumen in high-pressure environments. His international career spans the US, UK, Singapore, Thailand, and China, with his most recent role as Chief Financial Officer for Supply Chain Company, managing operations worth $1.3 billion. He has invested in over 100 startups and led more than 25 successful exits, demonstrating his commitment to fostering innovation and entrepreneurial growth. We welcome CA Vinay Bansal to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
A loud round of applause for all our panelists and moderator. And with this, I hand over to Vinay to conduct the sessions further. Thank you. Mike, please.
Hello. Thank you. All right, I have a tough job. This is my first trip to Oman. So thank you everyone for having us here. And I'm very excited to talk to Anna, Girish, Amit and others on this platform as well. I had a chance to meet all of them briefly as well and know a little bit more about all of you. So thank you for being here. So maybe, I'll ask one common question to everybody, which is, while your introductions have been done, as to what do you do in your businesses and why did you really want to do what you do today? Maybe I'll start with you, Anna, and then over to Girish.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I flew from Singapore, and it's very excited to be here. To answer quickly, I started my career in banking. So I was a banker, investment banker, and then private banker for about 8 years before starting my first startup in fintech. So we were a financial platform for women with 100,000 subscribers. And before I started Zora Health, I started an investment company. So we invested into companies. We were investor operator, scaled the. So what we did was we buy restaurants. We own about 30 outlets globally, and scaled them up. And what happened in 2022 was we closed our fundraising. So we raised 50 million. And I was hospitalized. So I was hospitalized and had 5 surgeries. So then I decided to step down, to take a break. And I thought to myself, okay, now that I'm taking a break, what do I want to do for my next venture? So I decided to focus on health technology, which is what Zora Health is. Mainly because, throughout my life, I had a lot of health issues. But one of the most defining things that happened in my life was when my mom had breast cancer. And it was really traumatic because, I was very young. We didn't really have money, and we didn't know whether she will survive, her breast cancer. And I think, I'm not sure what is the hospital system here or the doctor, medical system. But for me, it was really confusing. You can't really find information online. You don't know what to trust. And I wanted to really change that. That's why I decided to start Zora Health.
Thank you, Anna. Girish, we go over to you.
Thanks, Vinay. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Girish. I lead fintech investing for Bank Muscat. And just to answer Vinay's question, I think it's an exciting space to be in. And working in an investing role at a bank essentially positions you, at the intersection of operations, executions, as well as investments. And I believe the fintech sector in general has gotten disrupted a lot in the last couple of years and decades, but we are only at the beginning of the journey, and we are yet to witness a lot of change, and I'd love to be a part of this transformation. So this is what keeps me excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Girish.
Thank you, Vinay. Hello, everyone. I'm Amit Agrawal from Star Agri, India. So I started Star Agri 15 years back. And why I started? Because I love agriculture sector. I am originally from Alwar, Rajasthan, and seen agriculture sector, since my childhood. So I love, agri and being in agri, and it's, fulfilling my purpose and, creating wealth also for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit.
So the story of how I ended up doing what I'm doing is that I used to work for something called the Ministry of Legal Affairs as a lawyer. And this is the government entity that gives legal advice to other ministries, but it's also the ministry that publishes the law. And while we were working as lawyers in this ministry, we had a problem accessing the law, which sounds outrageous. Like, we write the laws, we publish them, but we could not really access the laws because the government does not understand properly how search works on the internet, how to create a website. So they would upload everything as scanned PDFs, and you cannot do anything with it. You can't search for the documents. You can't copy and paste. And they only uploaded like a few number of laws. And this was just like maybe 15 years ago. They had a server issue where they did not have a lot of capacity. So they had to delete old laws while they upload new laws. It was just like a mess. So just to do our own job, we had to like find a solution. So we created a Dropbox folder where we uploaded the PDFs, something very basic. And then somehow we end up with the whole catalog of all Omani laws from 1970 onwards, and that became the source we use. Then this became a WordPress website, again, something so basic, but it was open to the public. And gradually, this became the ultimate source that the whole country uses. Hundreds of thousands of people use it every single month. Judges, lawyers, the College of Law and the National University, they link to it from their own website. The United Nations, when they write a report on Oman, they cite our website, not the government. But the funny thing is that this was almost like a civil society initiative, because I was a government employee with my other colleagues, and it had no source of funding, no sustainability mechanism, and like the whole legal system depends on it. If the website goes offline for one day, the whole legal system cannot operate. And we thought it had a huge impact because it was like actually free. Because this as a concept is not something new. There are many companies that provide similar solutions. So we thought how can we keep this sustainable and take it to the next level? And that's when we decided, you know what, maybe we can create a company around this. And the concept is that we give the Arabic for free and monetize the English. So that's the solution we're setting.
Thank you, Riyadh. Maybe I'll start with you, Amit. You are probably the aspiration for all startups. They say every listed company was once a startup in a garage. And now you are at a cusp of going to be listed soon. So, tell us about your early journey. What were the key challenges you faced when you were entering the startup ecosystem in India? And how did you overcome them to reach this stage when you're about to be listed?
So 15 years back when I started our company, so a lot of challenges were there, funding was a challenge, the concept of, VC and all, it was very rare in India that time. And, so we thought if we are passionate, then money will come. And so first 4 years, we started our business focused on customers and, revenues. And just, in 2012, we raised, first round of equity from IDFC Private Equity, $30 million. That was, unheard that time because the A series, directly. So that was we were quite, profitable, since starting. So that is why, we were able to raise. So my learning was in initial stage that just focus on customers. Just focus on revenues, give your, product, better and better so that, the money will come. If you are passionate, then, money will come. That was the first thing. Second challenge was like a talent. Initially when, you are you start your company and in those days, getting talent in a new company when, the revenues are not sure, capital are not sure, then, it was very big challenge. So that we solved through ESOPs. So from day one, we, allocated around 10%, shareholding to our employees. So that solved our, talent problem. And today, we have around 2,500 employees and we have around 1,400 locations across India. And company is super profitable and delivering, return on equity to our investor around 16% year on year. So that gives a lot of, satisfaction. And it happened because your, consistent approach, consistency in our customer satisfaction, consistency in our, employee satisfaction, plus investor satisfaction. In whole journey, we didn't raise, too much money. We raised, just a couple of rounds. First, we raised from IDFC Private Equity. Then we gave them exit to in 2015 through Temasek. And today, if you look at our, shareholding, 73% is, is with the founders and employees, and 27% is with the Temasek. So which is really unheard in this scenario.
Phenomenal, Amit. I'll come back to you later on talent and culture. I think that's an important one. Now, I'll go to you, Girish, next. As you look at fintech investments at Bank Muscat, what are the various emerging trends you are seeing in the fintech industry and any game changers you see in Middle East or otherwise?
Absolutely. I think fintech as a sector has been riding the tailwinds that have been happening in the broader tech space, and that has also led to the the creation of new categories. For example, with the changing consumer behavior around e-commerce and online purchases, there is this entire business model which has emerged around financing for online, essentially buy now, pay later, or embedded lending as we may call. And that has really been a game changer, at least here in the Middle East. We have been fortunate enough to participate in one of the leaders in this segment, in the space. But then this is a category which was not present, where banks were not meaningfully lending to customers, and customers were probably using cash for their small ticket purchases. But this has been a category creator in a sense. The other example that I can see is around the financialization of savings to a lot of extent. I think with a lot of platforms available for customer authentication, eKYC, etc. There are a lot of business models which are making sense today for customers. I think online investment platform is one such thing. So these are the two sectors that I have seen have essentially been a kind of a game changer, not only here in the Middle East, but also in most other parts of the world.
Thank you, Girish. I think you spoke about the legal structures, you talked about eKYC, etc. Maybe with that, I'll come to Riyadh, and I'll maybe pass my mic to you. I think, Riyadh, the question would be, how would you describe the regulatory environment for startups in Oman? And are there any recent regulatory changes that has created opportunities or difficulties in your view?
So the Omani legal system over the past several years has been going through a lot of transformation. And maybe as a foundation, we need to just point out Oman has signed a free trade agreement with the US, which is it's only Oman and Bahrain in the region who have this. And as a result of this free trade agreement, the Omani legal system has been modernized. So for example, when it comes to intellectual property law, it's like state of the art. The protection we have is very contemporary. The processes we have are very modern. There are so many mechanisms to enforce and protect your rights. And even our company law and foreign investment law has become very modern. So now in Oman, you don't need a foreign partner to establish a company. And our company law now has like an SPC, so you don't even need multiple people to have limited liability. So in many ways, Omani legal system has been improving and is doing a lot of things. But there are still a lot of areas that people who are trying to create startups face. So there are certain things that apply to all kinds of businesses, and there are specific things with startups and maybe a focus on technology. When it comes to company law, the Omani legal system is traditional when it comes to the regulations of LLCs and SPCs, so you cannot do ESOPs in Oman. As a startup cannot, because an LLC does not have the power to give different classes of shares, and the labor law in Oman considers any person who owns a share in an LLC to be an employer. So that has tax implications and protections when it comes to labor law. So for all these reasons, this law does not appear to support the new way of doing business. You cannot get VCs on board. And what happens is that people would register a company, say in ADGM, as a holding co, and then establish a subsidiary in Oman. So that's an issue. When it comes to also a major issue in Oman is the labor law, because Omanization, this process of trying to create opportunities for Omanis is very important as a national issue. And the government has a lot of good programs to encourage people to hire Omanis. They have they support the wages, they have quotas. But last year in September, they make a very outrageous decision where they're Omanizing 100% the job of programmers and computer scientists by January 2026. So how can a startup or someone come here to establish a tech company and not be allowed to hire a single foreign programmer? So this has not entered into force, but that's the law at this stage. So when it comes to general laws, company law, labor law, I think they need to reconsider, especially the Omanization aspect of programmers. But then we also have specific things for the tech sector. So for example, the data protection law we have is kind of good. It does not have rules for localization. So you're not, if you have a company here, you don't need to have the data physically located, which is good. But then we have other laws that require this depending on the sector. So for transportation apps, something like Uber, by law, you're required to have the servers physically in Oman, and you need to get a license from the government. And that has been obviously a barrier for companies like Uber to come here. But some people would argue that this is good because we created Omani competitors to Uber that now have been acquired by, like, there's one that was acquired by Yango, the Russian company.
I saw that, yes.
Yes, so that was like a policy thing that enabled Omani companies to start, and then they were acquired. So you can argue that it's good, but then we have the same thing for voice over IP. We have the same thing for encryption, and so I think there needs to be a balance between trying to impose restrictions and allow competition.
That's very interesting perspective, Riyadh. Especially I did not know about the ownership structure and the tax impact. So that's something new for me. Thank you. And I'll come to you next. No conversation is complete without talking health. So Anna, how do you see startups in healthcare contributing to accessibility, particularly in emerging markets like GCC?
So for us, what we focus on are three things: global, localization, and also partnerships. So for global, what we want to do is really to bring healthcare to everyone. For example, for some people, they may not have the infrastructure or they're not in the location. So that's something that we focus on to make sure that it is available to everyone, easily available. Second will be to make sure that it's localized, because whether it's a country like Oman or India or Singapore, all the rules and regulations are very different, and it can be very, very complex to navigate. So also we are very mindful of the cultural and also I will say the regulation in each country. Last, for us, we focus a lot on partnerships, whether partnerships with regulators, government, corporates, and also the providers themselves. I think in a lot of countries, the problem with healthcare is that it's very, very expensive, and it can be very inaccessible to most people. So what we do is we really form partnerships with either governments or corporates to make sure that there is a payer and nobody is left behind.
Thank you, Anna. Maybe we'll come back to Girish. What do you think, Girish, are the most significant hurdles in raising funds for startups? And you could cover both Oman and India. And any advice to the entrepreneurs to overcome this?
Sure. I think in general, capital for early stage companies is always scarce, whichever part of the world you are in. But then I think there are some nuances to different markets here. Oman, and in particular GCC, I would say is quite different from probably India. And having worked in both markets, I believe for founders who are starting in Oman, probably having a pan-GCC perspective is one thing that they could start with from day one, because one, this signals to investors that your growth plans are not just for the country but for the region, and two, because these markets are quite heterogeneous, I think the product relevance is much higher than in other markets. And this can also help you to tap into regional investors and not just within your country. But when I look at India, I think it's a completely different ballgame. In India, I believe you're not really competing for capital against global companies, because you have a lot of funds who are dedicated only for India. And also within the global funds, I think there is a clear allocation either for emerging markets or for India in a way. So I think over there, and again, India is a very, very heterogeneous market, right? So you need to essentially know which category of customers you're going after, and probably try and create a new category where, you're probably best placed to attract capital. So these are my 2 cents, but I believe the founders on my 2 sides are better placed to answer this.
Maybe I'll ask Amit then. Amit, what has been your strategies in fundraising, and any advice on fundraising to the founders?
So fundraising, as I said earlier, so focused on the revenues, profitable growth. That was the, my focus. And, investor keep coming. And you need to choose what kind of investor you require. Sometimes, people, choose just chase valuation. Like 7 years back, founders were chasing valuation. But now, today, I see founders are more mature, and market is more mature, or people are choosing value driven concept and growth strategy. And So my always strategy was like, when I was raising money, second round, so I was, just, chasing Temasek. So Temasek, like, was one of the biggest investor, and my company was that time very, very small. So I realized like, what they want. So they want like, sustainable, environment friendly, profitable growth. So I developed my business, worked very hard, developed business in that, which matches, Temasek thesis. So we raised money from Temasek, and since then, once like, we have a good investor, like the way you are thinking, what kind of investor you want, then you don't require, the next round or, or maybe further round and all, then you can go for a listing. So my strategy was like, what is my thinking? I don't want to be on treadmill, like, every time I'm raising money, A series, then B series, and C series, and D series, so like VCs are telling me, like, some investor companies, founders, you have to raise, now next round in 18 months. That is not which I am something.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
I think that's how Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani built Naukri.
Yes.
He did one round and then IPO.
Yeah.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. And I'll come to you for the next question. What strategies have you used to scale your venture or ventures, as you have done multiple? And how do you then manage risks as an entrepreneur?
So the first one will be, we are always very customer centric. We always ask, and at every stage, we really focus on what the customer wants, and to make sure that we fulfill that and solve their problems for them. I think the second that is very important in my company will be really focusing on data-driven decisions. So I think, when you're a startup founder or even an accountant, you have a lot of things that you can do. The question is, how do you prioritize your resources to the best use of time, right? Because for us, we are venture-backed. I mean, we are about 20 people, but still we are a very small company. So for me, it's very important to make the right decisions, and that decision comes from data. So one of the things that we always wanted to do was to use AI in the way we answer questions, because there's no way a person can know so many different medical conditions. So, and most of the time, people really ask the same question. So that's one of the ways that we work with. We work with, 130 clinics across the world, 16 countries. I can't remember who my partners are. That's the truth, right? A lot of us cannot. So that's how we want to use the information. And I think lastly, as a founder, and as a startup, we don't pay as well as accountants are paid or lawyers. But I think what we focus on is really focusing on our mission, which is to make sure that to make healthcare, to innovate the healthcare space. And I think when we interview people, we want to find the right people to work with us. It's not the degree, or it's not, it's people who actually believe in the mission and really rewarding them fairly. I think that's something that we focus on.
I think you also spoke about people, and maybe I'll end with that later with Amit. But before that, I want to talk about artificial intelligence with you, Riyadh. So Riyadh, any thoughts on the role of artificial intelligence in the legal domain? And where do you think it will go next 5, 7, 10 years?
I think number one, obviously everybody needs to think about and I think everyone is already thinking about how to use AI in their operations. For us, we are like a solution provider for the law firms and in-house legal teams. We do use AI in our transition process, where there are special tools designated just for the translation of laws that we train. But I think for the legal industry specifically, there are two different case uses. One of them is research. How do you use AI to research the vast amount of information? Say you have like a certain case and you have hundreds of thousands of documents. You can use AI to analyze all of them and identify things that are relevant, but also like for generative AI. And I think that's what lawyers are scared of. What happens when AI is so good, it can give you a legal opinion, or it can draft a contract for you. And I think lawyers, they would have to understand that, or be sure that this will not really replace them, because many are scared of this, but it will have to make them efficient. And I think they would have to reconsider the amount of manpower they need, how they charge? Is it by the hour or is it per project? Or how do you structure your payment approach? What happens in the future? I think like all other sectors, the use of AI agents might be something that would affect the legal industry, where you would ask an AI tool to do like intellectual property registration on your behalf, submit filings to the court. But I think we're still like, for the legal industry, there are specific tools that are now being designed, but they're mostly generative AI in my opinion.
Thank you. So I think as I hit the limit of 30 minutes, and before we open up to the audience, Amit, that important question on people and culture. What are the unique cultural factors from both the people perspective, the customer perspective, and what are your learnings on that side that you want to share with this group?
So we learn from Google a lot. So we hire people, more than intelligent from the founders. That is the, philosophy. So the two things we are very focused. We give ownership and flexibility. So ownership in equity, ownership in role, ownership to start something, some project if they want within the company, within the framework of the, our business. And plus also give flexibility. Flexibility to choose team, flexibility to work anywhere, hybrid model, So we are, outcome oriented organization, not like, very somebody has to spend 70 hours or 100 hours, not like that. So we are just, focused on the results. So people enjoy our company, and they don't want to join another company. They just want to, after Star Agri, they just start their own. That's the thing. So from our company, at least 15 to 17 people, they have started their own startups, and they are super successful.
Awesome, thank you. So with that, we are at 1:25. A couple of minutes for the audience. Any questions anybody wants to ask before we close? Yeah, go ahead.
Very much, very wonderful presentation for the startups. Two things I've noted very specifically from one is about being customer centric, which I noted very well said. So one they're not like mics are not lacking my questions. Okay, all right. So one question is about the customer centric, I think, which is very, very important. So just I want to hear it from the founders, like when you call customer centric, because it can be anything, customer ask anything when they want things to be done. So how far, where do you draw a line basically? That's what I want to understand from you. One question is that. Secondly, I want to understand from Amit ji about being a founder and going to the IPO level. Of course, growing a company, one of the biggest challenge to grow the company is not only money, it's also the people, because you can get the money if you don't have the right drivers. It can. So when you manage your equity, the biggest challenge is who to give it, how much to give it, whether you'll end up with something or you could be the minority at one day. So right. So it's a difficult game to look at. So how do you do that? So some thoughts around that will be nice.
Sure.
Thank you.
So maybe Amit, you can answer the second part first, and Anna, then I'll come to you later for customer centricity.
So, it's like, your choice. When I started my company, so we didn't want to give, majority to anyone, and we didn't raise, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. That was the clear-cut strategy. And we said, it's our business. If equity, we will run our business, whether equity come or not. So we will make it large. And it's for us, it's a, 20 years game minimum when we started in 2007. So that was the thought process. So we are like, growing our business without any fear, like we don't have money and all. And, revenue solves a lot of problems. When you have revenues, if you're growing your business, at 15% to 20% year on year, and you're confident that you will give such kind of growth to your business next 20 years. So I think 20% growth year on year for next 20 years is the best strategy. then you can, retain your ownership majority in your business. People will come and invest in your business. They will see that you are a very large company. And in India, from 2012 to 2015, founders were chasing valuations. They were losing majority stakes and everything. And people talk about Zepto, Zomato, that these founders have only 5% stake and their company valuation is 2 lakh crore. But you see how many examples we have, such examples we have. Every year India has 1,000 startups. Success rate is hardly, you can say, 2%, 3%. So, you have to chalk out your strategy, what your heart and mind says. That's the, thing.
Awesome, thank you. Anna, if you want to talk about the customer centricity bit. Anna, you can take this mic.
No, it doesn't. Thank you so much for the question. I agree that there are certain ways that you really cannot serve a customer, but for us, I think as a startup, right, we actually have a lot of requests that we may not currently have the offering, and sometimes we actually go the extra mile to do it. So for example, if I had a patient from Dubai who came to our platform and they asked questions and they said, I want a female Muslim doctor in Malaysia. Do you have one? And we actually went to look for one for the patient. So I think to us, actually this is my favorite question because in the company, I still do the patient calls myself, and we have a 2-page, I will say, manifesto on how we deal with customers. And the first one is always to serve the customer for their best, to really serve the customer, not for our advantage, not for us to earn the most revenue, but to really make sure that we solve their problem. And I think that goes a long way because we have about, I think the last time we did a Net Promoter Score, we score about 92%. So that's one, and that's why the business can really grow because when you have a satisfied customer, they usually refer their friends and family. But there are certain things that, we know that we can't do. And we will just politely tell our customer and refer them to somebody else. Yeah. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We can take one more last question if anybody. Yes, sir.
This question to Vinay Bansal. Global startup ecosystems, the end of the day, everything is not hunky-dory. Do they beat the stock markets in terms of ROI?
I think you've asked a very interesting question. Let me take the example of the recent year, 2024, Indian stock market in terms of Sensex. I think during the whole year, I kept hearing that, Indian stock market is doing well, my portfolio is doing very well, why should I invest in unlisted? People like, they're sitting here. At the end of the day, from 1st of January 24 to 31st of December 2024, Indian stock market returned about 8% end to end, right? On 8%, if you do the math, you will pay about 3% in taxes, left with 5. Out of 5, 3.5% is US dollar to INR depreciation, left with 1.5, and your inflation is 6%. So that's the story of the listed markets. The startups, on the other hand, if chosen well, where you can bring down the mortality rate, you can have on an average more than 30-35% per annum, right? So that is the difference of ROI if you build a good portfolio of 20 plus startups in your kitty. So definitely unlisted startups as an asset class will always outdo public markets in the long horizons to come. That has been the case. In the end, as I told Amit, every listed company was once a startup, right? And you have to look at it that way. And the returns at the early stage are far high. Yeah. With that, I ended up being the guinea pig for answering the last question. But thanks audience for being here. It was a great time and great questions that came from audience as well. Thank you to all of my co-panelists to be here. So with that, we finish the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Vinay, and thank you all the panelists. And just before we let them go, announcement for the members, we have raffles before the lunch break. So please do not rush out for lunch. We'll do a felicitation ceremony one by one. It's a very good memento which you all should have on your wall, so do not miss on that. For that, I would request my vice chair from Doha chapter, Alex, to join me to felicitate all our panelists and moderators, and then we'll have a group photo. And I hand it over to Sangeeta ji for further feedback.
Thank you, Doha chapter. Now we will have a couple of raffle draws. So for that, may I request CA Vinay ji to be on the dais. CA Vinay ji, you are requested to be on the dais to give away the raffle prizes. And I would request Ms. Pankudi, ma'am, to kindly join Vinay ji and to give away details of the prizes. It is by Inflection Point Ventures, 6 months free membership, which is worth rupees 15,000 rupees. So let's have the wheel, please, and we can see who is the lucky winner. Setting up the wheel. So yeah, here it comes. Let's see whose name the wheel stops. Yeah. Gaurav Kapoor. Okay, so now let's go on. Robin Paul in the hall? Outside, okay, so now let's go on. Sorry, Robin, you missed a chance. Chandrasekhar Jairam. Chandrasekhar Jairam in the hall. I think they've gone for lunch. Priya Arora. Is Priya Arora in the hall? I think many are missing with these prizes. Now, move on. SMF Al-Harti. Anup Gupta Guha. Anup Gupta. Congratulations, Anup. He has come all the way from Sohar to attend this event. Congratulations, Anupji. Let's have the wheel. Alina. We have Alina here. Yes, there she comes. Come quickly. Let's have the wheel spinning by the time Alina comes up. Congratulations, Alina. There, Rakesh. Rakesh Jambusaria. Big round of applause to Rakesh ji. Yeah, he's the brother of Jambusaria ji. The next lucky winner, Gladson. Gladson? No, he's not here. Let's have the wheel spinning. This will be the last raffle. Ranjit Shah. Ranjit Shah? No? Okay. This is the last raffle draw before the lunch. Jena Shah. Siddharth Satpati. Anand Vadia, here he comes. Congratulations, Anandji. So with with this, we will break for the lunch, which is 45 minutes, and we are going to assemble back at 2:30. And we are going to have mega raffle immediately after the lunch. So 2:30, please ensure to be inside the hall so that you don't miss out with the mega raffle. And one more update is those who have opted for Jain food, kindly be inside the hall because they are arranging 2 tables exclusively for the Jain food. Thank you and see you post lunch. Enjoy your lunch. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated as we are going to do a raffle draw. The first raffle draw post lunch. And this prize is going to be given or sponsored by Tally. So may I request Atulji to kindly come onto the dais and felicitate the winner. So here we are with a spinning wheel, and let's see who is a lucky winner. Ashish Subedar. A big round of applause to Ashish. Dheere ho, no problem. Congratulations, Ashish. Let's have a big round of applause for Ashish. One more, no? One more? We'll have one more raffle. So let's have the spinning wheel. Thank you, Atulji. Thank you. Nisarg Shah. Do we have Nisarg Shah here? No. Let's go on to the next. Jay Duseja. I'm not sure whether he's here. He's here? Oh, congratulations, Jay. Yeah, I know. 2 from the managing committee, yeah? Jay. Big round of applause to Jay. That's it? Pre-mega. Thank you, Atulji. So here we are with the next raffle draw, which is pre-mega. So let's see who is the lucky winner to get the pre-mega prize. Samsung Tab. Yeah. Mitesh K. Do we have Mitesh K? Mitesh K from Bahrain? Ah, here. Congratulations, Mitesh. Let's have a big round of applause, and may I request the chairperson of ICAI Oman chapter, Gaurav ji, to kindly give away the pre-mega gift. वो बोलना नहीं चाहिए. Thank you. So now may I request the Dubai chapter chairperson Rajesh ji to kindly take over the next proceedings.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. I have been already put on the reverse gear driving because before earning already we have planned succession planning when the earning will come from Siddhartha Bhaiya. It is said that A journey of 1,000 miles starts with first step. And I congratulate CA Gaurav and his team for taking this big first step and making this happen today, the first GCC conference of our all chapters in GCC. Please give big rounds of applause to the Gaurav and his team. Also, thank you to all the chapters who have also actively initiated and supported this particular action. And I am hopeful that this particular initiative will lead to the various conferences in the GCC with bigger participation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to host, to become MC of this session, which is most, according to me, most exciting session of this today's event. I am telling because of the two reasons. One, the speaker of the event and the gentleman is one of my favorite fund manager of the country. You can understand his success from the two figures. Today, when all markets are going down and almost every stock exchange or stock market is in the negative zone, the Siddhartha Bhaiya is sitting, the maximum case, maybe 80% of the case is ready for grabbing the opportunity from the market. So this is, you can say, the kind of sharpness and reading of the market in his team or in his knowledge. Second, if you compare with the performance of the funds, he's managing India's opportunities fund, the compounding rate of the return of last 3 years, compounding, I am telling you, not simple, compounding rate of return from his funds is 36.99%, which is 37%. And if you go further, the 5 years compounding rate of return of his funds is more than 40%. So we are all fortunate for such a sharp financial market leader is among us, and he is going to address us, and which is, I'm sure, will turn all of us more richer and more financial, you can say, that expert. With this, I request the team to please have the recording of the introduction of Siddhartha Bhaiya.
Siddhartha Bhaiya, the visionary leader behind Equitas Investments, is redefining the financial landscape with his sharp insights and distinctive contrarian stock-picking strategies. As the Managing Director and Chief Investment Officer of Equitas Investment Consulting Private Limited, Siddhartha brings over 24 years of unparalleled experience in equity research and fund management. With an unwavering focus on valuations, his latest venture explores opportunities in the dynamic East Asian markets, cementing his reputation as a trailblazer in the world of finance. We welcome Siddhartha Bhaiya to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Thank you very much. Before I invite him on the dais, I would like to also say one of my favorite reasons for is that I personally and strongly believe that every chartered accountant is most suitably skilled to become an entrepreneur. And Siddhartha Bhaiya provides us the inspiring example for all of us. Every CA should, in my opinion, should aim for to become the entrepreneurship. Now I request my colleague, Mr. Jayaprakash, Rishi Chawla, to escort Siddhartha Bhaiya and please bring him on the table. Nice.
my good afternoon, fellow chartered accountants from the Gulf region. I had a very hearty mail, and I'm sure you guys have it. So I hope you guys don't put me to sleep, and I don't put you to sleep. So hopefully we'll have a more engaging session. And I know stock market is something which is very exciting right now. The whole country is in the stock markets. So yeah, I think unlikely that either me or you are asleep. But one thing I want to say, I was reading a book by Andre Agassi, and he talks about his childhood and everything. And one thing I can say is the best thing that ever happened to me was that I did my CA course. And I'm not saying this because trying to please you. I don't do that. And in my 25 years of investing, the best stock pickers, the best fund managers I have seen are mostly chartered accountants. So Rajesh ji, you're right. Not only, nobody can dissect a balance sheet like a chartered accountant can do. So much so that in our team of 10 research analysts, each one of them is a chartered accountant. So that's a criteria. And before I start on my presentation, I also want to tell you we've started a very new initiative where we are hiring CA moms. Right, so we're looking at hiring 8 CA moms. So if you have anyone in Oman or any of the GCC countries, do spread the word. As far as India goes, the criteria is simple. You need to be a chartered accountant, you need to be a mom, and you need to be from a tier 2 or a tier 3 city. The reason is a lot of women who don't find employment opportunities in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So we thought we'll work part-time with them and we will give them an opportunity to this. I have a presentation here, but I don't want to bore you with the presentation. I really don't want to bore you with the presentation. We've heard enough of India growth stories, and we've heard so much about, all the data that you want. You can just ask ChatGPT and it'll give you, it can make a presentation on the topic that you want. Correct? So I won't bore you. I'll just take you through raw facts, and I'll talk things which I have, I learned from my experiences. I was in New Zealand over the last, in the last fortnight of December. And guess what I found? 20% of the tourists were Indian. So definitely we are traveling more. But guess who was working over there? If you've ever been to New Zealand or Australia, you realize everything shuts at 5. It's only the Indians who work till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the night. Right? We interact with a lot of global organizations across the world. First thing हम लोग क्या देखते हैं? वो organization में जाओ और Indian को पकड़ो. काम वही करेगा. आपका काम जो भी है करेगा वही. So what is India's biggest strength? Okay, what is India's biggest strength? Let's not confuse India's biggest strength with the stock markets. We'll come to the stock markets later on. I think but before that is the outcome. The workforce is the outcome. Our biggest thing is our cultural values. We all come from very stable families. I guess very few, the divorce rates in India are one of the lowest in the world. What it does is, for me as a kid, I had a healthy family growing up. No mental issues. We tend to underestimate that so much. People talk about arranged marriages and everything, but that's a very strong cultural point for us. Second, most important, it is the focus on education. Right? Literacy rates in India are very high. Whether it is GCC, globally there are nearly 50,000 chartered accountants who are working outside India. Totally there are 4 lakh chartered accountants. And this is not just for chartered accountants, but doctors, engineers, from Silicon Valley to New York to London, you will find a lot of Indians who are contributing to a lot of global organizations. And what I see is we are moving up ahead. the ladder curve as far as adding value is concerned. So the lower value addition jobs, which earlier used to find, the taxi drivers, this, it's not there. The quality of workforce that we are exporting is very, very high. So what's our biggest strength? Our biggest strength is our capability to provide skilled workforce to the world. That to me is our biggest strength. And it's an outcome of our education system. It's an outcome of our family values. There's so much that goes into it. So that's a real strength. So much so that we send $100 billion back home every single year. That is the amount of money that NRIs send back this. And I've traveled extensively in the region, and I can tell you there's not a single family office in the GCC region which doesn't have an Indian. Very soon, usually they're number 2, number 3, number 4, but very soon they'll be number 1 as well, reporting directly with the families. So we're trustworthy, our work ethics are very strong, and that to me is a big, big strength as far as India is concerned. Let's go to, can we have the first slide, please? Do I have a pointer here? Oh, I have it. So the topic today that I'm talking about is structurally strong, but cyclically weak. Okay? Structurally strong is a country. And, today, 67% of India's population is in the working age group. More than anyone else. More than China. China's population is declining. Right? 67% of India's population is capable of earning. That's a very, very high number for a lot of countries. So what that means is that the dependency on others to provide for you also keeps on going down. So we're going to be contributing to the global GDP, going forward. Hi, ma'am, sorry. Either I'm boring you or you're not interested. So I would request you not to use the mobile. Thank you. So this is the Sensex. How many people out here are invested in the stock markets right now? Okay, I'm not. Okay, so this is the Indian stock markets. The Sensex started at a value of 100 in 1979. Today it is closer to 80,000. It's gone up 800x in the last 45 years. Right? In dollar terms, it's gone up 61 times. That is if you had only invested in Sensex companies. That's the level of how much has it compounded at? It's probably compounded at closer to 15-16%. In INR terms, in dollar terms also, these are the kind of returns that the Sensex has delivered. This is the Nifty, this is the small cap index, mid cap index, right? They've all been phenomenal wealth creators as far as this is concerned. So definitely long term, India will continue to do well. The markets will continue to do well over a long period of time. But then as John Maynard Keynes, who said that in the long run, we are all dead. So yes, long run we will do well, but we need to be this. A lot of times where I come, I hear, not now, maybe not in the past 3-4 years, but before that, everyone was always skeptical about, the rupee, depreciating rupee. Now again, the concerns have started in the last 2-3 months, but before that, nobody was worried of this. But historically, the INR has depreciated by close to 3%. Long-term depreciation rate for the INR. Do we really think that we being Indians and S&P has delivered something like 9-10% returns over that period? Don't we think that we can definitely make 13% dollar returns or 13% INR returns in India by using very commonsensical approach to investing. But as I said, very few have been able to make those kind of returns in India over a longer period of time. This is it. We're one of the fastest growing GDP in the country. We have the fastest growing economy in the country, and we're already the fifth largest economy in the world. And this only keeps on going up. Again, as I said, for the simple reason that 67% of our population is productive. We've already discussed this point. I'll not dwell too much upon it. The NRI diaspora. Are we aware that Indians globally are one of the highest earning ethnic group? In Germany, Indians actually are the highest earning population or the segment. We earn more than what the local Germans do. We would be amongst the top 3 in US, in UK, in so many countries. Coming back to the point where today we are exporting more high-skilled workforce. In fact, the German consulate in India released a video where they said, we are very, very happy with Indians. We go abroad and we don't create a nuisance. When you see an Indian, you feel safe. You know that he's a family guy. He's here to struggle. Most of the countries are welcoming of us. We do not go there and create anarchy. To me, that's a very, very big positive point. And in my travels, I've seen the more we travel now, the more we are welcome. You don't feel that, oh, this is an Indian guy, he's not going to tip you. I think we all know about, I don't want to get too much into politics, but we've had the biggest advantage for us has been our democracy. It's such an understated aspect of our country. We just take it for granted, right? Don't we take our democratic rights for granted? We just think, but look at around us. There are countries falling left, right, and center. Imagine if you were born in any of those countries. What would be the opportunities that would be there for you? Very little, right? So, 1947, when the Britishers left, not many would have given us a chance to survive as a democracy. But today we are, and I think if there are any developing country where democracy is strong, it is in India. Come what may, people keep on questioning whether, which party comes to power, we all have our this. But, at the end of the day, as long as democracy is functioning, we can progress. Also, another point about India is we are very, very moderate in terms of our thought processes, in terms of our religious beliefs. See, every country will have left-wing and right-wing and extremist and, this. But overall, as a country, we're extremely moderate. The democratic this forces us to be moderate in our thought process. When any economy or country veers towards extremism, that is the beginning of the downfall. So to me, that's again a very, very understated fact as far as India is concerned. So going forward, we're going to do well. We've done well since I started my career. When I started my career in 2001, the Sensex was at 2,800. Today it is at 80,000. It has gone up 30x, 25x over that period in 25 years. So all you need to do is, all I needed to do was do my SIPs, and I would have been far better probably with a lot more hair. So coming back to it, yes, the country is going to do well, excellent. Does that mean that you're going to make a lot of money out of stock markets? My answer is no. Okay. Why no? First, I want to take you to 1991, where the Sensex was at 4,200. This was Harshad Mehta, Indian economy had just opened up, and things were amazing. global investors were coming to India. From 1991 to 2001, our economy grew at approximately 5% GDP. What happened to the stock market in 2001? Anyone here remembers where the Sensex was in 2001? Yeah. The number was 2,800. So if you had invested in 1991 at a Sensex level of 4,200, the Sensex 10 years later was at 2,800. Did India do well? Fantastically. Because I passed out in 1991, so I know the 10 years were fantastic. The country kept on growing. But, and if you take out the constituents that were there in 1991, right? The Sensex and Nifty constituents keep on changing. The likes of Infosys and Wipro and HDFC Bank got added to the Sensex somewhere in the mid-90s. And maybe the Shipping Corporation and Bharat Forge got out of the Sensex over that period. If you take the original composition in 1991, you know, the Sensex from 1991 to 2001 lost 90% in adjusted for time value of money. In absolute terms, so it was down nearly 70%. Like for like. So what went wrong? Same thing. Global financial crisis. The Sensex hit 21,000 in the heydays of December 2007. Over the next 1 year, the Sensex crashed to 6,700. It was nearly 70% drop on the Sensex. The small and mid-cap indices corrected by nearly 80%. There are two things which are very common to both the events. At both the times, your market cap to GDP hit 150%. What happened 3-4 months back? Market cap to GDP in India was at 150%. You see the euphoria, right? Everyone around you is invested in the stock markets. Does anyone feel the euphoria in, as far as Indian stock markets enthusiasm is higher today than it was, say, 3 years or 4 years back? Does anyone feel that? Correct? And what have we heard? What have we heard? Buy when everyone is fearful and sell when everyone is greedy. So are people more greedy right now, or rather 3 months back, or are they more fearful? Right now fearful because the markets have corrected. Correct? Everyone was bullish, everyone was greedy, right? So here, as I talked about you, this is what happened. Market cap to GDP, we had a big bull run. 2008 market cap to GDP, and then what happened during global financial crisis. This is the small cap index corrected by 80%. That's when, you know, I learned that what is the meaning of a stock that has fallen 90%. A stock that has fallen 90%, what is the meaning? It's a stock that fell 80% and then halved. So you could have bought a stock at 80% down and you could have still lost half your money. The first, you know, we started getting a little cautious. As I said, let's not confuse the Indian economy with the stock markets. We're all going to, you know, do well over the next 3, 4, 5 years. You know, our salaries, our bonuses are going to increase. If you're a businessman, probably we will see an increase in our profits and revenues. But let's not confuse, you know, the economy and the stock markets are two different things. China's grown for the last 25 years at 8 to 9%, and the stock markets has practically delivered 0% returns over that period. So GDP growth rate in the short run or the long run does not necessarily translate into this, because there's a bigger underlying factor that comes into play, which is valuations. And 6 months back, I first pointed out that valuations in India are very, very exuberant. We started getting cautious. I said, it is ridiculous the kind of valuations that some of the Indian stocks are quoting at. Like 50 to 100 PE multiples had become common. And me being a chartered accountant, you know, for me, I want to buy stocks at less than 10 PE multiple. Right? So apan to sab baniya buddhi hai. But this is the kind of overvaluations that exists even in India today. And what was what was the argument that people were giving by saying, or trying to justify the valuations? The argument that people were saying, oh, India is a growth economy. India is a growth economy. Fine, we are a growth economy, but that does not necessarily mean that you can bid up the valuations to the moon. No, that cannot happen, right? What happened typically? You know, when everybody is making so much money in the stock markets, nobody wants to work. You know, everybody, right from Zomato drivers to everyone in the country, was in options trading, right? Everyone, as far as middle class is concerned, was busy doing their SIPs. I have had companies come and say, we're not getting payment from our suppliers because they're using that funds to apply to IPOs. That's true. I'm not making this up. And everyone thinks that, oh, this is an easy way out, or this is an easy way to make money. No, stock market is not an easy way to make money. Historically, the Indian markets have delivered close to 13 to 14% CAGR. If you're getting anything more than that in the short run, and to me short run is 3 years, 4 years, then you need to reassess, go back and reassess whether these returns are sustainable or not. So, you know, 6 months back, Somaniji, we stopped accepting funds. You talked about our returns. And when we stopped accepting funds, you know, our 10-year CAGR was 35%. Our 5-year return was closer to 50% CAGR. And I said, these returns are not sustainable. So one, I said, we're not taking any more money from clients, so we stopped accepting funds into this, because I said you cannot make, when you're buying stocks at, you know, these kind of valuations, you know, you cannot make money. The chances of you losing money, right? We've learned this through and through, that valuations matter in the, at the end. You know, people were talking about 30-year growth rate for the company. And all of a sudden, the entire landscape has changed in the last 6 to 8 months with Zepto coming in and quick commerce and everything. It's a great company, DMart. But if you paid 100 PE multiple for it, you know, you're already down 30, 40% on the stock. And this is one of the best companies in the country I'm talking about. Imagine what holds for some of the not so well-run companies or businesses which don't have very strong moats. So first, 6 to 7 months back, we got worried about valuations and we stopped accepting funds and we started creating cash. And then what we saw signs of slowdown as far as the Indian economy is concerned. Look, we've had fantastic growth rate, 5 years post-COVID. India's done exceptionally well. Right? So much so that, you know, 2 years back, 3 years back, when I wanted to come to, I used to come to the GCC region, nobody wanted to invest in India. Nobody wanted to touch India. Everybody was gung-ho about US, China, every other market other than India. And 1 year back, the euphoria around India is second only, or is very similar to what I saw during India Shining. So the valuations, again, as I said, so we're seeing signs of cyclical slowdown as far as the country is concerned. Automobile sector has seen slowdown, right? December month was better because of heavy discounting. But otherwise, you know, car sales growth this year has been closer to 1 to 2% for the industry. Banking sector is really struggling as far as deposit growth rate is concerned, because everybody is busy doing their SIPs. Nobody wants to. 7% per year is boring. I want 7% per month. That's the mantra for most people. Correct? Everybody's forgotten their asset allocation plans. Most of you are invested, right? I want to ask you a question. Is your exposure to stock markets, particularly Indian stock markets, today higher than what it was in March 2020 as a proportion of your net worth? Yes? Logically, now forget everything else. Logically, what it should have been? Shouldn't have been higher in March 2020 and lower right now? Isn't it? Buy low, sell high. So first, question that. Second, what is your exposure to small and mid caps? today as compared to what it was in March 2020? Is it higher today to small and mid caps? Right? Go ahead, see, I'm not I'm not judging anyone. I'm just trying to tell you, the small cap index in the last 4 years has rallied 800%. So after an 800% rally, should your exposure go down or should it go up? Yes, it does, right? Because the human brain is wired that way. And even I fight my own brain. मैं खुद की नहीं सुनता हूँ. So, oops, what happened? So we are seeing, as I said, we are seeing signs of slowdown in various sectors. Whether it is banking, banks are struggling for deposit. HDFC Bank, which is the biggest bank in the country, had 1% deposit growth. Axis Bank had this. We are seeing stress as far as the MFI sector is concerned. For nearly 15 years now, we've not had an NPA cycle in India. The last NPA cycle was in 2009. So most people in India have forgotten what a non-performing asset is. Most banks have forgotten. We are beginning to see the first signs of the NPA cycle coming in. Right? Steel, imports from China have gone up significantly. Cement volume growth is tepid, 1 to 2%. Government spending has been down. So we have a newsletter. We'll have a link somewhere down here. It's one of the most read newsletters in the country. We are nearly 25,000 people who are reading this, where we go about stating only the facts, nothing else. There are no opinions in that. So, I'd recommend, and we were the first ones to point out way back in August that we are seeing signs of slowdown. Palm oil imports are down. Companies like Hindustan Lever, Britannia, Dabur are struggling. So we're seeing signs of slowdown, and we are seeing a market where valuations are very expensive. So long run, the markets will do well. Short run, I personally feel that it is better that you go back and reevaluate your asset allocation plans. Think hard. Don't let your emotions take. We're chartered accountants. We go by numbers. I said that, in God we trust, but I need data to back it up. So that's my only this. And it could take a long, long time if you invest at the wrong time. This is the small cap index. If you invested in the small cap index in 2008, 15 years later, your value would have been at the same level. So I talked about 91. I talked about, investing in small caps. It's a very, very, tricky thing to be investing. And I've made my career investing in small caps. And then people are coming and telling me today that, you're wrong and you don't understand small caps. And I said, okay, fine. At this point, I don't. So this is my closing remark as far as this goes. As Buffett says, be fearful when others are greedy, which people were 3 months back, and be greedy when others are fearful. How many of you were greedy in March 2020 and said, this is the greatest time to invest in the stock markets? I was scared. I'll be honest with you. I was scared. But then, as I told you, I don't listen to myself. So I was invested. I didn't sell. So what we'll do is I'll close my this. I hope I didn't put any one of you to sleep. Right? And we'll open the floor to questions. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Siddhartha. By seeing the history of Sensex or NSE, The simple message is if you invest only in Sensex or NSE, your money is going to grow. There is no need of applying any mind. So what do you suggest? Should one pick up the good script or should invest in the index?
I think, thank you, Somaniji. And I think it's a very interesting question. For most people, I would say, don't get into the business of active stock picking. But again, as I said, as chartered accountants, I feel, majority of us have a tremendous ability to analyze financial statements. We understand no course prepares you more thoroughly for the stock markets than CA does. We learn everything. We learn accounting, we learn auditing, we know how to pick a hole in the balance sheet, we learn financial management, right? MBA has one whole this for this. We have only one paper, और उसमें उन लोग कहीं से भी कुछ भी पूछ लेते हैं, right? So my suggestion is, don't listen to anyone. If you can pick stocks on your own today, all the tools are available. You have screener, you have everything. As a CA, again as a CA, I'm saying, if you think you can do it, and if you have had, give yourself, say, 5 years, 7 years, if you're a young chartered accountant. If you can maintain your rationality, pick stocks basis numbers and not emotions, maybe. I've seen chartered accountants in small towns having portfolios of 500 and 1,000 crores. 500 and 1,000 crores, small towns. Every taluka place you go to India, you will have a chartered accountant who will have a minimum of 100 crores of portfolio. I promise you that. I promise you that. I've seen, it is, it's phenomenal the way, chartered accountants sitting in small places are able to, do investing. And I have met a lot of them. I've met a lot of them from Latur to Beat to all other kind of, places. But for majority, my advice is always to put money in Nifty and, Sensex and ETFs.
Hello. So thank you very much for this insightful session and information. My question is particularly two-part question. First one is that, what's your take on the SME segment, NSE emerged and BSC SME segment of the exchange where all of the stock are traded at the very high PE, and what's your exposure on the same? Second question, after this, too much of the, you can say, things are strengthening, like conditions and you can say, for the IPO regulations have been strengthened so many times. So what's your take on the future of this SME segments?
Okay. I'll give you an history or an anecdote. 9 out of 10 companies in India eventually delist. I wouldn't touch, I wouldn't touch any of the SME stocks or this. For the simple reason, I'm not saying, we all hear about Infosys IPO getting devolved and, Infosys then going on to become a multi-bagger and creating a lot of wealth, but that's an exception to the rule. How many people bought Infosys IPO in 1993 and held on to it? So, look, having a public limited company comes with a lot of responsibility. Whenever you sell shares to somebody, you make them your business partner. How many of these companies you think are actually focused on creating wealth for you? How many of these companies think of you as business partners, as co-owners? And how many of the people investing in this think of themselves as co-owners? Majority of them are there for the listing gains. Majority of the promoters know this is a good market, let's raise the money and then let's buy a house. South Bombay is full of people who bought 100 crore flats through IPO money. So I'd be very careful. I don't invest in micro cap companies, and I would advise most people not to, do it. It's beyond your this. You're sitting here, you don't know, what are the intentions of the promoters, and then we know that, only 1 out of 100 companies succeeds in the long run. So what is your probability? I'm sure there are going to be probably few big wealth creators out of that, but if I have to pick a needle from a haystack, my probability is very low. But go back to 2020. You could have thrown darts, picked stocks, and you would have made money. So you want to invest when your probabilities are higher, not smaller, not lower.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Siddhartha, for your
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Insightful presentation and giving us inspiration for making money by learning and using our expertise during the CA. I think you can use the time later on. Is available. Yeah. One thing I would like to add that if you study the present economic cycle in the world economy, most of the successful organizations are dependent on one theme, which is collaboration. Whether Apple, whether Microsoft, whether Walmart, you name any top organization, they are dependent upon the collaboration. They have not tried to develop full chain of expertise in-house. They have collaborated with someone. So taking the lead from there, if you want to be a higher return investment, collaborate with expert and the sharp fund manager like Siddhartha Bhaiya. Your money, his expertise will definitely give you the better return. With this, I invite my Dubai team, CA Jayaprakash, Rishi, Asna and other delegates to come on the dais. And Kavita, Mr. Acharya, if you are there, please come.
I would just like to inform everyone, and I am profusely overjoyed to inform this good news that we are expecting our President and Vice President of ICAI, CA Ranjit ji and Nanda ji, who would be joining us shortly. They are on the flight and would be landing within an hour. So now I would call upon Chairperson of Kuwait Chapter, CA Aditya Dhanuka, to kindly come over and take over with the next proceedings.
Hello everyone, I'm CA Aditya Dhanuka, Chairperson of ICAI Kuwait Chapter. As we all know, this is our first GCC seminar. It's very special to each one of us, all the 6 chapters coming in together. After an insightful session on stock market, what to do, what not to do with our very own Mr. Siddhartha, who's one among us, we have now a fire chat conversation on the topic Performance on the Edge. And the speaker for this will be Ms. Anju Bobby George. I request Vice Chairman of ICAI Kuwait Chapter to please escort Ms. Anju on the stage. Can we have the AV, please?
Dr. Anju Bobby George, a legendary Indian athlete, has redefined excellence in long jump. She created history as the first Indian to win a medal at the World Athletics Championships, claiming bronze in 2003. In 2005, she secured gold at the World Athletics Final and was named Asia's Best Athlete. A two-time Olympian, she holds the national record in long jump, achieved at the 2004 Athens Olympics. Anju's illustrious career includes a bronze at the 2002 Commonwealth Games and gold at the Asian Games, reflecting her consistent global success. Recipient of the Arjuna Award, Rajiv Gandhi, Khel Ratna and Padma Shri, she now serves as Senior Vice President of the Athletics Federation of India, championing sports development. Through her Anju Bobby Sports Foundation, she nurtures young talent, cementing her legacy as a pioneer and icon in Indian athletics. We welcome Dr. Anju Bobby George to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Along with her, we have our very own CA Shilpa Pawani. I would request CA Venkata, Vice Secretary of ICAI Kuwait chapter, to kindly escort her to the stage. Can we have the AV, please?
CA Shilpa Vipul Pawani, a highly accomplished chartered accountant with an impressive 25 years of experience in wealth advisory, ESG in investing, valuations and transaction advisory services. Currently serving as a wealth advisor at Ahli Bank, she expertly manages high net worth clients, specializing in private banking, investment management and strategic financial planning. Shilpa is a dedicated contributor to the ICAI Muscat chapter, where she has served as treasurer and chairperson of the Women Members Empowerment Committee. Her efforts have empowered professionals and entrepreneurs through impactful workshops on financial confidence and leadership. Her passion extends to education, where she has played a pivotal role as convener of the managing committee for ISWK Cambridge International and as chairperson of the Academic and Staff Matters Committee at Indian School, Wadi Kabir for over 15 years. We welcome CA Shilpa Vipul Pawani to this first GCC conference, hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
So the stage is all yours, Shilpa, and looking forward to hear on performance on the edge. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, everyone. What can I say? I'm beyond thrilled to be here. When I say thrilled, I really mean it. It is so rare to have someone great like a world icon in athletics to be here with us, and she's sitting down with us for a fireside chat. So I think that's the best. I'm so happy and so honored today to be here.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Anju, you are not only a champion, but also an embodiment of perseverance and success. So let's go back to your journey and tell us our journey, how it all started. You came from a small town and you reached the pinnacle of success in your field. I would love to hear your story right from the beginning.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank you all for making me here today. I was also an economics student, and after many, many years, I was feeling like I'm sitting in my class. Yeah, so my journey, it was like a long, long journey from a small village, Kerala, to the World Championship podium. I was also like a normal kid when I was young, from a middle class family. My mother, she was very ambitious, but unfortunately, those days, girls, ladies, especially after marriage or before, after college, that's the end of their career. So when I born, she was dreaming a lot about me, And I was a special kid, always running out, fighting with the boys, running with the boys, climbing trees. So she could make out that I am a little different from other girls. She was supporting me from very young age. I started my training at the age of 5, going out in the 4:30 in the morning for training, and every day. It was a hectic schedule, and I was thinking why they are doing to me. Had they adopted me or something like why they are troubling me a lot? Because those days kids, they are playing, they are going around with their parents, but I was always training hard, taking rest, eating well. So that was my schedule. And from my village at the age of, from 8th standard, I moved from my village to a remote village where those days athletics was good. That school was actually great in Kerala State Championship. So I moved to that school. And but still, I was not doing that great. In the sense, I was, first, second in that age group, but not that great. And I was thinking, why I have to do all such things? It's a punishment for me. So, it's like, in the sense, like any kid. So I wanted to just withdraw from there and come back to home, but my mother was very strict. She said, no, you have to be there, you have to do sports. That's your... Then slowly, after, when I was in 10th standard, I started winning national competitions, and my photo was coming everywhere. So, okay, something great is happening. So everybody is recognizing my face and asking, are you Anju? Yeah, something great is happening. So slowly, I started believing in myself, and then I realized my mother was doing something great for me. So it was a slow and steady progress, and in the college, again, I was in that national level, but after going to the national camp, I met my husband. So from there, my chapter changed a lot.
First, I have to say, God bless to your mother. Thanks to her, India has an athlete at the world-class level. So God bless her really for bringing, showing you this. I was always thinking, did you always think long jump was your game, or did you change midway?
Not really. I was an all-rounder. I was doing heptathlon. So actually now science says don't specialize in the early stages. So do many events and later stages, choose your event. So I was slightly doing that without knowing anything. I was a heptathlete, and then changed to triple jump and long jump, then later long jump.
Nice. Is my wife audible? Coming back to your journey with your husband, so like you mentioned, you met him and then he was your coach throughout your journey. Professionally as well, you had him guiding you, but then how did you balance the part of having a coach and then being a wife? How was it? Was it life living on the edge all the time?
Yes, literally, it's a tough task being with husband always, because inside ground he is very strict, do that, do this, and inside home, don't eat that, don't eat this. So he was always strict with me, and I was naughty always. I knew how to tackle all the such things, but I believe after meeting him, my life changed a lot.
Oh, lovely, very nice to know. We all talk about that epic moment when she won the medal for the country and made us all so proud. I would like the AV team to actually make us relive that moment. Can I have the video on the screen, please?
Final of the women's long jump. Those are the first 8 competitors. There's terrific interest here because there is a real chance of a French victory from Eunice Barber, already with the silver medal in the heptathlon. Anju Bobby George, round 5, lying in 4th place at 6:61, not far away from a medal. No Indian has ever won a medal in the World Championships. Anju Bobby George has been in consistent form this year with the best of 674. Hits the board spot on. That looks a good jump. Well, that could just challenge and get her into the medal positions.
Anju, starting to score. It's sitting down, coming to the board.
Waiting for the distance now for Anju Bobby George.
Okay.
And it looks good.
Okay.
How far is it? Has it taken her up into the medal positions? Yes, it has. Up.
Dr. Anju, I would like to know what was going on in your mind in those times. And when the pressure is high, how do you maintain focus and block all these other distractions going around?
When we face the world, that's the ultimate. No, we have to be prepared and we have to be like on the top. But during that competition, that was my first world appearance. After the Asian Games gold, after the Commonwealth medal, and I was facing that world for the first time. So in my first 3 jumps, I was standing in the 5th position, and my 4th jump was the best. I crossed 7 meters.
Oh, wow.
And the first referee raised the white flag. And after 5 minutes, the second referee raised the red flag. And then they said 2 millimeter foul.
Oh, wow.
How with the naked eye they judged that, I don't know. But in the previous jump, they have taken, no, after that jump, this 5th jump, I was literally, like in the sense, not in a great mood because they have taken away my check mark because they already said the French victory. So they were actually focusing on the French girl. So I was jumping above her. So something happened there. I was alone. Nobody was there to help me. Like now in Indian sports, there's a lot of changes. Neeraj Chopra is the Olympic winner, and a lot of like support if we go abroad. But then me and my coach was alone there. Nobody was there to help me. So they did some mischief. They have taken away my check mark. So I was struggling in that jump. That's why I thought it's gone. But I took my all out. So I landed in the bronze position. See, when I am inside the field, I am a good fighter. Whatever happens, I will do my best. So that is actually wherever we go and in our life. So we all need that quality. Fight for your right.
Very beautifully said. We people in the finance profession also face a lot of these high pressure situations. Is there anything that you used in your strategy where you handle these high pressure situations which maybe we could apply in our lives as well?
Yeah, definitely. See, sports and normal life is always similar. See, when we go for a major championship, we calculate everything. We visualize everything before we go for and before we face that challenge. We visualize both sides, good side and bad side, so we are prepared for any challenge. So that is how we tackle all such things happening in our field. So wherever we go, always we are thinking that positive things will happen to us, but sometimes the negative things also will come to us. So we should be prepared. Be calm. Take your time will come. So wait for it.
Great. See, there is something that we always say, champions are born or champions are made. What is your take on that?
Both born and made. I will. Because if you don't have talent, how much ever the others try, you cannot be a champion. If you have talent and if you get some push, definitely you will be on that spot.
On the top. Yes. In the constantly changing world of athletics, how has training changed? How have things changed since you were in the field and today where you are heading the Athletic Association? What difference, what changes do you see?
As I said, when I was an athlete, nothing was available in India. No infrastructure, no money, no support, nothing was there. And now, see, even for gathering any information, no internet, no phone. So it was a big task for us to like be on that. We are always dreaming big, but reaching there, we had no clue, no idea. But now everything is possible. India is developing, though I think he was saying India is little in the wrong side. But we developed a lot in terms of infrastructure, in terms of support, and the world is counting India as one of the superpower now. But when I was in America for 2003, preparing for the World Championship, my fellow athletes asked, from where you are? I said, India. In Africa? So that was the knowledge about India. But now if we go and if we say, I'm from India, oh, India. So that is the change.
With all your successes, you have decided to give back to the society. What inspired you and what are you doing in that? Let the others as well know of all things that you're doing.
See, what I earned in my life, it's not only because of my talent and my sacrifice. Many people actually supported me during my career. And even my parents, my coaches, even the government, everybody supported. So I believe this is my time to give back to my society, and especially girls. Because if we support one girl, that means we are supporting the entire village or entire their family and the entire generation. So I started Anju Sports Foundation in Bangalore, and I am nurturing 16 girls. I bought them at the age of 13, 14. They were nowhere in sports, but now one of my girls, she is world #1 at her age category, and she is a world junior medalist. So this is the way I believe I can support my country and my society.
Now I'd like to do some kind of a rapid fire question answer session with you. Are you ready?
Yes.
What is the first thing do you do when you wake up?
I pray. I drink little water. Not one thing do. I do multiple things.
Okay.
And I will prepare for the day. Just give 1 second for yourself. Think and do.
Oh, lovely. A habit that you swear by for success?
As I said, I always pre-plan things, I visualize things, and I will go for that.
Okay. What is the one thing about you that people don't know?
How can I disclose my secret?
Share something
I
new.
sing a lot, but I am not a singer.
Okay. We would like to hear you sing then. What's the best piece of advice that you've ever received?
Keep your feet on ground wherever you reach.
If you would like to relive one moment from your career, which would it be?
On that podium, Olympic podium. But I still dreaming that moment, but I never got a chance. Same thing happened because the Russian doping issues, and after the first round, I was the first one who qualified for the next round, but unfortunately they called me for the dope test, and the entire night I was sitting there. I don't know for what. I was ready to give my sample, but I was sitting there. But next day when I came back for my second round, my finals, I was down with fever, and I couldn't do well. So I want to go back and do well and be on that podium.
You know what? Your girls are going to take you to that podium. All the best with that.
Thank you.
Okay, this I think you already answered, but I'll still ask it because what's your go-to song or playlist before a big competition?
No, I don't have any specific song.
Yeah, it's very rare to find people who are not music fanatics. So I was like, okay, I found somebody today. What is the one thing you do to calm your nerves before an important event?
I think I already answered for that. See, I always think about that moment and imagine always how it is going to be and visualize that. So, and I always prepare for it. So normally whenever I go for a competition, so minute to minute I write in my book, small book, 1 o'clock I'll be eating, 1:05 or 1:15 I will be like out from the restaurant, 1:25 I'll be in the room and I will be getting ready to 10 minutes or 20 minutes, then coming out, going for the bus. So these type of like small notes I used to write, and so I'll be like, okay, I'm well equipped for the day.
That's amazing. What if things didn't go according to your plan?
So that's what we visualize everything, and even if it's not going on on my side, okay, I will be ready for the next one.
Oh, lovely.
Just leave it like that.
Very nice. What is the one thing you believe that all successful athletes have in common?
See, I guess it's punctuality. So we'll be on time everywhere, even for training, even for anything, we'll be on time. And see, we are ready to actually accept challenges, and we are ready to take any amount of hard work.
Oh, lovely. I mean, without hard work, I'm sure nobody reaches the level at which you have reached. That's true. Robert as a husband or Robert as a coach? Who do you prefer? From the audience.
As a husband. But he's a good coach, I promise. He's a good coach.
An athlete that you admire the most?
I don't believe in worship. I always believe just polish your talents. Don't look up to anybody.
That's a good book again. Which is your favorite travel destination?
Monaco.
I wish you said Oman. So next time maybe you say Oman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Oman is a beautiful country. I hope in this visit you actually get to see some of the beauty that we have to offer here. The final takeaway, one message. If you could give a piece of advice to anyone pursuing in their dreams, whether it's in sport or any other field, what would it be?
The first task is to just find your talent. There will be a lot of push and pull from other side, but believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and always try to achieve that.
Very beautifully said again. Wow, Dr. Anju, that brings us to almost the end of today's talk. I'm forced to stop this talk because of the time pausing, but I would love to continue this conversation forever. I don't know about the rest of you, but I feel like I've been given a front row seat to see the power of perseverance, resilience, and living your truth. So your story has touched us all here today. And I believe, like you said, success comes by working hard, persevering, and knowing what you want to achieve as well, and believing in yourself. So thank you so much for your time. And with this, we come to an end. Oh, yes, of course. Are there any questions coming from the audience?
I can see a hand over there. Well, now I see many hands, but only two will get a chance.
Hi. As a parent to a 3-year-old daughter who's an aspiring space explorer, me and my wife are a firm believer of kind of homeschooling education, and we don't believe in we feel that we'll be able to give her better homeschooling than traditional and formal schooling. So I see that, there are people like you who said, your mother used to push you or, and then on the other side, there are people who say that, we should allow our child to pursue our dreams, pursue their own dreams. So what's your take on that?
No, the thing is that as a parent, the first task to find their talent. If they are good in anything, not only in sports, I'm saying in any talent if they have, so that you should try. Don't just leave that. But after a certain age, then you just allow them to go by themselves. In this younger ages, it's our task to find their talent and just nurture them. But after maybe, as I said, after maybe 14, 15, so they can just choose in whichever way they want to go. So that's what I was trying to say.
Next one, please.
Thank you. It's really encouraging that you are with us today. But I can say that sports, athletics, particularly running, is more difficult than chartered accountancy. You may say something different, but each second that you improve, you are in your area of discomfort. And that is where your success starts. You put yourself so much hardness, breathlessness in those few seconds that you want to try to improve. That's really commendable, and that's what has taken you to this today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you said, we athletes actually, we are always pushing beyond our limits. As an athlete, I got a very bad injury on my takeoff leg at the age of 18, and doctor said, this is the end of your career. But from there, it took 2 years for me to walk back. And then actually I met my husband, and he was the one who pushed me beyond my, like in this limit. And he said, you have all the capacity, you have got all the talent, don't waste your talent. I will help you to overcome this. And then later, just before the World Championship, I realized I am living with a single kidney because my body was actually showing some drastic changes. Then again, the doctors advised me from Germany, don't think any more about sport because you are killing yourself. From there, after 20 days, I was on the podium. There also my husband, he came as a savior. So, see, we athletes from outside, if you see us, we are perfect. But we are overcoming a lot of hurdles and obstacles. So, for us, facing challenges, it's not, it's just everyday thing for us.
Thank you.
Very, very beautifully said. I'm glad he asked that question and we got to know so much more about you as well. It's so incredible to imagine. I cannot even imagine your situation in like 20 days and you're on the podium. Oh my God, amazing.
I have a question. Over here. Can you just elaborate one reason as to why Indian athletes and sportsperson get more medals in Asian Games, Commonwealth Games and World Athletics, but when it comes into Olympics, mostly they settle for silver or for bronze. They don't convert it into a gold. What has been that one factor? Is it because of the pressure, or it's because they become nervous, or they are not able to convert the silver or the bronze into a gold at the final moment? That's what I would like to know from you.
Yeah, as you said, we athletes are very good in Asian level and Commonwealth Games slowly. But world level and World Championship and Olympics in athletics, that's the toughest event in the world. So every country is preparing for that. And unfortunately, I was the first one in 2003 in the World Championship getting a medal. But after that, it took almost 20 years. Neeraj Chopra got the second medal. And now we got a gold from Neeraj. So it is actually, as you said, it's a big task. See, every country, they are way ahead of us. We are slowly catching them. So now we got a world Olympic medal. So athletes started believing in themselves. That mind block, mindset, that was actually, it was in the sense, athletes, even me, I used to believe like only till the Asian Games I can bring a medal. But it was, we need good coaches. We need, yeah, we already have infrastructure on place. But certain things, it's not matching. So the talent, the support, good coach, a lot of things should come together to build a world champion or a Olympic champion. So I guess 36 Olympics what we are looking for. So by then we can get more medals in Olympics, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anju, CA Shilpa. It has been a very insightful session to know your journey from where you started to where you've reached at an international platform with a great repute. So thanks for being here, enlightening us with your experience, motivating many among us over here. Because as you said, you need a balance of both. You need to be born with talent and hard work. So I hope many are motivated. And I will request Kuwait team to please come and join in the felicitation. And would also request the Oman team to join for the group photograph after that. I think they deserve a big round of applause, guys. Come on.
Chapter to kindly come up. Chapter for your great support. Now let's have some raffle draws and give away some prizes. So let's have the spinning wheel. Can we have the wheel spinning? May I request the Vice Chair of ICAI Oman Chapter, CA Mahaveer to kindly come up to give away the prize. well said. Let's have a big round of applause. Congratulations, Jagirji. May I request Pankudi ma'am to kindly come up on the dais as we give away the raffle draws. So let's have the wheel spinning. Abhishek Sharaf. Is Abhishek here in the hall? No. Let's go on. Let's have the wheel spinning. Amit Kumar Kedia. I've seen him in the lunch. Okay, let's have another winner. Juma Ali. Juma Ali. Mohammad Parvez. Mohammad Parvez. No. Let's have Sachin Singhar. No, he's not here. Take another round. Naveen Kumar Kapra. Naveen Kumar. Rahul. Ah, there he comes, Rahul. Congratulations, Rahul. Let's have a big round of applause for Rahul. Next, let's have the next winner. Nitesh Agarwal. Congratulations, Nitesh. Let's have a round of applause for Nitesh. Next. Vishal. Vishal. Okay, next. Vishal. Big round of applause for Vishal. Let's have last. Okay. This is the last. Amit Kumar. Do we have Amit Kumar here? No. Let's have the wheel spinning.
Deora is also not there. Ravi Deora. Let's pull up one more. Gaurav Kakkar. One more. We'll just do one more. Anand Tiwari. Yeah, here we have Anand Tiwari. Congratulations, Anand. May I request now CA Tebi to kindly come up and take the proceedings of the next sessions. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my privilege to be here on behalf of Oman chapter of ICAI. After a very inspiring and engaging session with Dr. Anju Bobby George, let's gear up for yet another exciting session about sustainability on the edge by Mr. Sonam Wangchuk. I request CA Sangeeta, Secretary, Oman chapter of ICAI, to kindly escort our star speaker onto the dais. AB, please. So we have our star speaker being accompanied onto the dais by CA Sangeeta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a loud round of applause for Mr. Sonam Wangchuk.
Sonam Wangchuk, born in Ladakh, India, is a renowned engineer and education reformist. Despite being a mechanical engineer, his work has centered on transforming education and promoting sustainability for over 30 years. In 1988, he founded Students' Educational and Cultural Movement of Ladakh to support Ladakhi youth, later leading Operation New Hope in 1994 to reform government schools. He also established the Alternative School, where students once labeled as failures thrive and achieve global success. Expanding this vision, Wangchuk founded the Himalayan Institute of Alternatives, Ladakh, to address climate and regional challenges. His inventions include solar-heated mud buildings and the ice stupa artificial glacier, which provides spring water to farmers. His innovations in education and sustainability have made him a global icon for climate-resilient development and transformative learning. We welcome Sonam Wangchuk to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Thank you so much. The stage is all yours, Mr. Wangchuk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Jule, as we greet in Ladakh, Jule and Namaste and good afternoon here in Muscat. I bring you warm greetings from a freezing cold region across the mountains. When I flew from Ladakh, it was minus 15 there, and it was not at all the coldest time. So I'm happy to be in the warmth of people, professionals here from my country and many other countries. So once again, greeting from Ladakh. Thank you. Our worlds are very different. We are out in the very high mountains, and you are in big cities at comfortable heights. We are working more with raw sand and soil and natural intelligence of children Well, you all are working with all kinds of digital resources, but one thing we have in common is trying to solve problems that people have, helping in innovation, helping in serving people with our own skills in whatever context we are. So in Ladakh, across the mountains, we have been facing various challenges and issues, and I thought I'll share with you some of them because many of you may have followed my work. I have been championing for safeguarding of the environment in the high Himalayas, where it is very, very fragile, where much of the fresh water of the planet rests in the so-called third pole of the planet. And people ask me often, why do you take so much pain? Why do you stay hungry for weeks together to try to convince the government and the people about doing something about these sensitive ecosystems? I just tell them that when your house is on fire, you don't ask why you're doing it, what's your agenda, but rather join the people in throwing water at the fire. Similarly, I see that my home is on fire and we have to do whatever it takes. My home, my planet is on fire with all kinds of calamities that are striking and that will strike in higher frequencies if we do not act in time. And therefore, I've been spreading this message from the high Himalayas, direct first-person experience of what's happening due to climate change, environmental issues, which we face in higher intensity in the Himalayas than in most of the planet. People say that when there is a degree rise in the temperature in cities and plains, the mountains go through 3 times more severe changes. So I thought I should bring home to people around the world the gravity of the situation and how we all need to work together to make it better for this planet. Now, when it comes to a place so different from the rest of the earth as Ladakh, at this height, pictures speak better than words alone. Excuse me, sir. Okay. Although when I landed in Oman, it felt very much like home, the way it is very dry, desert-like ecosystem, just that the difference is that this is at sea level and we happen to be 4 kilometers high in the sky, and it makes a lot of difference when you are high and dry. Yeah? So, let me show you through a picture story of what I mean and what we are trying to do and what we hope people on this planet to start doing. Ladakh, as I said, is there some problem here? Here, in the Himalayas or across the Himalayas, top north of, yeah? This is not working? Sometimes it's okay. Okay then. Right. So let me take you through where I come from. Ladakh region is in the top north of India. People think it's in the Himalayas, but it's actually across the Himalayas. And there's a world of difference between in the Himalayas and across the Himalayas, because Himalayas are lush green. You think of Kashmir, you think of Manali, Himachal Pradesh, Mussoorie, Uttarakhand, and so on, when you think of Himalayas. But once you cross the mighty Himalayas, in the trans-Himalayas, it's a very different world from the Himalayas. And that's why when I open my windows in the morning, I see more Mars-like scenery than planet Earth. This, by the way, is planet Mars, not Ladakh, not what I see outside my windows. But just to give you something to compare, this is Ladakh, 3 kilometers high up in the mountains, in the sky, and a desert, a cold, high desert, where it starts behaving like outer space. You can see the temperature fluctuations, plus 35 to minus 35 in the winters. That's what we hear of space. This is one place on Earth where you could have sunstroke and frostbite at the same time if you happen to have your head in the sun and feet in the shade in winter. So that's what Ladakh is like. In terms of challenges and problems, I would say it's the capital of challenges. So when you complain about problems and shortages in your life, in the big cities, I think you should have a relook. We don't only have shortage of water, as you can see, which perhaps you have here also. You have shortage of air also. Oxygen is at 60% in most places. And then it is followed by flash floods and droughts. Droughts because there's very little water anyway. And now we have added problems of climate change, global warming, which is taking away our glaciers. And then when they melt so fast that it could be a flash flood. So let's go on. But before going on to these challenges, let me tell you what I'm proud about my ancestors. That green patch is what makes Ladakh very different. That oasis of greenery is a Ladakhi village. And while at this height and with this little precipitation, this place should be declared uninhabitable. And if we had a panel of scientists visiting here, they would certify it is uninhabitable. But luckily, when our ancestors came here many thousands years ago, they didn't meet any such group of scientists and decided to stay put and made all the difference. This is one place where human beings have enriched nature. As you can see, there is afforestation. And of course, deforestation is not an option when you are looking at this scenario. They came here, my ancestors, and saw that it is very cold, no water from the skies, hardly 100 millimeters, which is 4 inches in a year. And the time for crops is so short that nothing would grow. But they were very creative, very innovative. They came armed with a crop that has the shortest duration to mature, and that was barley. Barley has a very short period, and during this short summer, it would mature. Now, to water such crops, they looked beyond skies. They went looking for up in the mountains where you find water, not from today, but rather water from hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. These are called glaciers. And glaciers are a snowfall from years, maybe hundreds of years. Every year it snows part of it melts, but the next winter there's another snowfall, part of it melts, and another. It accumulates and becomes very deep, sometimes hundreds of meters or even kilometers. That is the source of water in these villages. As they trickle in the springtime, people have carved canals, carving the rocks, and then brought water, trickles of it, to dry patches of desert, and then magic happens. We have today crops like barley, wheat, peas, potatoes, fruits like apples, apricots, plums, peaches, grapes, pears, and so on, in huge sizes, and alpine vegetables of all kinds, cauliflowers, broccoli, some of them world's largest, grow here. So that's what happens when people decide to take on the challenges head on rather than running from them. Despite all these challenges, what I wanted to share with you is that people did not only survive, but a colorful civilization thrived with its own language, literature, music, dance, spirituality. So this is what I have always felt proud. Despite all adversities, people have made it perhaps better than many places that are blessed with so much resources. But now we have new challenges that are challenging, attacking our water reserves. Glaciers are melting due to climate. Now, we have very little contribution in the causes of it, but we are very much there as the frontier of the impact of climate change. We happen to be the first victims of this. So I thought I should bring you home firsthand what actually is happening, so that next time you hear about such impacts, you know that you have met someone who shared first-hand accounts, because otherwise television shows often become entertainment and we don't seriously think of how we could contribute to resolve the situation. Let me show you the place that I'm talking about. This is Ladakh and the high Himalayas, which is often called the third pole of the planet. After the North Pole and the South Pole, this is the biggest reservoir of frozen fresh water on the planet, which feeds roughly 2 billion people, 1/4 of the population of the planet, entire North India, neighboring Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, north of the plateau. All these rivers that you hear of, Ganga, Yamuna, Brahmaputra, Sindhu, all of them are sourced here. And just one casual photograph that I took while flying out from Ladakh, you can see roughly 10 glaciers in this. What you see, those white flows are glaciers. Roughly 50,000 of them are found here. And that's what melts slowly and gives our rivers life, even when there's no precipitation from the skies. It's like a bank. Talking to chartered accountants, I thought I should use some accounting terms. So this is a great reserve. You remember I said every year there's a fresh snowfall and there's some melt, which is like your expenditure, and there's some income, which is like the fresh snowfall. If your income is higher than the expenditure, if there's more snowfall than the snow melt during the summer, then the glacier grows. And actually this is accounting. This is called mass balance in glaciology. So your reserve grows when your snowfall is higher than snow melt, income is higher than expenditure. Every year there is a layer that falls, maybe 10 feet, then 5 melt away during the summer, 5 remain. Next time there's another 10 feet, 5 melt, 5 remain. So it's growing. But nowadays, this account is reversing. We are going towards bankruptcy, in your language. The expenditure is much more than the income. The snowfall is lesser and lesser every year, but the snow melt, the glacial melt is higher and higher each year. So the previous reserves that you have are being eaten away. And you would know what happens to a company that does that, eating into its corpus reserve. It's going towards bankruptcy. Let me show you how. Let me show you what happens to one of those glaciers that you saw in the picture. Glacier, first of all, is a flowing river, not of water, but of ice. Flowing ice. It doesn't flow like water. Water flows very fast on gradients like this. Rivers would flow at several meters per second in this. But glaciers flow only few centimeters a day. But it's flowing. And that's how the new snowfall, along with the old ones, are moving slowly down. And as it comes down to lower altitudes and the heat of the sun, it melts. There's always some expenditure, but income has been higher than expenditure. So they've been growing for thousands of years. Right now, the account balance is adverse and it's depleting. And when it depletes, let me show you what happens. At the snout, it's called, the mouth of the glacier that you saw in, wait. How do I go? I pressed the wrong button, sorry. Yes. So at this end of the glacier, the snout of the glacier, when temperatures are rising higher and higher, this is what happens. A huge torrent comes out of it. All that mass of water, frozen, is melting, coming down. And it is caused much by global warming, which raises the temperature. But apart from temperature, direct sunlight melts ice also. But sunlight, luckily and normally, is reflected by the white glaciers. So it's normally not very harmful. But now what's happening is, apart from the global warming, which is one big reason, the regional or local human activities are also helping the glacier melt very fast. So whether it is people living in Ladakh, who are a handful, impact will be very small, or along the Himalayas, in the foothills and the plains, like Kashmir or Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, big cities there, all the way to Assam, the human activities and industrialization there means a lot of black carbon is being released from the automobiles, from the factories, trucks, and house heating and cooking, burning whatever materials you burn, wood or fossil fuels or oil. Every time there is some black carbon, especially from automobiles and also from raw combustion. When it is not efficient, there is smoke, black carbon. All that black carbon goes with the winds and settles on the glaciers. You can see the glaciers are turning dark, and dark surfaces absorb the sun and therefore heats more. So apart from temperature, direct sunlight now affects the glaciers more because their colors are turning black. This is a recent research People used to think it was only global, maybe in New York, London, Paris. We can't do much, so blame them. But now, regional activities are also found to be a reason. So this is what happens when it melts in summer. Now that will cause a flash flood. And it is more than a flood. A flash flood is a very quick, forceful flow of water with silt and sand and boulders that washes away entire valleys. It's not like flood that rises slowly and inundates. Let me show you one such account firsthand that I saw. That's how the thick dirt, mud flow hits a village. In 2006, the valley next to our school was hit by a big flash flood, and lots of houses, fields, animals were all washed away in this village. We all went to help them, to volunteer with my students. And while helping remove their belongings from, drowned, broken houses, I was curious to find out how big is this problem. And therefore, I looked for somebody very experienced or elderly, found someone in his 80s, and went to him and asked, "Sir, how often do you have such calamities? When was the last such flash flood that struck your village?" And the old man said, "I don't remember any. I've never seen in my life. I've only heard stories from elders when I was a child. This doesn't happen often at all." That was 2006. The next flash flood struck the city of Leh, the capital, and a quarter of the city was washed away. Roughly 1,000 people have been missing since then. In other words, dead. Many, many houses, properties, and so on were washed away. That was just 4 years after the old man said he had never seen one. The next one was 2013. Next one was 2017. And there were many small ones in between. So this is how frequent it is becoming for people high up in the mountains who have no role almost in what's happening to the planet, and yet they have to bear the brunt. So I wanted to bring you home this first-hand account of how it is affecting people. And very soon it will start affecting in different ways most people around the world. We can already hear about forest fires and typhoons and rising sea levels. So we don't have to wait till it is beyond control. And that's why we wanted to help people see the Himalayas as an alarm bell. Now, we don't contribute much, but we don't want to be part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution in these mountains. However small we can do, we want to do. So for the last 3 decades, we have been trying to educate our young people in living harmonious life with nature, and the grown-ups to live in harmony and balance with nature. So in the 1990s, we set up this interesting school that was originally to address the problems of the educational system in the very high mountains, but alongside being a school where those who have failed in the educational system would get a second chance, and that's why this school is often called the school where the admission criteria is not marks or grades, but failure in the system. Yeah? If you have failed, you're very welcome. If you have failed many times, there's a red carpet, and if you have not, you could be on the waiting list, but not straight admission. So at this school, I'm not going into that this time, but at this school, we try, together with the children, to find solutions to problems of the region and problems of the planet. In the 90s, we built the whole school using natural materials like soil, mud, which everybody has right under their feet, abundant. And in a cold place like Ladakh, where heating is crucial, you could die if you have no heating in the house, that heating can be done with the sun. Again, a resource that is abundant right over our head, just like earth right below our feet. And when human beings use their ingenuity to bring these together, magic can happen. So this was a campus in the 90s which was zero energy, carbon neutral, off-grid, when these terms were not even coined. It was fully heated by the sun, nothing else. For electricity, it was powered by photovoltaics, which was very new back then, and building material, natural materials like earth, and a school where children learn the way nature teaches through experience, through doing rather than listening or reading, but experiential learning, where they run the school like a little country to understand what management is, what governance is, what leadership is. They actually run the school like a little country. It has a little government, a little parliament, and a short tenure of 2 months, during which the children have to actually manage the school. Grown-ups are behind the scene for help when needed, but it's the students who have to run. So a freshly elected government is making their goals setting for the next 2 months. They execute during the 2 months and then finally present in the parliament about their learnings, about their failures as much as about their success. So that's the idea of how we try to learn. Thank you. Thank you. But at the same time, be ready for the real world to solve problems. Yes, the new government takes care of all parts of the little country, whether it is animal husbandry with cows for dairy and horses for horse riding, or energy from the sun for electricity, for heating, and that is for cooking, where mirrors reflect it to a focus under the pot and it cooks for 100 people, or organic gardening, where you grow vegetables. Down below you see in winter inside greenhouses when it is polar climate outside, or solar energy. Alongside taking care of these, they learn and relate it to the subjects in their classrooms. For example, the girls farming have to sell their products. Again, I'm talking to accounts experts, so I would say they sell their vegetables at a selling price to the campus kitchen, and then they have to work backwards to find the cost price of their product, and that way they practically learn that profit is equal to selling price minus cost price, rather than just memorizing it as some formula in some textbook. So practically learning. Similarly, the students taking care of cows record the productivity of the cows every day, morning, evening, and then at the end of their tenure, 2 months, they prepare graphs, bar charts, pie charts about how the productivity graph went with changing seasons, with maybe health issues of the cows, the fodder availability, and relate it to real life. So that's how we try to learn from real world into the textbooks and class work. At this school, almost everything happens with natural sources and resources. Like almost everything happens here with solar energy, sun, from cooking, as I mentioned, to greenhouses for fresh vegetables in snowy winters, to natural lighting, to natural electricity, back in the 90s when these were not at all common. Water heating, water pumping, even the cows at this school live in solar heated cow sheds. Yeah? Now, working on these challenges of the real world, where it's minus 20 outdoors in the winters, using your science lessons to create houses that stay at plus 18 when it is minus 20 outside. Yeah? Using nothing but sunlight and your chapter on heat from 9th grade, which talks about conduction, convection, radiation. So using those principles of convection, you try to capture the heat of the sun through the glazed or transparent covering on the south side of the building, and that goes into the building, and you store the heat in the walls of the building, and that way at night when it is minus 20, the building stays at plus 18, which is what most of the world does, but they do that at great expense and damage to nature as you burn fossil fuels or wood and coal and so on. So with this, there is no pollution, no emission, no power needed, no power bills. It's all very clean, natural. Apply a little high school geography to the physics or science, and you would know where the sun is in the winter and in summer. And if you build according to that, knowing what your geography lessons teach, then these buildings are also very interestingly the coolest in summer, apart from being the warmest in winter. Many people ask, oh, it's so warm, what happens in the summer? Well, in summer, these buildings are the coolest you can find around, and in winter, it is the warmest. Now, we try at this school to groom entrepreneurs, to make entrepreneurship as a medium to reach out to other needy people, the products that we develop here, whether it is solar heated buildings or ways of growing trees and frugal water conserving techniques of agriculture. Our students form companies that take it to users. So students would use, through such companies, build for other users also with soil, as I said, very clean, no embedded energy, no pollution, and earth buildings, although they have acquired a kind of stigma that they are backwardly primitive and so on, they actually can be very elegant, very aesthetically beautiful. Earth buildings today in many parts of the world are the finest, highest luxury and costs way more than the most expensive houses. Yeah? In Los Angeles and many European countries, it's seen as the most desirable material when you add skills to this natural material. So these students become entrepreneurs to take this solution to the people who need it. With a school, it was limited what you could do to change the world outside. So therefore, we are now in the process of establishing an alternative university, an upscaling of the school, where young people in their 20s can learn hands-on and work on projects that actually changes things in the world. First, starting with the desert where the university is coming up. This campus is on this desert, and our vision is to reach that, a green campus using natural resources. In some 10 years, we are halfway. This is a picture from the very beginning. Anyway, I'll not go into that so much, but through this alternative university, we are now taking our solutions to our friends in the Indian Army, for example. Ladakh is one place where 3 big armies meet. The Indian Army, the Chinese Army, and the Pakistani Army. And it's in polar conditions. You can imagine the amount of emissions coming out of this and the black carbon, the pollution coming out of this, more than 200,000 soldiers from these 3 countries are placed in the heights of the mountains that are so cold. For us who belong to Ladakh, it's easier because we are in the cities and villages which are lower altitude. But think of our Jawans in the army. They are at -30, -40, much severe, places. And they come from tropical parts like Tamil Nadu or central India where it's +50, they have to go to -30, -40. So we have been now collaborating and taking to them this kind of techniques, which then results in shelters for the Indian Army at 15,000 feet where nothing more than sun is used. So it rids them of the dependence on fossil fuels. These are all fully solar heated, which means that there's no indoor air quality problems, no accidental fire issues. Let me tell you, more soldiers from all the 3 armies die of accidental fires than enemy fires. When you heat with combustible materials, fire accidents are very common. Secondly, it makes our army self-reliant rather than burning oil from the Middle East, which is an expense on the national treasury. Secondly, you could be frozen to death. You don't need to shoot. You can just cut the supply lines of fuel in winter and you could be frozen to death. So using sun, you become autonomous. There's nothing that you have to depend on. Now we are also trying to send this technology across the borders to the Chinese side and the Pakistani side because emission doesn't know boundaries, pollution doesn't know boundaries. In any case, they are also sons of mothers on the other side. So out of compassion, out of environmental concerns, we want all the armies to adopt such techniques. If possible, withdraw. If not, live in a harmonious way with nature in this very fragile region. So I often go and work and meet our soldiers in the army. This is at bang on Chinese border, where it's very, very, very cold in the winters. And now, similarly, other challenges. So this was the challenge of very harsh winters in Ladakh. Similarly, another challenge that I told you at the beginning is of water. Our glaciers are melting away very fast, and that questions our survival up in the mountains. Without our glaciers, there's no life. We'll become very soon climate refugees. Already few villages are starting to become, and we are trying to revive using what we call artificial glaciers, man-made glaciers. Few years ago, we started saying, if our natural glaciers are melting, can we refreeze the flow in the streams in winter and keep it till springtime, till summer? And thereby we'll have a balance, a reserve in the form of ice. Can we create this balance that I talked about, the accounting balance of a mass balance of ice, artificially? So what happens is Ladakhi villages are almost always in this pattern. There is a stream, a small stream, that comes from the high glaciers and goes into the Indus River, finally goes into Arabian Sea. But along these streams, not along the Indus River, along these streams you have villages. And these streams feed all the barley crops and so on in summer. The problem is that in springtime there is very little water in these streams because spring is spring in the village. At the glaciers it's still winter, so they don't melt. So there's shortage of water in springtime when all the plants need water after the long winter slumber. They wake up asking for water, and there is hardly a trickle. Then come June, July, and in the heat of summer, there's so much water that there's excess, floods. And this big flow continues into the winter even. And that flow in the winter goes waste because nobody farms. In this climate, you cannot farm in winter when it is -20, so that flow is wasted. So we said, this is what a winter flow looks like. There is a white, shimmering, small flow. We said, why not freeze it? Why not freeze it in winter, in January, and then melt it in spring, which is what normal glaciers do. The problem was, how do you keep ice from January into June? People laughed because all the snow and ice on the ground is gone by March already. So we said, can we use some high school geometry to solve the problem? Because it is sun that melts the ice. You could use also shading devices, like an imaginary umbrella, and the ice will not melt, but that won't be practical. So you could use non-material, come out of the box of material shading, which we pondered for many months or a year. Then we came to high school geometry, like the chapter on heat. Here, it was the principle in geometry, you might remember, that certain shapes have low surface area for the given volume, if you remember. Shapes like sphere, a ball, or a hemisphere, more stable, or a cone has low surface area for the given volume. Why am I talking about surface area and volume? Because sun needs surface area to shine and melt, to do its job, but farmers don't care about surface area. They need volume of water. Sun doesn't care about volume. Farmers don't care about surface area. But if we come to a shape that has low surface area, then sun might not be able to melt. So we came to the conclusion that conical or pyramid-like structures of ice would be best to survive the sun of summer. The next question was, like you saw here, it is conical roughly in shape or a pyramidal. How do you lift water tens of stories and make these ice cones? You can't take ice chunks up into the sky. It would be very challenging. Ask the Egyptians how difficult it was to make pyramids. So therefore, we again tried to find solutions from the school textbooks, and it always has answers. This time it was middle school science, which says water always maintains its level. You will see that water is always flat, and this principle masons use to check the level with this pipe. And therefore, if you put a pipe upstream and bring it downstream, the water in the pipe will want to rise to the same level. You have a resource in the mountains called gravity, which you don't in flatlands, therefore need pumps and power. But in the mountains, we neither have pumps, nor the power, nor the money to pay the bills, but we have gravity in abundance. So use the resources that you have, and then you just put a pipe, and that becomes a powerful pump without any moving parts. No power bills, no pollution. And when you bring it down from upstream pipe, it becomes like this. Water gushes. This is 6 stories tall. Without any pumps, the water is gushing out in the air. The air is -20. Why are we doing that? Firstly, to take water to 6 to 10 stories high without a pump, okay? But what with water lifted that high? Well, when it is sprayed into the -20 air, it loses its heat. And it loses a crucial heat that comes again from 9th grade science. That heat, when a liquid loses, it becomes solid. The heat that keeps a liquid, without which it becomes solid, is called, if you remember, latent heat. because we remember, memorize for the exams and it doesn't bother us anymore. But some of them are very useful in life. So here we are mid-air, robbing it of its latent heat so that it falls as solid ice. And anything falling down, like sand, if you throw, it takes the shape of a cone, if you remember. So naturally, it takes the shape of a cone. And cone is a geometry that has low surface area and high volume. And this was a pilot. We wanted to see whether this hypothesis works, that it lasts longer. We had bets at our school. Some said May, some said April, it will last. And it actually lasted till June, which is what we wanted. There you see 1.5 stories of ice in June. And as it melts, this pilot artificial glaciers, it would give 50,000 liters of water every day, which would be stored in a tank, and using drip irrigation was able to water 5,000 trees that were planted by the farmers to prove the concept. And it had to work for only 2 months, the April-May part. After that, there is flood, so no problems of water. Simple answers can change big situations, big challenges is what I wanted to say. Yes, so these ideas got us a lot of support and recognition. This was the Rolex Award in 2016, which came with ₹1 crore, with which we started the Alternative University as a seed fund through a crowdfunding. But there is a but, and the but is a, big but. The big but is that we are and we cannot be proud of these solutions. These small fixes in the high Himalayas will not save our glaciers. And therefore, I go around the country, around the world to say that the real solution lies in big cities of the world, whether it is New Delhi, Mumbai, Beijing, Muscat, New York, London. It's the lifestyle of the people that has to change. And therefore, a few years ago, on the 150th anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, we launched a movement to change the world, to urge people as an SOS call from the mountains to live simpler lives. It was called I Live Simply, with the message to the people in big cities to please live simply so that we in the mountains may simply live. And it was presented like a fun thing, not a very bleak and gloomy thing. For young people, this message was sent as making pledges for the planet. We still continue to urge the people. Here you see, people can go to this site, ilivesimply.org, and it will give you options that you want to change in your life, like taking stairs instead of elevators, taking bicycles or walking instead of cars, trains instead of aeroplanes. And each of these pledges would be converted into an equivalent dollar amount, an imaginary dollar amount, which shows you how much you are contributing for the planet. So this is how we wanted the young people to associate and change their lifestyles. And similarly, for the leaders of the world and grown-ups of the world, we have been holding padyatras that Mahatma Gandhi showed us the way from Leh to Delhi, Anshan or fast for weeks together. And finally, we say that every individual has to contribute. Companies do their CSR, but it is the personal social responsibility that really finally counts, because yes, until people are aware and are in action, not much can be done. Thank you, and this is not the end. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was indeed eye-opening to listen to the eventualities that Ladakh is going through following increasing human activities. And it was fabulous to learn about experiential learning that the children at his school are going through. Many thanks, sir. May I request CA Gaurav Kapoor, Chairperson, Oman Chapter of ICAI, to felicitate our speaker. I'd like to request all the MC members of Oman chapter to kindly come forward for a group photo. A loud round of applause for the wonderful session that we all witnessed a while ago. Thank you, everyone. We conclude this session and move on to yet another engaging panel discussion about profession on the edge. May I request CA Unmesh Bome, Vice Chair of ICAI Oman chapter and the moderator of this panel discussion, onto the dais. Please welcome CA Unmesh Bome. Let me now call upon the panelists. I'd like to invite CA R. Bhupati, past president of ICAI, escorted by CA Ashish Subedar, CP Subcommittee Lead of Oman Chapter of ICAI. Sorry, sir? Okay, we have a little inconvenience. My apologies. So we have our president and vice president coming here shortly. As we await for them, we join in this panel discussion. May I invite CA Sunil Talati, past president of ICAI, onto the dais, escorted by CA Abhishek Vaishya, IT, PR, Media and Student Affairs Lead of Oman chapter of ICAI. Thank you so much. Over to you, CA Unmesh.
Good evening, everybody. Since considering the paucity of time, I'm sure all of the audience here know CA Bhupati sir, CA Talati sir, so they don't need a introduction, but they do need a big round of applause. A bigger round of applause. And a more big round of applause, please. So, sir, it is my absolute pleasure to have both of you on this panel discussion called Profession on the Edge. The accounting and auditing profession is at a very profound stage where a lot of things are changing and the roles of chartered accountants, the auditors are always in the limelight. So we got you to help us decode this challenge and understand from you the next stage what according to you is going to be for the profession. So without further ado, I would request you to have your opening remarks, but just considering the paucity of time, sir, if you can restrict it to 2 or 3 minutes. Bhupati, sir.
Thank you, Oman chapter. It's a thanks and congratulations. Thanks for inviting us, because the first time we are invited, it is by invitation. Subsequent times, if you are invited, if it is by performance. Therefore, I feel I have performed, and therefore I have been invited. Second is the congratulations. Why the congratulations? Whoever is the person who has coined this, theme for this conference, on the edge, has to be congratulated, and the entire credit goes to him, because as we proceed in life, as we meet challenges in the profession, every year we will be on the edge. Things are developing at such fast pace that unless we keep running as an athlete, we will not be able to keep pace with the developments. That type of strength, energy, wisdom, clarity of thought, and the way of dealing with human beings, the empathy which you should develop for people, as he pointed out, the previous speaker pointed out, live simply for others to simply live. And that is a motto we have to adopt and go forward in life. Thank you very much for inviting me again. And it's a pleasure to be amidst the people of Oman Group, particularly when I had a very small role to play for the initiation of the chapter, along with Davis Kolukurun, who is sitting here, the first meeting which we had for the initiation chapter. It gives me tremendous pleasure to be part of this seminar.
Thank you, sir. So you dreamt of this baby, and you can see how this baby has grown. You've dreamt of this baby Oman chapter,
yes,
and now you can see how the baby has grown.
Yes, that
so
gives
thank you,
me
sir, for having that thought,
satisfaction.
because of which we are all here. Talati, sir, opening remarks.
Well, thank you so much, and good evening to all of you. Let me tell you that yes, it is not that institute is on edge, it is not that the profession is on the edge, but the whole world is on the edge. But India is an exception. And therefore, let me tell you where we stand today. Before I deal with the institute, let me deal with India. Can you imagine in your wildest imagination 43 crore people visiting Prayagraj in a span of 45 days? Till today, 4 crore people have already taken a dip in Triveni Sangam, Holy Ganga. The total population of USA is less than 40 crore, and total visitors in Prayagraj will be 43 crore. See the capacity of India. See the growth of India. From 2 trillion economy, we are now reaching 4 trillion economy. From 10th largest economy, we have already reached 5th largest economy. And as our Prime Minister says, we will be 3rd largest, defeating Japan and Germany both. Now look at the strength of the country, and then look at the strength of our institute. Where were we just 15 years before, and where are we now? GDP constantly from 10% to 7%. But see the Human Development Index, we were 135 10 years before, we are now 134. Ease of doing business, from 142, we have become 63. Innovation Index, from 81, we are at 39 in the world. Life expectancy, it was 68 years, it is now 72 years. I've already crossed that age. Happiness Index, we are above 100, is now 126. Health Index, it was above 100, it is now 66. World Competition Index, we were 71, we are now 39. Every single area we are growing except per capita income. We are still in the range of $2,000 to $3,500 as against $20,000 of all this top 5 economy. That's the only negative point. Otherwise, India is growing. The way the things are developing in India is beyond your imagination. Ahmedabad, at the airport, daily persons arriving and departure is more than 100,000, 1 lakh people. 25 Vande Bharat trains started. Total passengers traveling in India per day is more than the population of Pakistan. That's the capacity of India. 56 airports, 24 ports. The goods coming and the passengers coming is beyond anyone had imagined 10 years before. And therefore, to say that yes, we are on the edge, we are. But the age is wonderful. It is like an age on the jumping board of a swimming pool. You are arriving after taking steps and looking at the swimming pool. You have to take a decision. You want to jump, you want to take a dive, you want to take a somersault, or you want to take 5 somersaults. It's on you. World is gold, round. There is no question of any age. Age is towards the development, towards the growth, towards the courage, towards the positive thinking and your attitude. And I feel I must compliment Oman chapter for selecting this topic and question answer sessions. But I want to highlight to you that yes, India is growing, institute is growing, and our profession is growing. and we are proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those lovely opening remarks. Now, we are talking about the profession on the edge, but I would like to take Bhupati sir back to 24 years. So, in early 2000s, we witnessed significant corporate scandals, emphasizing the need for robust auditing standards. How did ICAI respond to enhance the credibility and integrity of the profession during your tenure, and what measures were implemented to prevent such issues?
Very important question at this point of time. But with the permission of Unmesh, I will take you little prior to 2000. 1994, when I entered the council, the atmosphere was not very cordial. The atmosphere was disturbed. It was a challenging moment because we had another earlier scam, the Harshad Mehta scam. A number of cases against the people who signed this statement of accounts were taken to task, and pendency was there in the disciplinary matters. So, to meet the challenging situation, to establish our credibility, to show that we perform under difficult circumstances, we expedited those cases, quickly heard those cases, decided on those cases, and kept the Ministry of Corporate Affairs informed about the stages of development on a day-to-day basis. That's how we kept up the tempo there. And simultaneously, what we did was, welcome, President. So nice. And the Vice President. Oh, good. Subsequently, what happened was, when we gave the punishment for the erring chartered accountants in those cases, and the courts took up those cases when it went up to the courts reduced the penalties which we levied. And that also we brought it out before the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and therefore our credibility in the eyes of the government went up steeply. This is one now. Now coming to your question, 2000, beyond 2000, when there were so many big scams which are taking place, and not only that, from 91 to 2000, you will find the foreign direct investments which came into India was rather very huge. And the people outside India were depending upon the audited financial statements of our corporates here. Therefore, there is an urgency, there is a need, there is a requirement to expedite the auditing and the accounting standards. And if you see, many of the accounting standards and auditing standards were introduced during these periods. And you ask me a question, just by introducing the auditing standards and accounting standards, is it sufficient to carry home the credibility of the institute? We have to see our members perform. How to handhold the members? We had to handhold the members by giving them the guidance note, by giving them the implementation guide, by giving them support by way of technical literature. All these things we did, and they performed well. And this was reported to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and that's how we established them. This is one thing. I have 3 more points to tell you on this. Simultaneously, we established the peer review also. During the 2000 period, 2003 to 2004, we constituted the peer review board. And the current president and the vice president will vouch for me that how the peer review has cannibalized into how to control the quality of the audit of it. It has changed, it has evolved itself over a period of years. And the frequency at which the reviewers are being trained, we had some teething problems. Any new initiative is something like that which cannot start today, and he has established the efforts which he has taken to do that. Similarly, it took some time, and now it is in place, and initial training issues. While I feel that the peer review will continue, and in a modified form, according to the changing requirements, as far as the another thing which we constituted, FRRB, is concerned, we found it did not take off the way we expected it to take off. We thought there will be more people to come forward and we could guide the members properly, but that really did not happen. To be very fair and honest to the audience here, I have to openly tell that did not come up to our expectation. Doesn't mean it didn't perform, we had certain expectation level. It did not come up to that expectation. But because of certain limitations we had, if those limitations are removed, we could progress further. Otherwise, it may have to take a different turn. These are things which we did to establish the credibility and take it forward. Gone are the days where people used to say, what the right hand gives, the left hand should not know. That was the old saying. Today, what the right hand gives, everybody must know. Whatever good things we do, we have to tell the people, yes, we have been doing it. We should not feel shy of telling it. But we have to tell it in a very, very, very casual manner without, there's a stage beyond which if you talk about yourself, it becomes to a certain extent arrogance also. But if you stop it moderately, effectively enough, it will reach the concerned person and our profession will be recognized not only for this year, for the years to come, eternity to come. This is how we did it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that elaborate explanation. I think that also answers the supplementary question, how they still hold good. So you spoke about peer review.
Yeah.
So anything to add from you, sir?
Yes. The initial teething problems I mentioned, to identify reviewers, to train the reviewers, it took time. It will take time. Now what is the challenge is to keep the reviewers updated, to sharpen their axis is a challenge. We have to do that effectively. The institute has started that in a small way, but as they proceed, and the attitude of these peer reviewers, now I'm not saying all of them are doing it, some of them at least require some change in attitude. We should be able to identify those reviewers who do not scale up to the level of standards of our institute and either take them away from the reviewership or tell them they have to scale up. There should not be any, soft-hearted treatment for such type of people. They are the people who may bring a slip or a fall for the profession at large. And they should not be spared at any cost. And this is the voice. Maybe the current people in the institute cannot openly tell as I tell it now. But I, being a past president and reached above a particular age, there is nothing to lose for me. Whatever I feel right, I could echo it right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So Talati, sir, so your tenure coincided with the global crisis of 7 and 8. In what ways did ICAI support its members and broader financial community during this tumultuous period? And how can profession build resilience against this in future economic challenges?
Yes, 2007-8 was the year of a great recession. It was worse than what we saw in 1929 or even for 1940. And the main culprit, as you all know, was USA, the mortgage loans on housing, and the whole world was affected, and India was not an exception. We had severe recessionary trend during 2007-8. That was the year when I was president, and I would say fortunately. The reason is that, yes, Indian government took very positive steps. India not being exceptions, we saw credit crunch, but RBI and SEBI took appropriate actions. Share market crashed down. There was credit crunch. Many companies broke down. Many ran away from India. But still, the banking sector played its very important role and did not allow this recession to affect to the lowest people. And when it comes to the institute, as you asked, yes, institute played very positive role. We did not allow our chartered accountants to bend down or to be sold cheaply. We kept our head high. Believe me, there were chartered accountants who were available for 15,000 rupees. And we told them that don't sell them yourself cheaply. Wait for the appropriate opportunity, have patience, and you will be rewarded. And yes, we at the institute did that. We increased the bank audit fee. We increased the allotment of cooperative societies audit. We met ministers of MOC, Minister of Commerce, Ministry of Finance, and saw to it that more and more opportunities are available to chartered accountants, including the allotment of audit of railway, and many government audits were made available to chartered accountants. So we at the institute faced the situation very importantly. And that was the time when there was an invasion of Big Four. People were saying, well, where do we stand? Is Big Four a challenge or it is an opportunity? And we could see that, yes, we learned from what Big Four have started doing in the profession. For the first time in the history, you must have seen in the World Congress, we allowed our chartered accountants to have their own stall and demonstrate what kind of services they are able to render and at what reasonable price as compared to the prices or the fees that Big Fours are charging. Institute stood down, council supported the entire process during 2007-8. And more than that, see now, what are the steps taken as he asked the second question. We are moving with the time. Credit must go to the present council, that they change the syllabus. Entire syllabus is now of the world standard. Latest questions, change of the topics, change of the subjects, ask what is relevant, not what was being asked 20 years before. Point one. Point two, we change the period of articles. Instead of 3 years, only 2 years article, and after you pass intermediate, so entire blame of dummy article is over. And then, yes, various other innovative programs. Campus interviews, orientation programs, where chartered accountants are told that if you are CA, what kind of opportunities are available to you. People from TCS and big companies, ICAI Bank, are coming to institute building and selecting the chartered accountants. And interview and appointment letters are issued there and there only. This is how proactive role institute is playing. And today, let me tell you, friends, there are shortage of Indian chartered accountants. When I was president, the sweet figure of total membership was 14, 15, 16. If you refer my July 2007 journal, 1,41,516. From 1949 to 2007, only 1,50,000. Today we are 4,50,000. From 2007 to 2025, in 18 years, 3 lakh chartered accountants are added. And reason, there is a great demand of Indian chartered accountants all throughout. And believe me, in India today, you don't get chartered accountants easily, either for the job or for that matter for any services. And that credit goes to the council, that credit goes to the institute. And we are all lucky to have such a wonderful institute. I think I have dealt with your points. Thank you.
Yeah, so the institute has taken steps and we want the leadership to take further steps to also enhance the...
Just want to think. Yes. We have more than 30 different kinds of programs, certificate programs, and 5 degrees. Forensic audit, IBC audit, various kinds of other. And believe me, now chartered accountants who are in practice are not interested in statutory audits of small firms or tax audits, or they are waiting or crying for bank audits. There are so many avenues that every time you meet a new young chartered accountant in practice, he's in a totally different area. He's in IBC, he's in forensic audit, he's in investigation, he's in loan syndication, he's in merger and acquisitions. They're not interested in routine. And that's where the growth of the profession is. And that credit must go to the institute, friends.
No. So, it's always good to hear from the senior members like you, sir. But considering the paucity of time, I'm just speeding up the program.
Okay.
And I'm moving to the rapid fire.
Okay.
Okay, so you got a rapid fire for our past president. So this is for you, Bhupati, sir. One word to describe the CA profession post-Enron scandal.
Recognized profession.
Recognition profession.
If you want the reason, come back later. He said one word answer, so recognized profession.
Biggest challenge you faced during your presidency?
1 minute. Sometimes requests from members and from the government. It is not feasible, unreasonable, but how to deal with that, that's the biggest challenge.
Okay. And I think the challenge would still continue probably for you, sir. We'll discuss after your term. A regulatory reform you are most profound of implementing during your tenure?
Peer review
Peer review.
and CPE mandatory.
CPE mandatory, yeah.
The notification of CPE made mandatory was signed by me.
Great. Do you think auditors are underappreciated?
Yes. Good work done by auditors in certain cases where qualified reports given, matter of emphasis specified, not looked into, not commented upon. Small slip, they are blown out of proportion.
And they are also, underpaid probably.
They are also
Still
underpaid for it. So they are unrecognized. They're under-recognized, sorry. Under-recognized.
Okay, the sixth one. If you have to choose between stricter regulations or auditors' independence, which is more critical?
Certain questions cannot be answered this way. You cannot answer a question yes or no, or this is better and that is better. Supposing somebody puts a question, have you stopped drinking and beating your wife? Say yes or no. Either way I answer, I am in a problem. So I cannot answer yes, which is more better. Both are equally important, but I think stricter regulations are a shade more important than independence.
Thank you, sir. And the last one, the most significant lesson you learned as ICAI president?
Handling media.
Oh. And I think that is still a prevalent one.
Handling media. After the rotation of audit was called for interview with CNBC. CNBC person asked me a question. It seems your individual view was different from what the council took. My answer to that question was, once the council takes a decision, the individual views goes to the background. The council wisdom is supreme. So we go by what the council says. So handling media is an art which we have to develop over a period of years. We can disagree, but we cannot vociferously disagree. We can hold our views, but we hold it in a manner which is acceptable to all. We cannot go on the wrong side of them. That will create more problems for us to come.
Thank you for those humorous responses as well. So let's have a round of applause for Bhupati sir. And now the rapid fire for Talati sir. One word to describe the global financial crisis.
Opportunities in disguise.
Opportunities in disguise.
Worst is over. Happy days are here again.
Oh, happy days are here again. Wow. The biggest support ICAI offered during 2008 crisis.
Quality, governance and ethics. Rock solid support from the council. All CA stood together, supported government, and government supported us.
Supported us, great. The leadership trait you relied on during challenging times?
Resilience, faith in God, self-confidence, and allocation of work and duty. Don't do everything yourself and start allocation and responsibility to others. Share the work, share the profit.
Great. One global practice India should adopt to enhance financial stability.
We have already adopted Basel III. We are moving not with the world, but I would say ahead of the world. We are following best accounting standards. We are adopting best auditing standards. And our system of execution of standards is most robust.
Robust, yes. What should ICAI focus on to prepare CAs for future crisis?
Global landscape. Look at the world. I tell my own experience, what I was before I joined council and after I joined council. A sea difference. And once you are in the council, once you are in India, and once you go abroad, you see the profession and grow. Develop global landscape. Think wide, think big. Never think you are small or you can be defeated. That is the most important thing. We are third largest economy by next 10 to 15 years. But we have already become the biggest institute in the world as of now. And that is a matter of great pride for us.
Thank you, sir. And the last one, the most rewarding moment of your presidency.
Very important question. Let me take your 2 minutes. Three very, very important. When I was vice president, the affix CA before the name started. But fully used when I was the president. Everyone started. If a person writes doctor, Why should I not write CA Sunil Talati? That's the first moment. Second, CA logo. I remember tremendous pressure by the council member. Why should we have logo? And I was perspiring in air-conditioned hall to convince my council members to have logo, to have our recognition. That a person should, by seeing the logo, should feel, yes, here is the office of a chartered accountant. That logo was installed during 2007-8, and I'm happy, modified by this council during Aniket's period. Further, amending it, reason being, earlier when we were going in Dubai, you would say, I am ACCA London, I am CPA Australia, I am CPA USA. But you were not sure what to tell. You were only saying, I am CA. Now you can say, I am CA India. That's the logo which has changed. The third thing that happened during my tenure was introduction of IFRS during my council. We passed a resolution, we will adopt IFRS by 2011, and ultimately we did it. But most important point I want to tell you, I'll take your 2 minutes. Exactly after 6 months, I was sitting with my wife in the garden having tea, 5th August, and the phone came, sir, the paper has leaked of the CA exam. India TV open, every single news is of the paper leak of India. Before I could see, and I was aghast looking at the TV, India TV people came with the camera, started my interview. Then they took me at the India TV office at the another place in Ahmedabad and took my interview. Frankly, I could face it very nicely. And within half an hour, I summoned the entire exam committee. Thanks to the cooperation of all council members, at 2 o'clock, we all were in the president's chamber. All 5 members of the exam committee were there. The college from where the paper was leaked, a secretary had already summoned the principal and vice principal. Both were ladies, with respect. And as per my nature, many of them know I was very strong-hearted and sometimes getting very angry. I literally fired them. And both of them started crying. And the members of the exam committee said, sir, why you are getting angry? They appear to be innocent. And even I felt so. So after grilling them for half an hour, we let them go. But one or somehow I was not convinced. Police Commissioner office is right opposite institute. I asked secretary to file the complaint there. 2007, August, we filed a complaint. We found that the lady, both principal and vice principal, are innocent. After 13 years, in 2020, it was finally found out that the lady principal was the culprit. She took 9 lakhs of rupees for leaking the paper. And what she did, from the sealed cover, she teared it from the bottom, took out the paper, took the Xerox, sealed it back. And on the next day, she purposely came late. And then all our chartered accountants, no representative, they are there in the office. Come on, sorry, we are getting late. So didn't allow them to see the envelope. Because seal was on the front, which was perfect. This was investigated by police. And she is now punished and she is in jail. But I know with what tremendous pressure I had gone during those periods. There was a council member who demanded my resignation. And there were other council members who praised that way you face TV and way you face the entire situation was fantastic. I cannot forget those periods, and it's still in my memory. And thank you so much that you asked that question today, and I'm able to share those wonderful moments with you.
Thank you, sir.
We must say, after that, and even at that time, which Supreme Court has confirmed, that if anywhere in the world there is an examination system, robust, most perfect, it is the examination of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those responses. Now, just to conclude on the session, may I request closing remarks from Bhupati, sir?
I just prepared these statistics and I thought I should share it with you as closing remarks. In management programs, in the afternoon session particularly, when we go for lectures in the afternoon session, we have many tools in our command to keep the audience alive. Now, after lunch, you have been sitting in one place and listening. All credits goes to you. I'm going to share with you a very important thing. United Nations Wealth Report 2020. The privately owned wealth of India is $8.2 trillion in 2020. And in 2028, an average Indian will earn twice that of an average German or an average European. It's something to be very happy about, and I want all of you to cherish it, to see that it's an afternoon session. How do we spend this amount? Extra money. We eat better, we communicate better, we look better. Communication. 1.6 billion mobile connections for 1.44 billion population. See how we communicate. And 1 billion smartphones. And people change smartphones once in 2 years. See the demand. Look better. This is which is very important. More particularly for the few ladies, but today men are also going for this. In India, for your information, there are 6.5 villages and towns. For 6.5 villages and towns, we have got 15 million beauty parlors. How we spend money on looking better. And the present thing is, I do not know how it is in Oman or other places, but if you see all over India, the beauty parlors are being beautified now. Unless it is beautiful, people are not interviewing. These type of things. And you asked me a question, Unmesh, some time back. What is my accomplishment as president of the institute? Now, not only as a council member, I would like to share. The greatest amount of satisfaction I get is see these foreign chapters bubbling with activities. All the chapters are live. The amount of, viewership they brought from across the globe and recognition for the CA profession is phenomenal. And definitely, myself and all other council members and the presidents, continuous presidents, have contributed for the growth of these chapters, and we would like to acknowledge. And you people are rocking, continue to rock, and you will bring more recognition to the profession. Thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you, sir, for those rocking concluding remarks. Talati, sir.
Where would ICAI stand in 2030 and 2047? Let us not make big, tall claims, as our Honorable Prime Minister has already stated. But let me tell you, Council has already passed a document of Vision 0. And the way the profession is growing, let me tell you, we are invincible. Absolutely. Too powerful to be defeated by anyone. And the question comes, where do we stand if AI is coming into full-fledged? And what would happen to the profession? Will AI replace chartered accountants? And the answer is certainly no. Artificial intelligence is going to help, is going to complement, going to supplement, and further enhance the competence, capability, and intellectual application by chartered accountants. Nothing to worry for AI. But we must learn AI. And what is important is ML, machine learning. No chartered accountant can now afford to just read the books. Believe me, there was a time in my library I was having income tax report, volume 1 to volume 300, and I was feeling proud. And now there is an office in South India where there is not a single paper in his office, not a single book in his office. Imagine the change that is taking place in the profession. And therefore, we have to move with the time. We can't afford to think what we are thinking even 5 years before. Move with the time, move with the follow, and therefore I would always say, east or west, Indian chartered accountant is the best. And And I'm not telling this because I've seen it. I've not seen it, but I've seen it in Dubai, I've seen it in Middle East, and I've seen it in many parts of the country, where they are surprised to see that in spite of so many chartered accountants, you find shortage of required acquisite chartered accountants. And therefore, friends, let me end by those 4 words which I used to say during all my 12 months. I adore my profession. I respect my council. I salute my institute. And I'm proud to be a chartered accountant. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we are all chartered accountants, East or West. Indian chartered accountants are best. East or West, Indian chartered accountants are best. So thank you, sir, for sharing this vision. And I think all are inspired by your thoughts to bring that vision into reality in 2030, in 2047, and years to come. I would love to continue the talk with you, and I'm sure so as all the audience here. But considering the paucity of time, we
just one thing.
Yes,
there
sir.
is an unwritten protocol in the institute that when Honorable President is there, Vice President does not speak. And when there is a Honorable President and Honorable Vice President there, nobody speaks. So sorry for taking your time, sir. The session started late and they will continue. But our privilege and pleasure to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All time President and Vice President together, they are listening to us. That's a great thing. Thank you.
So I request all of you to give a standing ovation to our past presidents. Thank you, Bhupati sir. Thank you, Talati sir. You are so simple, and that's why you both are great. And I'm happy to share the stage with you. That's really an honor for me.
This panel discussion indeed defined what being at edge is all about, whether to take the somersault from the edge or to run back. May I request CA Gaurav Kapoor, our chairperson, to felicitate both our panelists, CA R. Bhupati and CA Sunil Talati. Thank you so much, sir, from the bottom of our heart. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much. I request all the MC members to kindly come forward for a group photo from the Oman chapter. Thank you so much, and we conclude this session here. It's time to invite two of the most important people onto the dais and to listen to them. Let me take the privilege of inviting CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, the President of ICAI, escorted by CA Gaurav Kapoor, Chairperson of the Oman chapter of ICAI. AV, please.
CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal serves as the 72nd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. with a distinguished career spanning 3 consecutive terms in the Central Council and prior service in the Regional Council. He is known for his exceptional leadership and dedication to advancing the profession. He has championed the integration of modern technologies like artificial intelligence and automation into the profession, focusing on continuous upskilling. As chairman of the Professional Development Committee, he introduced transformative initiatives such as the unique document identification number and bank branch audit allocation software. As president, he leads all ICAI standing committees and represents the institute at national and international forums. We welcome CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman chapter.
Thank you so much. Let me now invite CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, Vice President of ICAI, escorted by CA Unmesh Bome, a Vice Chairperson of Muscat chapter of ICAI.
CA Karanjot Singh Nanda is the Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, bringing 33 years of professional excellence. A graduate of MLN College and a fellow member of ICAI since 1991, he has served 6 terms on ICAI's Central Council and chaired the Northern India Regional Council in 2002-03. Renowned for leadership, CA Nanda introduced forensic accounting and investigation standards. He championed efficient auditing practices as chairman of the Internal Audit Standards Board. His initiatives include advancing AML compliance and influencing financial regulations. CA Nanda has represented ICAI in key government and regulatory committees and serves as ICAI nominee on Standing Committee on Accounting Issues. We welcome CA Charanjot Singh Nanda to this first GCC conference hosted by ICAI Oman.
Thank you. May I request now CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, our Vice President, to share a few words with us.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Ranjit Agarwal ji, the Chairman Gaurav Kapoor ji, the Vice Chairman Umesh ji, my very 2 esteemed council presidents with whom I have a long drawn history, Bhupti sir and Talati sir, and all members have come here to go home more enlightened. Ladies and gentlemen, I have only 15 minutes at my disposal. I like to take you through 4 very important facets of our profession. You are all aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. When the most important document to the democracy, the Constitution, was not promulgated. You are all aware that the Constitution to this great country was promulgated on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when its own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion. And there we are, the Indian Chartered Accountants who have been creating benchmarks since 1st July 1949 when we were set up. 1,700 members to the largest accounting body with more than 4,85,000 chartered accountants on date and 10 lakh students. Last year we made more than 31,000 chartered accountants. Look at the pace with which ICAI is growing. Look at the international strides we have made. I very proudly say that Indian Chartered Accountant is at a premium compared to any other professional body of the world. Internationally, we are deemed to be the best product who could ultimately deliver responsibility and ensure that the work that is provided to them is concluded at the highest level. We are the first in the world to promulgate 23 forensic standards. Digital Accounting and Assurance Board of ICAI. We are the first in the world to guide people on remote auditing way back on 30th March 2020 when COVID had barely set in. And I give you a very interesting example. We were very keen to have an MOU with one of the very distinguished institutes of the world, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. But somehow we did not get proper response. And then came World Congress. Their president came to Geo Center. We took him to our BKC building. He was astonished to look at the building. What a great, beautiful, outrageous, magnificent, fantabulous building it is. Our president very humbly said, he said, sir, we have more than 130 such buildings in the country. He could understand the magnitude on which institute performs. Went back to Singapore and wrote a letter. He said, I don't want an MOU with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India because the MOU entails two parties. One gives, other takes. He said, no, I want to make an announcement to this regard. He said, any Indian chartered accountant who remains in Singapore for more than 6 months for reason whatsoever shall have equal rights and privileges in comparison to a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. देते न थे जो जवाब उनके सलाम आने लगे देते न थे जो जवाब उनके सलाम आने लगे वक्त बदला तो मेरे नीम के पेड़ पर आम आने लगे Second, our education, our training. In the way I was with Mr. Sanjeev, who said that you're looking for an international curriculum. Yes, we are working on that. The Honorable President will highlight when he comes to speak. But I want to tell you the course curriculum as of now is a very well-crafted, well-drafted contemporary course considering all best institutes of the world. 3 important topics. Number 1, if you look at derivatives, if you look at valuations of assets, if you look at drafting agreements, probably will be number 1. Management information system, drawing information, giving to the boards. CA final student knows very well. And third very important thing, international taxation. Because when you want to operate round the clock, you need to understand that our working has to be at par excellence. We are training our students. We are very keen to ensure that we have an international curriculum for Oman also so that students get involved. They are able to effectively contribute and become very responsible chartered accountants. We are keen on that. But I want to tell you that in India, students work overnight. They do their articleship. Simultaneously, they clear the exams. And with 2-year articleship, they focus themselves fully on the articleship. Ladies and gentlemen, now in times to come, with technology on the threshold, we are very keen to train our students so that they are able to effectively add value to the working of the institute. Third very important thing, when you speak of the institute, when you speak with our relationship with the institute, when you speak about how corporates envisage our working, I take you to a totally different pedestal where Indian chartered accountants perform par excellence. The entire government comes back to us, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. There are so many things I can tell you, but 2-3 important things I would like to tell you. Look, the way we change our thought process. For Mr. Bhupti very rightly said peer review, financial review and review reporting board, and now quality review board. Again, a new era whereby oversight is taken care of. Our disciplinary proceedings with more than 5 benches presided by the President and Vice President, again is shot in the arm, where we take different items coupled under different agenda transactions. Third, very importantly, when you go to understanding things in days, IFRS and their treatment, particularly financial instruments, we in India have become masters on that. And fourth and very important thing, outsourcing. India now is the back office of the entire world. I would like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that our working has been so immense, so profound, that a small city like Gurgaon is coined as the biggest outsourcing hub in the entire world. Entire world looks upon to us for our indulgence and our technical impetus. और CS के बारे में तो क्या कहा जाए, कहते हैं ना कि अगर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता, अगर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता, फिर कदर ना होती किसी हुनर की और ना ही कोई लाजवाब होता। The third point, I draw my inspiration from Mr. N. Palkiwala. As a student, I heard him. You never see 4,000 people now. Way back in 1985, there were 4,000 people, and Mr. Palkiwala was speaking. I was not very sure I would do CA at that time or not. He came upon to the dais and said, I envy chartered accountants. They were all chartered accountants. Talkotora Stadium, Delhi. He said, I envy chartered accountants for two reasons. Reason number one, doctors conduct live operations, yet they do not have continuing professional education. Indian Institute has professional education. And when I was the chairman of the regional council, Mr. Bhupti was the vice president at that time. And at that time, we laid the seeds for making CP compulsory. And the second thing which he said moved me a lot. He said, Indian Institute has a unique benevolent fund. He said, all organizations have benevolent fund, but the uniqueness of Indian Institute is that any person, whether he is a member or not, has an equal right over the benevolent fund in case he meets any misfortune. Times have come when we all here need to appreciate the fact there are certain people in our lives as chartered accountants who meet misfortunes, who lose their lives, and their families need to be supported. I request all of you, as the Vice President of the Institute, to kindly contribute to the cause of the profession by contributing to Chartered Accountant Benevolent Fund in whatever amount you want. In COVID, we gave that to all people. We removed all restrictions, and any person who went to hospital, any person, any chartered accountant, he gave the bill to us. Now the corpus is slowing down, the corpus is diminishing, and we want your help. And the last thing is about the vision of this profession. Ladies and gentlemen, we are growing very high, fast. But at the same time, we need indulgence of all of us to make this institute truly incredible. People who are outside India, we have more than 42,000 members who are outside India and are an integral part of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We want your total indulgence. We want you to tell us where we could contribute. We are very keen to appreciate the fact that now world looks upon to us. I'll give a small example. You know, World Congress happened. After 108 years, this honor was accorded to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. As customary, whenever it has a World Congress, at the concluding valedictory, they have the name of the other country to whom they have to make the host for the next Congress. But when they looked at the Indian hospitality, they were taken aback. More than 10,000 members, a huge infrastructure, great influx of technical people who are speaking. And then they decided not to hold World Congress. Na bhuto na bhavishyato. The last World Congress was held in India, in Mumbai Geo Center World Congress. And from then, we went for GLOPAC in Gandhinagar. And now we have come for World Forum of Accountants. We decided that World Forum of Accountants would live for perpetual life because we will not change the name. It is an international conference which shall grow over years. Your indulgence in the international conference is important. Your involvement, please come. There are more than 100 speakers, best of the ministers, best of the bureaucrats who would come and speak there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request you to be an integral part of that. And before I say goodbye to you, I want you to attune your minds so that you are able to effectively add value to this profession. This ever-growing profession now needs intellectual impetus. People who understand things, people who understand how this profession can now be taken to unprecedented heights. And I want to tell you, it is the mind that makes the difference. It is the mind that creates credence, the mind that creates excellence. And to end with, I am reminded of Shahid Bhagat Singh. The International Treaty of Prison says that a man can only be hanged when the sun is going up. When Bhagat Singh was hanged, the executor came up to him. He said, sorry, sir. He was on a couch. He said, time has come to hang you. And we are sorry. The sun is not going up. The sun is not constant. It has set. Hearing this, Bhagat Singh jumped up from the couch. The man thought he'll hit him. The executor ran and Bhagat Singh ran after him. You know, he was a great athlete. He hugged the man from behind and said, thank you. For an executor who was to kill Bhagat Singh, who was to hang Bhagat Singh, thank you. He said, thank you, brother. Thank you and brother was a different word. He looked back and said, did you say thank you and brother to me? Bhagat Singh said, yes. I said thank you to you because from the day when I came to my senses, I had one small dream, the dream to sacrifice my life on nation India. And that time has come. वो मुबारक घड़ी आ गई है और ये कहते हुए एक कोयले का टुकड़ा उठाकर इबारत लिखी. सोचिए 22 साल का नौजवान मौत की कगार पे खड़ा है. बाहर उसके दोस्त रिश्तेदार महबूबा माता पिता रिश्तेदार सब बिलक बिलक के रो रहे हैं और वो मुस्कुराता हुआ क्या लिख रहा है. उसने लिखा which can be guiding force for all of us. He wrote कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम. कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम. इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है. इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं. My dear professional brothers and sisters, the time has come when we have to tune our minds, think for an agenda on which institute has to move forward. We are very large in number, very large in technical competence, but if you want to remain perpetually on the top, if you want to claim that position and remain there long, along with all your constituents, may they be members, employees or students, you need to have a roadmap which is fascinately designed, a roadmap that should suffice the purpose of an institute which was set up by our forefathers way back on 1st July 1949. Thanks for giving me patient hearing. Thanks, Gaurav, for inviting me. In fact, I was not very keen to come. And President was also not very keen to come, but the way Gaurav pressurized, we have come here and we'll go by 11:40 flight tonight only. It is great. If I had not come here, I would have missed a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is indeed our pleasure to have listened from you an awe-inspiring and thought-provoking speech. Let me now invite CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, our President, to share a few words with us.
Very respected our Vice President, we often and very lovingly call him in the council, Bando ka Banda Nanda. Mr. Gaurav Kapoor, the chairman of this Muscat chapter, Mr. Unmesh, the word is right, Unmesh? Yeah. I can see our two very legend past president, Mr. Bhupati and Talati, and it's always pleasure to listen to them. Normally the president speak in the inaugural, and then in the subsequent session, past president speak. This is the departure today. They were speaking first and we are speaking after that, so that we can learn how you have took this profession, the way you have taken as a leadership role, and how we are taking this profession now. Mr. David, thank you very much. You are always supportive of this chapter, and all the leaders of the GCC, Bahrain, Doha, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Kuwait. I can see all the leaders are there and very respected members of our profession. First of all, let me compliment the chairman of this Muscat chapter, Mr. Gaurav, for implementing the idea. Mr. Sanjeev will witness. We thought how we can collaborate all the GCC chapters together. And like the GCC council in this country is there, we wanted to have a professional body. How all the 6 countries can come together and we can make a GCC professional body. And Mr. Invest Oman, the leader, he agreed also. We are meeting right now after 8 p.m. We wanted to have this kind of setup. And thanks to Mr. Gaurav, one step in the direction he has started, first GCC conference in Muscat. So thank you very much. And this will go in the history that yes, under his leadership, the Muscat chapter started GCC conference and other chapters will follow in the subsequent year. Mr. Bhupati was talking about there is no right or wrong or straight yes or no for anything. Somebody asked A wife asked her husband, तुम्हें सुंदर लड़की पसंद है या समझदार लड़की पसंद है? The husband replied, मुझे ना तो सुंदर पसंद है ना समझदार, मुझे तो तू पसंद है. Now the wife is wondering, it was a compliment or a criticism. So, thank you very much. And Mr. Bhupati was also talking about the CP committee and the CP hour mandated by him when he was the leader. Let me tell you, when I go to all the chapters, 52 foreign chapter we have, 35 representative office having in 47 countries of the world. And let me tell you, forget about others here. If you see this year data alone, 7,349 seminar, CP seminar, conducted by the institute, including all these foreign chapter, generating a more than 38 lakh CP hours. Can you believe it? He was talking about the peer review mechanism. He has started the peer review system, and the SEBI mandated the peer review. If your firm is peer review, only then you can do the listed company audit. We have gone one step further by improving the peer review mechanism. A partnership firm of more than 4 partners also has to mandatorily go to the peer review, whether they are doing listed company or not. And the entire mechanism of appointment to review to reporting of the peer review has become seamless, online, and without any manual intervention. So what we could do, what we have started, we have just taken it further. So you should be proud that the CP committee and the peer review, which you started, we are taking it forward. This is a great profession. And I feel as a president very proud whenever I see the number, whenever I see the magnitude of this profession, the contribution of this profession to the society and to the country at large. Forget about other data. One data always inspired me about this profession. Our vice was talking about we have 450,000 CA in last 75 years. But the best part of this number, every third chartered accountant in our country is a women chartered accountant. 9.5 lakh students we have, 44% are girl students pursuing chartered accountancy, which is unprecedented in last 20 years. And that is also without any reservation. We don't have any reservation in our institute so far. And that's why, whether it's a global outsourcing work shifting to India, having more than 1,800 GCC center currently working in India to catering the entire requirement of the global accounting and auditing requirement, or whether taking the leadership role in artificial intelligence, or taking the leadership role in sustainability reporting. In all these aspects, the institute has gone such a big step ahead compared to rest of the accounting body in the world. And that's why when you talk about the AI in ICAI, when you talk about how the sustainability reporting will be reporting in the next 4 to 5 years, the SEBI in our country has mandated BRSR, Business Responsibility Reporting Standard, mandatory for top 1,000 listed company. Now the IFRS Foundation, globally talking about S1 and S2. We are in the verge to adopting S1 and S2, and this BRSR standards are some key element of the standards has been taken by SEBI. 7,500 listed company and 17 lakh unlisted company. They all have to follow these BRSR standards in subsequent years. The reporting aspect of the financial reporting is one of the key elements of taking the balance sheet to the listing requirement. Now, the non-reporting requirement also going to be integrated into the reporting parameter, and now going to be on the listing requirement. So, the role and the responsibility of the chartered accountant every day is rising. Every day, onerous responsibilities are rising on the soldier of the CA. Because last 75 years, this institute has been mandated only to certify what is true and correct and what is true and fair. No other professional in our country has been given such a huge mandate which we have been given by the act of the parliament. So the responsibilities are also tremendous. It's a huge onerous responsibility. The GST law is making in our country informal economy to formal economy. Insolvency and bankruptcy law has come just to make the resources of our country in the multiplication, and so the resources of the country can rise, because there is a huge talent in our country. On these two fronts, these two biggest financial reform, how many insolvency professionals in our country? 4,400. You will be happy to know, out of this number, 65% insolvency professional are the chartered accountant. GST, you remember, normally the chartered accountant do the practice of income tax. Before that, very few used to do the practice of service tax when 1994 service tax and custom and excise came. When 2017 GST law came, most of the income tax practicing CA shifted to the GST practice. And today, somehow the law has been stabilized. Of course, some issues are there, but more or less the law has stabilized in India. Majority of the GST practitioners today in India are the chartered accountant. And that's why I feel very happy. The biggest strength this profession has given to each one of us through articleship training, through the comprehensive syllabus we have, and through the knowledge imparting which we are doing every day, like CP Seminar. These are the strengths on which we are delivering to the best of the capability and capacity. Every 5 years now, changing the syllabus. The Power BI or Python or SAP, whatever technological advancement is coming, we have incorporated in our syllabus. You will be happy to know, this 2 times examination we used to do every year. This year we have started to have thrice a year the examination of foundation and intermediate. And you used to know in the mark sheet, we used to have a nomenclature pass or fail. We have given a philosophy that when we are born, nobody is born to be a failure. Nobody is failure in this world. Our circumstances, our upbringing, our environment make us struggle in the life. That does not mean I am a failure. So, it's a failure is a matter of time. So how can we say our student, you are a failure? So we have changed the nomenclature this year. Now, the mark sheet does not say pass or fail. The mark sheet says you are successful or unsuccessful. Today you are unsuccessful, tomorrow you will be successful, you are not failure. UAE corporate tax. UAE VAT was there and the UAE corporate tax is there. See the magnitude of the professional opportunity in UAE alone. Now this institute has started this certification courses on UAE corporate tax in India. And Indian chartered accountants are now learning UAE corporate tax, being a practicing chartered accountant in India, so that they can be advisor, they can be a consultant, sitting in India to the corporates in UAE. And that is the biggest strength our Indian chartered accountants have. Whatever new opportunities are coming, they are taking it on head on. And then they are embracing it and then they are delivering. This is the strength of our examination system, our curriculum, and the knowledge sharing which we are imparting through our CP seminar. Coming to this other area, now India has to be a developed country. 2047, let me tell you, the way the country has drafted the policy, the financial reform, the zero tolerance policy the government is taking, and the each and every segment The government is working from infrastructure to the beneficiary on the last line. 1.4 billion people on the radar of the government of India. 98% of the land record in our country has already been digitalized. Mr. Bhupati was talking about the mobile phone and smartphone. The 7% growth our country have. 1.4 billion people. Already we are the fourth largest stock market of the world. We are the third largest startup ecosystem of the world. We have the world's youngest and tech-savvy population. There are 182 accounting body of the world. Most of the country has the aging population. Nobody wants to be the accountant. And we have the youngest and bright population. 1 year, last 1 year alone, in 2 terms, 32,000 students become chartered accountant in 1 year. This is the highest so far. But till date, I have not received any information or a complaint. I am a CA, I am not getting the job. I am not getting the requirement which I deserve. That is the capacity and the capability of Indian chartered accountant. And that's why on the path this growth trajectory India is going. The finance minister, Madam Nirmala ji, has said 2 years before, 7 principles on which India will be the developed country. And one of the 7 principles talks about financial services. Who are the driver and who are the person who are taking financial service forward? Who is the data cruncher? Who do the jugglery with the data? When the digitalization is happening, the data are bound to rise. Humongous data are generated every day in country. UPI is the best example, which is now accepted worldwide. The fastest and the safest and the affordable transfer of money through UPI. No country has been developing these kind of mechanisms. So, if the data are rising, how many chartered accountants in our country are in practice? Out of 4.5 lakh CA, 1,60,000 are in practice alone. Those leaders will conquer. When this institute was started, 1949, the idea was the institute is for the practicing CA. The idea was how this institute can cater the entire digital transformation and the financial data services through practicing chartered accountant. We used to be job giver, but with the evolution of time, we have become job seeker. The institute was not formed on the pretext of job seeker. It was formed on the pretext of job giver. And that's why practicing CA was the domain practicing area. But with the opportunity, with the development process, now the non-practicing CA are more than the practicing chartered accountant. And our CAs are in every field, whether it's a corporate, business, startup, insurance, mutual fund, capital market, whichever area you take, chartered accountants are leading from the front. And that's a pride as an institute that our members are so well placed in every nook and corner of this country. And that's why this country has to be a developed country. The role and the contribution of the chartered accountant has to be formal, has to be recorded, has to be formalized. And that is why the institute is taking so many of the steps. They are hands in hand working with the government as far as AI is concerned, sustainability reporting is concerned, forensic accounting is concerned, GST is concerned, corporate law is concerned, cooperative societies are concerned. Every field the institute is working hand in hand with the government. Because our Om Birla, when he came to the last year in our function, he said, the India will be a developed country, but the biggest contribution in the development prospects of India will be done by one professional, and that professional will be profession of chartered accountant. So we have to think, last 75 years, we could do what we have done in last 75 with our capacity and capability. But what is in store for next 25 years? When 2047 the country will be developed, just 2 years after, the institute will celebrate its 100th year of existence. So what is in store for next 25 years? What kind of profession we want to hand over to our next generation? What kind of profession, when somebody join our profession, whether they can feel pride with the respect, yes, I am a chartered accountant. And so, with the alma mater from where they have passed, equal respect and recognition they give to the profession as the chartered accountant. We used to say in our ancient time, cultural heritage, our used to say, first we learn, then we earn. Our salary, our fees, we earn. And then we have to return. We have to return to the society, return to the alma mater, return to our country. That is the way every human being are working in this planet. From 8 billion people, 1.4 billion people resides in India. And what is the geographical area India has? Only 2.4% of the entire world area, in which India has 2.4%. And we are catering 18% population of the world. Such a huge responsibility we have. Such a huge task we have. So the chartered accountant in our country, the way we are doing, it's a lot of things we have to do more. Every data has to be zero defect. And every service has to be a 100% compliance and satisfaction. That is the need of the hour. That is the expectation of the stakeholder. And that is why the biggest work we can do to the society as a chartered accountant, because lots of money of the people of the country are invested on the signature of the chartered accountant, advice of the chartered accountant, consultancy by the chartered accountant. So we have a larger responsibility next 25 years. If this country has to grow and develop, we also have a equal responsibility. Already we are doing with our quality, credibility and consistency, but that is not enough. The world is changing very fast. AI is defining new era of this world. Every data will be now synchronized and audited. Gone are the days, the time will come, the sampling standards will be redundant. There will be no standards on sampling. Every data has to be examined and audited. In this kind of era we are coming, because the digitalization is taking a huge step across the world. That's India is taking the leadership role, and in India we are taking the leadership role. And that's why when the World Congress happened in our country 2022, the entire world flocks to the India, how World Congress we have celebrated and executed. Next year we have done in Glopec in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. And this year we have come out with a new concept called World Forum of Accountant. This is the first time we are not going to the other country and attending the seminar. The leaders of our profession, of the accounting body, whether it's a CPA Australia, CPA England and Wales, CPA Canada, or a IFAC president or Singapore president, all are coming to India to address the Indian chartered accountant. It's a huge display of our strength to the world. 8,000 CA, where 2,200 to 300 outside Indian other accounting body CAs are coming. And how the India is taking the leadership role as far as accounting and auditing is concerned. That is the display exercise we are doing in the World Forum of Accountant. The time has come. Our Prime Minister used to say, "Yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai." We used to say in ICAI, this is the right time. The Indian Chartered Accountant, the Institute of Chartered Accountant in India has to rise and display their leadership role, where entire world's leadership flock together and listen to the members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. If the 16 or 1800 GCC centers are established in India, the entire requirement of the accounting and auditing is catered by Indian Chartered Accountant. And that's why we have a huge talent. And this talent has to be displayed to the world at large. Our Prime Minister used to say, when India can take the leadership role in software export, India can take the leadership role in pharmaceutical industry, why India cannot become global offshore hub of accounting and auditing profession? We have all kind of traits, capacity and capability to become the world leader as far as accounting and audit profession is concerned. This World Forum of Accountant is the one step in that direction. Going forward, this will be our branding. The WOFA will be our branding. Today we are having this WOFA in Delhi. Hopefully tomorrow, when the Nandaji become president, the WOFA will be hosted by ICAI in Dubai or in UK and the USA, and the entire world will come, because we are the leadership role as far as World Forum of Accounting is concerned. So that's why I invite all of you, come and see and witness the magnitude, the kind of program we have curated, and the kind of display we want to make to the entire world, because the chartered accountant, we are saying the East and West, we are the best. Yes, we are the largest propagator of the India brand. The way you people are sitting here, 42,000 CA has spread across 52 chapters across the globe. And we feel very happy. I have traveled to every chapter in UAE. Why? Because whenever you have this kind of CP seminar, and when you display to our member what the roles the chartered accountant has to do, the India brand, the CA brand go further. Every part of the world, when the Muscat chapter or Bahrain or Dubai having these kind of seminar, the entire world see, oh, the shoot is also present in Muscat, Dubai, Bahrain, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi and Qatar. This is the message the world is going. That's why the other accounting body has made their epicenter in Asia, and in Asia in UAE, because they know the talent is here. So my compliment to Gauravji for having this kind of gathering, this kind of initiative as a first GCC center and taking our India brand, CA brand to the global level. Thank you. Please give a big round of applause. And I used to say in India, when you this diya and bati, when you do the lighting of the lamp, I used to say in India, बाती को जला के जो उजाला करते हैं वो दिए कहलाते हैं। बाती जला के उजाला करते हैं वो दिए कहलाते हैं। अपनी जवानी जला के देश का खजाना भरते हैं वो सीए कहलाते हैं।
Thank you so much. Let's give a standing ovation to our President and our Vice President. Thank you so much, sir, for reminding us and reiterating what we are and what is the quantum of responsibility that we carry on our shoulders. It's now time to thank our supporters and sponsors, without which this event wouldn't have been a reality. I request our President and the Vice President to kindly felicitate our supporters and the sponsors. Silver sponsor, Jindal Shadid Iron and Steel. I request the representatives of the sponsors and the supporters to kindly come forward as I call upon their names. Jindal Shadid Iron and Steel. Yes, we have the representative coming. Deloitte. Can we have the representative from Deloitte as well? Technology support, Tally. Thank you so much. Company. National Detergents Company. Grand Cotton. Special Technical Services. PwC. Now we have member support, BDO. Muscat Overseas Group. Alnaba. Alnaba. Muscat Overseas Group. Arabian Industries. Arabian Industries. Arabian Industries. It's now time to felicitate our GCC chapters. I request the chairpersons of each of the branch to come forward. CA Krishnan from Abu Dhabi. The entire team. The entire team of Abu Dhabi. Entire team of Abu Dhabi. Give a loud round of applause for our colleagues who have come all the way from Abu Dhabi. Thank you so much. CA Vivek from Bahrain and his team. CA Vivek and his team from Bahrain. Give a loud round of applause for the Bahrain team. team from Doha. Give a loud round of applause for our team from Doha. Thank you so much. CA Somani and team from Dubai.
अर्थशास्त्रम धर्मशास्त्रम च
The Dubai team here.
Wofa! 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 75 years, a journey so grand, built on trust, legacy stands. With knowledge and vision, we lead the pace. A legacy built with strength and grace. With over 1 million, we stand as one. Our mission and vision never undone. In every field, in every domain, ICAI spirit prevails. We are the leaders, strong and bright, shaping the future, guiding the light. With strength and vision, we lead the way. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, come what may. Welcome to India, welcome to Wofa, welcome to India.
Big hand to them, the Kuwait team. Thank you so much. It's time to felicitate and express our gratitude to our President and Vice President. May I request CA Kapoor, our Chairperson, to give a token of our gratitude and felicitate our President, CA Kumar Agarwal. May I request CA our Vice Chairperson, to give a token of gratitude to CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, our Vice President. May I request our Management Committee members, our MC members, to kindly come forward for a group photo. so much. May I request the chairs of the GCC chapters to come forward onto the stage for a group photo. The chairpersons of our GCC chapters. Give a loud round of applause for this team who has wonderfully showcased this event hosted ably by the Muscat chapter. Thank you so much. So before we conclude the event officially, we have the raffle draws still waiting for you. Thank you so much, sir. Raffle. Can we have the wheel spinning? Let's see who is the luckiest one amongst us today. Here we go. Let's see who's there. Ajay Singhvi. Congratulations. May I request CA Gaurav, our chairperson, to kindly give away the mega raffle draw prize. Congratulations. Thank you so much. So here we conclude our official proceedings, and I hand over the podium to CA Unmesh Bome to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. So this is, we formally conclude the first ICAI GCC seminar. This would not have been possible with the support of all the GCC chapters and the institute and our sponsors CBFS and all the supporters. We would like to extend our gratitude to all those who have participated to make this event a successful one. We would also like to thank Sheraton, their team, our permanent member Nagesh for covering the event, and we will also like to have a special thanks to OCCI for making this event a memorable one. Hope all of you enjoyed it. Can I hear it? 3 cheers for ICAI Oman chapter. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Okay, see you all tomorrow, and do collect your gifts tomorrow. Yalla ma salama. We just have a small request to all our members. You do understand our situation that we are going to have one event where the students from Indian schools are going to interact with Anju Bobby George. So if you can take your discussions outside the hall, we will start with the second session. Thank you.